Properties. Okay, check, test. Oh boy. What a day. Gang. This is live breaking news. I just saw this. Charlie Kirk at an event in Utah Valley at Utah Valley University, a Turning Point USA event. Charlie Kirk was shot in, it's not clear if it's the head or the neck. It's not clear who. It's not clear why. Yes, Charlie Kirk has been shot. I do not know if he is alive. I do not know much, but we're going to cover it. And we're going to talk about it. Because, and I want to make this very clear, whoever did this, hold on, I'm messing with my settings, gang. Whoever did this is a monster. It's an old man who did it. If you guys have resources, link me in Discord, please. This is not okay. This, from a moral perspective, it's horrific. From a strategic perspective, it's horrific. But here, I got some links. We got some images that we're gonna look through. Give me a second. I'm still trying to sort through all of this. It's a lot. And we gotta talk about it because it's important. Okay. Can you guys see this? It's from Newsweek. Let me make it a little bigger for you. Okay, this just happened. And these are what we know so far, or what is being reported. Keep in mind, this is early reporting. Things can and will change. We will get updates. New things will come about. But this needs to be discussed. It needs to be covered. It needs to be talked about. And we're going to have to go through... We're going to have to go through it all, man. We have a panel I have scheduled 3 hours from now, but that should give me enough time to get this reported on, get this talked about. If you have thoughts on this and you want to come up into my stream to talk about it with me, you're welcome. Just join the Discord and we'll get this done. Here, let me give you guys a link real quick. Yeah, I'm sick of it too, Kay. I'm sick of it too. I'm sick of people thinking that this is the answer to things. Look, I am no fan of Charlie Kirk. I don't like what he's selling. I don't like his politics. I don't like him. He's a bad dude. Does not deserve this. This is not how we deal with these things. Here's the Discord link, gang, if you want to sound off or what have you. It's going to be a lot. Yeah, we're going to hear a lot of chatter, Kitty. Do you want to come talk about it with me, Kitty? And make it so that I'm not the only person fumbling around with all this? Sneed McFeed says, can you commit to not bringing on people who are pro-violence like Destiny, etc.? I'm going to bring on whoever I think has an interesting angle on this. To be clear, I am anti-violence 100%, and I condemn this with the strongest possible language I can. Here is some Twitter. We're not going to show any videos of the attack itself if I can help it. Please don't link me those. I don't want those. It's okay to see images of kind of like the aftermath, right? Like with the crowd and things like that. I don't know if he's still alive. it doesn't look good. If you're getting shot in the neck or the head, it's not good. The chances of his survival are slim. But I don't know. And we don't know. Not yet. Yeah, we're not going to watch some of these videos. I have to be very careful with what I show you guys. I'm sorry. So let's go through the bullet points here. Kirk was shot near the neck while sitting during a live Q&A session. So it was during one of his debates that they put on. Eyewitnesses say he fell from his chair as shots were fired. An evacuation of the UVU campus was initiated following reports of an active shooter. U.S. Senator Mike Lee posted that he is monitoring the situation and urged prayers for Kirk. Multiple local sources have confirmed the shooting, but officials' details remain limited, and the shooter is reportedly in custody. We're going to figure out and find out in the coming days, hours, really, who did this and why. There is a temptation in instances like these to make a lot of assumptions, and honestly, you're probably going to be right. You're probably going to be right that this was politically motivated. But I hate this game that we play. I do. I hate this game that we play, and we've seen it over and over and over again, where we decide to weaponize a tragedy against our political opponents. And I see people in the chat doing this right now, right? Yeah, Malik, it's real. This absolutely happened. Yeah, it pisses me off too, Andrew. It pisses me off too. Again, anyone who thinks that this is something the Democrats should cheer or the left should celebrate is a fucking monster. They're a fucking monster. I don't know how else to say it. It's gross. It's immoral. And it's unhelpful. Yeah, I hope he survives, but I don't know, man. Like, I worry that we are heading towards a very dark place because more and more and more people are deciding that the system isn't working and something must be done. Something needs to be done. We need to do something, quote unquote. Well, this is how that looks. This is extrajudicial, right? This is how that looks. And it's not good for anyone. It's not helpful for anyone. Let me see if I can get more information. Yeah, hold on. Here's some stuff from Deseret News. This is a breaking news story and will be updated. Charlie Kirk was shot in an event at Utah. No, I don't care about this. Utah on Wednesday. Bystanders report seeing Kirk shot near his neck. A suspect is in custody. The campus is on lockdown. A single shot was fired on campus towards a visiting speaker. Police are investigating now. The suspect is in custody. An older man was arrested and taken into custody. His name was not immediately released. So it's an older dude, apparently. War Blast, there's no way anyone is cheering, right? I can't look at anything right now. I'm scared to look at Twitter right now. I'm scared to look. I hope not. Absolutely the wrong way to do things. 1 second. Let's see if CNN has anything yet. Yep, CNN's got something. Here, let me pull it up on screen for you guys. We're going to cover this as it goes. Political activist and Trump ally Charlie Kirk shot, source says. Trump ally Charlie Kirk was shot at an event in Utah. They don't know much. It's real early hours. 2 minutes ago, JD Vance, calls for prayers after Kirk was shot. Vice President JD Vance is calling for prayers after conservative activist Charlie Kirk was shot during an event in Utah. Say a prayer for Charlie Kirk, a genuinely good guy and a young father, Vance wrote on X. Vance, along with President Donald Trump, is close with the Turning Point USA founder and top ally of the administration. Kirk has been seen at the White House frequently during Trump's second administration. Newsom calls the shooting disgusting, vile, and reprehensible. California Governor Gavin Newsom called the shooting of Charlie Kirk disgusting, vile, and reprehensible. In the United States of America, we must reject political violence in every form. Both of these are good statements. Both of these statements just made by the Vice President J.D. Vance asking for prayers and Newsom calling the shooting disgusting, vile, and reprehensible are good. I really hope that this remains the trend, okay, where people have good takes on this. Cacophonies says people on Twitter are linking articles about how he supports gun rights like he earned it. Well, like I said, this is the game a lot of people play, and I hate it, and I wish we'd stop doing it, where everyone plays this game, where they try to use an event, to use a incident, and to basically turn it into a political weapon to whatever hobby horse they have or against whatever political enemy they have. It's a game, and we play it every time, and we need to stop that shit. We need to call it out, and we need to nip it in the bud if we can. It's destroying us. Yeah, so for those of you who are just tuning in, Charlie Kirk was shot. I think he's probably dead. I don't know if he's going to survive that. I saw the video, but I'm not going to show it. It's yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. And even if you do live through getting shot like that, you're going to be messed up. Like you're not going to be in full functioning condition. I want to talk about next steps. We're going to keep monitoring it, but the information flows as it flows. When it gets here, I'll let you know, right? But I want to talk about what this means for the country. I want to talk about what is to be done. And what I mean by that is, what do we do with the perpetrator? What do we do with the discourse surrounding it? What do we do with this idea that is growing in America that Our problems cannot be solved by any other means than violence, than violent acts, extrajudicial violent acts. It is a growing cancer in our culture, in our society, that is being pushed by a lot of people. Anyone who thinks this is a left problem or a right problem, you're fucked. It's a problem. Venom Platypus, why are we doing this? Why must you? Stop doing that shit. This is... Yeah, you don't have to like Charlie Kirk. I'm not asking anyone here to be like, oh, Charlie Kirk was a good man and a good father and all that. No, that's bullshit. We don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. But what you do need to do, two things. Venom, stop it. Stop trying to use this as a fucking political weapon against your side or against the other side. No, now is not the time. Okay? That's one. Two, I forgot two, because one made me so angry. What are you doing? Oh, man. I just really wish. Must we be edgy boys? Stop. Do you think it's helping your cause to say shit like that? Who we got backstage here? Hold on. Okay. Give me a second. Hello. Yeah, you got a camera for us today? No, it's all good. Yeah, I can hear you good. Everyone in the audience... Oh, hold on. Can you say something again? The audience might not be able to because my settings are weird. Give me a second. Yeah, it's fine. Hold on. Because for whatever reason... Okay, try something now.
Try something now.
Can you guys hear her?
Say all the things.
Can you guys hear her now? They weren't able to hear you because my settings were weird.
Yeah, the huge.
The huge.
Mm-hmm.
So
what was your second? Did you think of number two? Because you said the first thing you said was this is not the time. Don't use this as your political playing field.
Yep.
So what do we do? What's number two? You got too angry.
I did get too angry. It did make me mad.
Mm-hmm.
I think that two is to recognize and to realize that we are in such a bad place in this country that there is going to be a sizable portion that celebrates this. And that is unacceptable. Unacceptable.
So
you have to realize that not only is it morally abhorrent, what you're doing is not helping your cause. No one's going to look at an edgy tweet that you just made about how, ha, 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 Charlie Kirk got what he deserved, ha, ha, ha. Look at him. He didn't support gun restrictions, ha, ha, ha. No one's going to look at that and be convinced and suddenly want to join your side. No, they're going to be negatively polarized against you. They're going to make sure that you don't win ever again. Like that. They're going to be so disgusted and so turned off and so pushed off that they're going to be like, fuck you. And it's not going to help whatsoever.
Yeah, I was going to say that, like, of course there's going to be people that will join in and enjoy the celebration of him being shot. So you'll have those, but you won't be convincing people that haven't picked a side or on the other side. You won't be convincing anyone of anything, really, other than that you're an asshole.
They did catch him. The suspect is reportedly in custody. It was an older gentleman. I don't know anything else. We, again, as we get more information, I will share that information with you, but we don't know very much at all right now. We're basically going through seeing people's first reactions. We're seeing what's happening. We're watching and kind of monitoring the situation. What was your first reaction hearing it? I'm really curious.
I heard it. I was, jeez, the way I heard it was I was also in a chat. I was about to go to bed. Hence my appearance. I was gonna go to bed, and yeah. Anyway, then I heard it. People were saying it in chat, and I went to the video. And my first reaction was, okay, well, people are going to celebrate this. That was the first thing that I thought, is because of Charlie Kirk being Charlie Kirk, people are going to go woohoo about this. And yeah, it's gross. I'm anticipating that. Maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised. Maybe humanity will come forth and change.
I think there's always going to be some people, right? No matter how good or bad a society is, there's going to be a small portion who are just going to be dicks, right?
Yeah.
But there does, what I'm looking for to see is how much of a percentage of the population is doing that. $2 from Surly Barber to say the Reichstag fire of 2025 has been lit. I don't know. I don't think that this is going to be that either. I am also looking to see who on the right is going to be calling for, like, this is what the Democrats did and they all want you dead and we have to fight back.
That's gonna, yeah, that's escalation. We don't need escalation. We don't need more shooting, okay? Saying that is gonna make people on the right shoot back, quite literally. Don't be doing that. But you know, when you were saying, oh, you know, I hate that people take things and turn it into a political
weapon, bludgeon.
Weapon. Yeah. That's all that people do with anything that happens in the news. That's the same thing with that girl that got stabbed. That everything goes into this big pool, and you take it out and you put it into, okay, well, this is how I'm gonna spin this story according to my political worldviews. We're all doing what politicians do, but just all of us are doing it now. So maybe it's a bit more irritating, I suppose.
Yeah, sorry, I'm paying attention. I'm just looking at the I'm looking at the updates as they come in. The White House staffers are shaken by Charlie Kirk's shooting. This is from CNN. They say White House staffers are deeply shaken after political activist and President Donald Trump's ally, Charlie Kirk, was shot today at an event in Utah. Several of them were immediately on the phone with his team, frantically checking in on his condition. Again, still no reports.
Oh my God. Sorry.
What?
I just saw a closer version of it.
Oh yeah, it's horrific. We're not going to show that on the stream.
No, absolutely not. I'm not expecting you to. But yeah. I saw the first one I saw was from far, so it was fun. But this is, oh my, yeah.
I don't see how he survives. I'm going to be real. I think he's gone.
I can just imagine the shit that's going to happen. But there's going to be a lot of edgy boys that aren't even. They're just trying to get some views and stuff.
They're shit stirrers. So Old School for $5 says, Wick, you're an island of sanity and compassion. This chaotic event, you're truly immense. I don't know how to pronounce that word, but thank you. It bothers me, okay, and I don't know how to communicate this quite correctly. But this should be the most ISIS cold take on it, the standard, the bare minimum, right? Of, hey, political violence is bad. This is horrific. Don't celebrate this. Don't make him into a martyr, right? Don't do any of this. Don't escalate nothing, right? We need to condemn this across the board. And it bothers me that I fear that this is going to be the exception rather than the rule, right? That you and I here, we're going to be the exception rather than the rule in all this. And
there's going to be very few cool heads. I've already seen somebody that said, oh, they want a war. we'll give them a war. I've seen that on my timeline, on my following. Yeah. But most of all I'm getting here is shock. Okay, at least on what I'm seeing. I'm not going on the For You page.
$5 from
But
Time
yeah.
Watch to say, what do you think Trump's reaction is going to be? Martial law? I'm not joking. That is a concern. Yeah, right. When we talk about escalation and we talk about people using events, tragedies, brutal attacks to justify escalation, I don't see a world where this isn't used by the administration, right? That this isn't used as an excuse by a lot of people to push for harsher crackdowns on a few things. The first thing that they're going to target, and this is, it's going to bother me so much when they do, free speech. They're going to, like you see in chat, one of the people saying South Park did an episode on him and now he's shot, as if South Park had anything to do with this, right?
I've just read something. Somebody's just said the left has declared literal war on us. This is we don't even know this guy, what this guy's doing, but yes, it's kind of obvious that anyone shooting this kind of guy is politically motivated. But yeah, you're deciding because of this one crazy dude. They've declared literal war on us. I really, and Elon just reposted that. God.
So Kirk was shot from, the shot apparently was fired from a campus building around 200 yards from Kirk. So it's quite a distance.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
this had to be planned, right? This has to be planned. They had to have found a firing line, a shot that, yeah, probably got a sniper rifle of some sort. I mean, 200 yards isn't terribly far, but it's far enough that you'll need something with a scope, I think.
Oh, I see where Venom got his joke from Reddit. He got his comment from Reddit. They Reddit, they were doing it.
Yeah. I am curious if this was planned and how far in advance this was planned. What do we think people do live events anymore after this?
Yeah, that's true. This is like, it was one thing when they're banging on the doors and stuff with Ben Shapiro and all of that, the protests and stuff. This is literal murder, boys. Hello. Hi, it's illegal. Don't do this. This is
It's illegal, it's unhelpful, it's immoral. I don't know how else we can say it, but there are going to be people who are using this on both sides of the aisle to push something, to push their agenda. I think Newsom and JD Vance had both good takes on this, but I do worry that this is going to be that again, I worry that the left is going to celebrate, and that's not going to be good. And I worry that the Trump admin is going to use this as an excuse to crack down on speech, to crack down on freedom of movement. They're already mobilizing the National Guard in cities, right? Do you think they're going to do it to universities now?
Definitely with these kind of live events, at least they can at least go to that level, but I don't think they would be that subtle. I don't think they would only make it on university campuses and things like that. Wow. Okay, now okay, it's cool. So we're talking about leftists and left people, right people.
Yeah.
What about the actual media? The media needs to not get frothy. Okay, just report the facts. Remember when
they're not going to
what
do that?
you're supposed to do.
They're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. That they're going to get frothy. What's going to happen.
What I'm seeing is already.
Okay, Audacity. $50 from Audacity. I'm going to read it because you gave me $50, but bro. Trump is going to such great lengths to distract from the Epstein files, sending a guy after Kirk. Trump is an animal.
I knew someone was going to make that joke. I knew someone would. You know, the internet has done things to people's brain because it just makes me go, "Oh, what could someone say? What is the?" Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be some people that
There's always going to be this kind of graveyard humor. It's always going to happen. But
he will use it. He can use it.
Yeah, we don't know.
That's the thing.
Yeah, we don't know what's going to. We can predict and we can assume, but please, gang, let's wait a little bit before making super strong declarative statements on who the shooter is, and what they did and why they did it. Look, you're probably correct in what you're assuming right now. It's just probably true that he had a political bone to pick. That's probably the case, but we don't know for sure. So wait. Nothing can be gained, or nothing is lost by waiting a day, okay, before you take it and you run with it. You may lose some clicks on social media, right? You may lose some engagement, but give it a minute. Let people figure it out. They caught the guy. They have him in custody. They'll find out. Okay.
You're gonna get the engagement anyway from some people that will want you to have a declarative statement. So there you go. You'll still get that. You'll get the people angry and say, "How could you not think this and this?" You'll still get your engagement. Go on. Go ahead.
Okay, A Gay Odyssey 2025 says, Wick, why don't you lecture your leftist audience and friends to stop killing anybody on the right and stop gaslighting us that another person from the right was almost done in? What do you think I'm doing right now? What do you think I'm going live for? What do you think I'm...
Yeah.
What do you think the purpose of this stream is? If you had to guess, if you had to make a prediction, okay? Based on what you've seen so far and based on what you know about me.
Politicizing. Okay, more people talking about politicizing this shit. It is political though. It's political violence. We're gonna have to politicize it. Sorry, but the way in which we frame it, I think it's inevitable that we have to talk about the politics here.
We do. $20 from Blahikiblah to say, unfortunately, it isn't one crazy old guy. It's also all the people refusing to condemn him. All of them saying he deserved it. All the people who celebrate this. That's why it feels like a declaration. You're correct that there are the people who celebrate and say he deserved it, and all these are doing harm to the nation. They are doing harm to the social cohesion. They're acting immorally, and they're doing harm to their cause. That is all true.
I think, I don't think that we need to wait for more information to realize that shooting a person is wrong.
Jacob Lance, this is not clickbait. Again, Charlie Kirk was shot in the neck at a debate event. I saw the video. He's probably dead. I don't know, though. I just don't know. We will find out.
Oh, they're really losing it at MSNBC.
What are they saying?
They're basically they're not saying he deserved it, but they're
Can you link
on.
me? Can you DM me the tweet or whatever, or the clip? Maybe we can watch it.
Yeah, let's do it. Okay. Where are you at? Share button. Boomer over here.
Or if you want to share it in the Discord, we can watch it, right?
Yeah, I can just do it.
Hold on, let me give you a role that you can do that. Hold on.
Yeah, I'd rather you do it so that I don't mess up.
Yeah. Then just DM it to me in Discord.
Okay.
Okay, we'll watch this in a second. Hold on, I'll live stream it. Give me a second. Boomer alert, right?
Two boomers.
True, two boomers trying to cover breaking news. Crazy. Okay, you ready?
Let me send you the link. Yeah.
So, let's just watch the clip.
A shooting like this happens. Yeah, and again, to emphasize what you just emphasized, we don't know any of the full details of this. That we don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we have no idea about.
Who said that? Okay, and also it's 14 seconds. I want the rest. But
Yeah, I
this
want
is
the
now
rest of the
going.
clip.
It's
This is
getting.
not.
It's yeah. This is all getting thrown. Let's get MSNBC. What is it? It's live. I suppose.
Yeah.
Let me look.
Well, that's the problem. This is what I said about, and what we said actually about how it's the game. People are going to use it and try to spin anything anyone ever says about this into look at how gross they're being on the other side. Look at them celebrating this. And it's a 14-second clip, and I don't know the context of what was said before or after. It's really hard to tell. I don't know if they're just full-throating condemning it, but he's trying to tell people, hey, don't jump to conclusions so fast. It might be something else.
Disgusting reporting.
Yeah, I don't think that's disgusting reporting to say. It really depends on the rest of what was said, right?
And Hodge twins have now just said she should be fired. Bro, she wasn't the one saying it. She wasn't the one saying it in that clip already. You just read the quote. Okay, somebody, just a wild person talking about women competing in sports. Like, okay, you haven't seen the news yet.
Oh, I Pratt Brat says one news org said he was caught. Everyone else says he's still at large. CNN said they were the guy was in custody. But again, it is breaking, so maybe that was wrong.
Ben. Let me watch this. Let me just pre-watch them.
Yeah, this is 9 minutes ago from CNN. Let me bring it up. Suspect Charlie Kirk shooting is in custody, the university is saying. So, oops, nope. There we go. Yeah,
Oh no, that's
I don't know. I think
the media did this. The media did this. They always use extreme language to try and make conservative targets for violence. It's both. It takes two to tango. This whole environment is on fire. But yes, the media. That doesn't mean that I'm saying the media is not a problem.
It is a problem, but I do reject this notion of stochastic terrorism, right? And this is something the left tried to do a lot with a lot of the right's rhetoric. Whenever a person on the left would get shot or targeted or bomb threats were made to like hospitals and schools, people would say, "Oh, this is the result of the fascists on the right ginning up all this anger." Look, stochastic terrorism, I just reject the notion of it. $5 from Audacity to say this. Charlie Kirk shows, famous for the Wild West pop-offs, LMAO, get real. Okay, dude. I get you want to make jokes.
That's quite a shock to make as a Wild West pop-off.
Well, J-Mac says, stochastic terrorism, LOL,
hey,
lefties still pushing that bullshit. Well, this is what the right is now accusing the, fucking South Park and stuff of doing, is stochastic terrorism. And you're right that stochastic terrorism is bullshit. Yeah, I don't know. But it's not the left doing it this time. It's the right. But
I don't know where you stop it. I mean, you can't shut people up. When there is hate, there is hate. They're going to talk about it, and they're going to make art about it. And we can't really legislate ourselves out of it. You can't socially engineer peace.
If people can't be heard by their voice, they will find another way to be heard. And it won't be.
Well, that's usually taken as that's not right? This is
Well, I'm pushing against people asking for censorship, right? Like
that makes it even worse.
Yeah, we can recognize that these things and people saying this stuff is not helping. It's turning up the temperature. It's making everything worse. But trying to censor this stuff or legislate censorship of this stuff is only going to make it worse. It is a cure that will be worse than the disease. Audacity says, I'm not making a fucking joke, dude. That limp dick reporter saying someone is shooting their gun in celebration, come the fuck on. Oh, I misunderstood. Sorry about that,
Yeah,
Audacity. You caught a
they're
stray.
trying to come up with. Yeah, they're trying to come up with other reasons. Well, yeah, maybe. Nah, yeah,
It's
just
a
it's a
14-second
distant
clip. I need to see more.
possibility.
I do need to see more.
Yeah.
Um,
Is there anything live? Let me check. It's just that my audio cable will start bringing stuff into you, and that's not going to be fun. Just random audio coming to you.
So this is from CNN, from people at the scene. We're going to read this.
Mm-hmm.
It felt like so much blood came out of his neck immediately. 2 people described the moment Charlie Kirk was shot.
It looked like that.
Emma Pitts and Eva Terry, reporters for Deseret News, described the scene of Charlie Kirk shooting today. Just minutes into Kirk talking, Pitts said they heard a gunshot, and then you see Charlie go limp. His neck kind of turned, and we saw blood immediately. A video from the event appears to show Kirk shot in the neck area, then recoil in his seat. Terry described the atmosphere at the event before the shooting as really happy, excited. Students present were excited to be around other conservatives, she said. What Kirk was talking about. A kid came up and he asked a question about how many transgender shooters there were, and Charlie gave him another comment. And then he asked one more question, and so the question was about the shooters. And before Charlie Kirk could pick up the mic again, that's when the shot happened. Terry recounted for CNN. So they're having a debate on trans shooters, I guess. I don't know.
And then we got a shooting. Very poetic.
We don't know who it was. The person is reported to be in custody by CNN. We'll find out.
Reports that he was hit left of center. This is what Erudite is saying. Not so Erudite. We have our differences, but this is not the answer. He has 2 children and a wife.
Yeah, I think Not So Erudite has a good take here. Look, we can disagree with someone politically. We can even think someone's a bad political actor. But this doesn't help. It makes things worse. It feels cliche to say, but I'm going to say it. Violence, political violence, is not the solution to our problems right now. It's going to make it worse. And this does seem planned. It does seem like the guy at least took the time to find a vantage point, took the time to set it up and shoot, again, from 200 yards away in a house, or another building on campus. Yeah, I don't know. Time Watch says, WIC TV tell that to the Republicans when they overact with violence? Yes, absolutely. Hold on, J-Mac, what are you... So J-Mac says, no, WIC, that bullshit cliche doesn't fly anymore. Your side has been fantasizing about political violence and even advocating it and celebrating it since 2015 at least. So what's your solution here, J-Mac? If you think that words aren't going to help, what are you advocating for exactly? What are you trying to say? Say it with your chest. Go ahead. What should be done?
Oh, no.
What,
I
what's
just
up?
saw another one.
Oh, a video? Yeah,
I condemn... No. Also just tweets.
Oh.
You can get somebody on who, if you want to argue with them, but I don't think...
I mean,
can
if
ask
J-Mac
him
wants to
project.
come on, he's more than willing. But that's, again, not going to make anything better. Like, this is just going to escalate the situation, J-Mac. You understand that, right? Like, both sides... Here's the thing. Both sides are going to feel righteous in what they do next.
Justified.
And they're going to be like, I am justified in what I'm about to do because the other side did this. And therefore, what I'm about to do is righteous and good. And this is going to turn into a bloodbath if we go down that road. You understand that, right, J-Mac? It will be a bloodbath.
Yeah, he's just remained silent.
Yeah, J-Mac, hold on. We had last month, maybe 2 months ago, some Republican guy go down and gun down Democratic politicians in cold blood in their homes, broke into their houses, shot them dead. Yeah, it's a both sides thing.
Here we go. One side has to risk life and limb to express opinions publicly.
Yeah, they just
I feel like
forget. I don't know what the brain fog they got is, and
like
look, the
both
left does this
sides.
too.
Yeah, it's. I need to be convinced of this. Or you know what? I actually at this point it's like, oh, okay. Well, there's more blame to go to the left. I don't actually care because there is not there. That's not serving de-escalation in any form. Be the better person and say this is not the way it is. Not you over here. This is your fault. So, well, no. Look at that guy. Condemn his actions and say this is just not. Reinstate the normality, the norm of let's not kill people. Oh no, people are yeah, we're done. We're done, boys. Wow.
Yeah, it's we're cooked because people will not let this de-escalate. They will not. They will decide to pick it up and carry it up. And frankly, the people who are I'm just going to tell you straight up. All the people who are saying, "Well, no, we have to do something." What happens next is on your head. The blood will be on your hands. To a certain extent. Yeah. It's just you are now doing the same thing you're accusing the other side of doing. You just are. But you can't see it because you're brain rotted, okay? You have this fog when it comes to the things that your side does and you justify it, but when the other side does, you condemn it. Now, we don't do that here. That's tribalistic. It's wrong, and you're part of the problem, frankly. People on, like Kitty here said, you need to reinstate the norm, de-escalate, condemn the bad actors, and try to establish once again the norm that we've had for a long time that we need to reinforce, that you do not solve problems through political violence, not in America. Unless we want to be like fucking Mexico, where they have 300 political assassinations in a year. It's crazy down there, okay?
At least in South Africa they're not as well, because in South Africa they have them, but they're under wraps. Like it's just, oh, did that guy die? Oh shit, oh, okay, and that's kind of how it goes. This is big and large and very much a demonstration. So, are you interested in some of the opinions on the hashtag?
Yeah.
We can discuss them. We cannot coexist with the left. This is exactly what they are. This isn't just one or two bad apples. The entire bunch is bad. We need an immediate national divorce. What does that mean? What do you mean national? What do people usually mean? You would know more than I do.
Secession, basically, where the red states divorce from the blue states and become different countries under different sets of government. It's a bullshit idea. It won't work, first of all, and instead of solving the issue, they just have to isolate themselves into these communities. It's really bad.
Well, it's because we don't see the world the same way, so we have to be separate.
Well, that's instead of coexisting, it's a call to not coexist anymore, and to have a national divorce. So that's what that means in the context of American politics when they say that. What other opinions we got on the hashtag? What are we looking at?
We've got Charlie Kirk getting shot while advocating for guns. Right. Okay, so
again, that's not helpful. Doesn't help anything. It's a gross thing to say. The body's not even fucking cold, gang. The body's not even cold. Have some fucking humanity, some dignity. Okay.
This is the man who shot Charlie Kirk. Cool.
Oh, can you send me that? Is it really? Well, hold on. How?
It's just the older man. It's just the guy.
Okay, but do we know if it's the real guy or?
We don't know. It is not confirmed that this is just the guy that's arrested. There's no gun here or anything. I don't know. Okay, good. The left's violence must be stopped. That's at least saying. Okay, what do you mean by must be stopped, person? Must they be
he's correct.
With further violence? Yeah.
He's correct that
violence,
we need to stop,
political violence.
How is the question?
MSNBC labels Charlie Kirk divisive. He is, and polarizing.
He is. That's
After
just
he
true.
was shot. That's why. Yeah, that is why he was shot. That's not you. But you do need to condemn it. Try and condemn that at least.
Hold on. There's a lot of people.
Okay, this is 1 minute.
A lot of people are trying to gin up in my chat. They're trying to gin up as if I'm not condemning this. What? Because I won't buy into your bullshit. It's only the left narrative. Nah, fuck off.
He's saying anyone who shoots anyone is bad. Pretty easy to understand. And anyone and shitting
Look, this
on
isn't
the
a case
other
of
side,
self-defense.
turning this into the side.
Yeah, this isn't a case of self-defense, right? This isn't a case of a justified killing, which there are, right? This isn't unjustified entirely. I'm condemning those people who are doing it. I'm condemning those people who are celebrating it. I'm condemning all these things. But it's never enough for you because you don't actually care. What you're doing is what you care about is you want to use it as a weapon against your political enemies because you don't care. I think you're probably happy this happened. I think you're probably giddy. I think you're probably very excited that now you have another talking point to use against your political
There's more
enemies.
energy. Yeah. More
$10 from Lesson Cell to say both left and right need to pull away from their extremist side. True. Both might politically take a hit, but at this point they're both making more harm than good for both of the movements. Prayers for Kirk. True.
That's what Wick is saying, right? I mean,
Yes.
Let me see. I've got a longer clip here. Let me see.
Yeah, please.
You can't hear that, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if he's dead, gang. Worst scenario, I don't know if he's dead, but I saw the video. If he survives, it's gonna be a miracle.
Okay. Look, this person is now saying this is one of the most shameful and disturbing reactions to political violence ever, broadcast on cable TV.
I don't think it's the most shameful reaction. Can you link it to me so we can see it? Yeah. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, let's see if it is. It's a longer one at least. I haven't gone through the whole thing.
Sure.
But it's a longer one at least. I don't know who is saying our thoughts and prayers. Maybe she's quoting someone.
Give me a second. Hold on. This is on MSNBC. It's about a minute long, so we can get a little more from it. Let me pull it up on stream. Again, I don't know. I haven't seen this yet. We'll see. No. Okay, this one. I want to share the wrong screen with you guys. I don't need you guys to see my taxes folder. Okay.
Yeah, we're showing, by the way, our affiliate in Utah and the aftermath of the shooting. You could see people running away pretty quickly, as you would imagine they would do.
I can't hear it.
At gunshots.
Wait, because I haven't watched it. Never mind. I can hear it.
Okay.
The FBI director, Kash Patel, has weighed in on this.
Oh, so this is
the following. We're closely monitoring reports of the tragic shooting involving Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University. Our thoughts are with Charlie, his loved ones, and everyone affected. Agents will be on the scene quickly, and the FBI stands in full support of the ongoing response and the investigation. Charlie Kirk is a divisive figure, polarizing, lightning rod, whatever term you want to use. Why?
Well, he's one of MAGA's most prominent voices online. He hosts a near daily podcast. He opines on almost everything. He's been very closely aligned with the president since his initial run for office in 2015, 2016. And his ties to Trump really elevated his own brand. He was really quite young as an activist when the president launched his initial campaign. And he has kind of ridden along with MAGA since 2016 and built up a massive brand of his own. His group has brought in tons and tons of money.
So they're just giving facts of the matter. This was this is quoting Cyberfox here to say this is one of the most shameful and disturbing reactions to political violence ever broadcast on cable. What?
What?
I don't.
Okay, so what's happened here is describing him as divisive, however you want to, divisive. That is, I suppose, that is the same as blaming him.
I don't think so.
For it.
I don't
no,
think
for this person. What I'm saying is for this person. The person that said it's shameful and disturbing. That's what they're thinking.
Look, I've seen some fucked up reactions to political violence in my time, okay? Some fucked up shit, okay? We can look at the Trump assassination attempt to see how some people reacted to that. I thought that was fucked up as well. That clip doesn't even come close to the most fucked up reaction I've seen. Like, you can argue that, they should have been more angry or upset, but they're reporting on a breaking news story. Do we want people to insert their passions into something like that? I don't know if we do.
This is horrible. Yeah, well, we do that because now we've been into political entertainment.
Okay, Gibbs wants on, apparently. Sorry, I didn't see you backstage.
I literally disagree with everything. So we've got people that will state that they disagree with him and they hate him and whatever, but they don't believe he should have been shot. That's good stuff. Like all of those tweets, guys.
Testicle Johnson says, Wick, you're literally doing the same shit. What am I doing?
You're politicizing.
It is a political event. Look, I'm not a news reporter. Okay, I want to be clear. I am not a journalist. I am not a news reporter, okay? I'm allowed to, I'm a fucking pundit. I'm an influencer or whatever. I'm just a dude. I can have my passions about it. Gibbs, what's up?
I want to kind of echo something, but I kind of want to like maybe push back slightly here on one thing at the same time. So like I mentioned earlier in your Discord and a few others, I think what's really concerning here is that this is an escalation, in my opinion, right? I know that people are going to go, oh, but Trump had an assassination attempt. And I disagree that that's actually worse. Like, on one hand, it is worse if the president gets taken out. However, in my opinion, the president is what you would call, if you're in a war state or if you actually think someone is a dictator, they're like, I don't want to say it's justifiable because I don't believe political violence is justifiable in this sort of manner. However, if you were going to look at like a military target, a person like Trump would be a reasonable military target in like that kind of thing. Like if you were like, say you were like Hamas and you were going to fight Israel, you obviously, if someone could blow up Netanyahu, that would be a legit military target, right? Now, when you've expanded it to commentators like Charlie Kirk, the only difference between Charlie Kirk and you, Wick, or me is scale of size, right? You've moved it to where if you disagree with somebody, and if this guy does turn out to be a left-leaning individual, we've already got a highly politicized crime, especially with this Ukraine refugee girl being killed recently, and it taking 2 weeks for it to get activated, and it finally going viral in the last 48 hours. We have that going viral in the last 48 hours, and then this. Things are in a heightened state. It's like that Ukraine thing is like every checkbox for the Republican Party, right? The Ukraine girl dying. Because it's like, we got the race thing, it's got the DEI involved, it's got immigration, it's got crime, it's got the race stuff, all that's all in one nasty bubble. And then you have maybe the most, or one of the most, political pundits on the right now being shot openly at this. This is something extremely concerning, and I think this is a bigger step towards like a civil war situation than almost anything in recent memory.
It is an escalation. I'll agree with you on that. This is an escalation. I'm being told that Charlie Kirk is in critical condition, but he is stabilizing, so he might actually survive.
He's in hospital. He made it to the hospital.
We'll see.
Yeah.
I don't think that, like, we'll see. We'll see. I'm not a doctor. I don't know. I saw the video. I don't know, man. Like, if he does survive, I don't know if he's gonna be messed up. Okay. I don't know.
If he dies, this is the thing I agree with some on the left on, right? If they did kill Charlie Kirk, or even if they killed Trump, but if they killed Charlie Kirk, you basically given these extremists on the right like a martyr, right? Like, I'm a center righty, right? Like, I know people want to sit here and say I'm far right, but you have these people that are way more extreme than I ever will be. And if this guy dies, you've basically given them, like with a 1-2 punch with this Ukrainian girl and now this, all the ammo that they'll ever need to go start some kind of like war and be justified. Be like, well, these people are killing our people, and they tried to kill the president.
I disagree that they're justified for this. I think
they're justified. I'm saying, like, in their minds, and they're like, in a court of public opinion, they will have something they can run with because they'll have martyrs now.
No, you're correct. It will be something that a lot of people will use to justify the bad actions that they take next.
Yeah, it's extremely concerning. Like,
yeah,
and I know people that are like normies. I literally showed this to one of my normie friends, and she's like, "Oh, I kind of like that guy, even though I don't agree with him. But he's entertaining, he's funny." And like that's the like image that a lot of normies are gonna have, like that Charlie Kirk's this likable, like willing to debate and talk about the issues thing. And if you can't have these likable middle ground debaters even being safe, then And then next week is what is it? Is a debate event with Unfuck America, right? Like, are we gonna have people there now? Like, is it gonna be back to back? Like, kind of like this is the concern when this is like this can of worms is opened. I don't know that people really understand how volatile this situation actually can become.
It's like pouring gas on a fire. It's not. I don't like how this is being politicized. Well, not politicized, that's not the word, because it's a political event. We have to discuss it in political terms because it's almost assuredly politically motivated. So that's not propagandized. Yes, that this is being, thank you, Max Rusty. This is being propagandized by people who are going to use it to push whatever narrative that they want. And there are bad actors in society that they're called accelerationists, gang, who want to see blood in the streets. Right? Who want to see, they don't want to do it, right? They're not actually going to be the ones firing the trigger, but they want to push people into a state where they're willing to do violence. And you see this all across the spectrum. You have accelerationists on the far right, you have accelerations on the far left that they were talking about today. I read a post yesterday, in fact, about a man talking about how we need to start just rounding up Browns, basically, and fuck the Constitution, fuck their citizenship. We just need to get guns, take their homes, get them out, right? And they were using the death of that poor Ukrainian girl as justification for their wanting to do this violence. And so you have these people on all sides that are going to use this as a way to try to stir up people, to get people so angry at the other side. Because let's be clear, I didn't shoot shit. Destiny didn't shoot anyone.
There's good people on all sides.
Left people, the lefties didn't shoot anyone. It was a specific guy that shot him. Okay, a specific guy that shot him, and he should face justice. But the moment you try to push that, do this stochastic terrorism bullshit that the left does too, right? And the left isn't free of this. You've missed the mark. You've gone past the. You've gone past what you can be justified in doing.
I also agree. I saw Destiny's post a few minutes ago. I think I sent it to you, and on one level, I'm not even really upset. It wasn't the most edgy post he's ever made. It's kind of two factors, right? We've gotten to a point in society where shock value is so rewarded, right? So if you're a political pundit, it almost behooves you to say the most shocking thing, right? So that people are or some with a slight shade of deniability or be edgy, right? It's rewarded in this market, and I think that is part of it. Is
let me just real quick. I want to show my audience, because I know a lot of us, Destiny is big in this space, and it does behoove you to know what he tweeted. So we will look.
I've just looked at it.
Yeah, Destiny says, "Who's gonna do it?" And he puts the born. Implying that someone's going to edit the Wikipedia page to be dead.
Oh, he's just an edgy boy.
Yeah, it's an edgy joke.
Boy?
Yeah, it's an edgy joke. I mean, it's not even his most edgy joke.
It's not his most edgy joke.
Look,
this is kind of, let's be real, tame for him. But it's still not appropriate in my opinion. I think it's wrong, but it's less wrong.
Did you see the latest one where he retweets Tim Pool?
No, hold on.
It's not. It's basically the same level, I would say.
Oh, it's not. It's just
I like that. That one doesn't make me mad. And I also kind of agree with y'all. I kind of heard y'all right before I came on with y'all talking about MSEC's assessment, and I think that I'm sorry, I can't see your name. I got streamer on. The Kitty here. She got a pretty good assessment. Where the one guy is sitting here going, I see how this is like if you're a righty, you can see how this is like painting them in a bad light. But I think that they're just reporting on it live. I think a bigger concern is the clip after where they immediately are trying to like play it down. Where like, oh, this guy is shooting him, could have just been a supporter shooting him or whatever. I'm like, okay, bro, those were some outstanding marksman shots. That guy needs to be checked for what kind of training he has, if anything, as opposed to it was just a lucky shot because he was shooting in the air to celebrate, which is something that's not known to happen at Charlie Kirk rallies. Like,
I don't. That's a silly. I
that
don't.
Was silly. And
I don't know if there's malice in that though. I think they're just trying to look. Honestly, I think that more people should be trying to de-escalate. I think more people should be trying to turn down the temperature because you have a lot of people who are doing the opposite. A lot of people who want to take the knob and dial it to 11. I'm going to get a drink, entertain my audience. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I don't know. It's concerning.
I'm seeing that this it could have been a supporter shooting the gun off in celebration. Okay, so that does people put an unspoken bit in there as well. That it's like, aha, you see, they're just gun crazy people. That's the kind of thing that people hear. The words themselves are just like, it could have been a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration. That maligns the kind of person that supports Charlie. So I can understand that, but it's a kind of throwaway remark. Benefit of the doubt for the person who said it, but the interpretation, I can see people interpreting it.
There's also I got another source. I got about 4 sources now saying that he is stabilizing but in critical condition. So I don't know. We'll see if he survives. I'm an avid hunter, and I know that animals don't have first aid capabilities. But I've shot a lot of animals and in my day, and not being proud of that or anything, but when you shoot them in the neck in that manner, usually they're dead by the time I even get out of the deer blind, right? Like, it's kind of like, I would be shocked, but if they had EMTs right there, maybe they could keep it. So hopefully he lives.
They probably would have had EMTs with a gathering like that. And then he would just need hella blood transfusions, I suppose.
Yeah, that seems to be the route. Yeah, I mean, we don't know if they hit his esophagus, if it's his neck, if he hit his, the vertebrae and the spine. That's a rough watch. I watched it. And I felt queasy watching it. I was like, oh, that's tough to watch. It's just these back-to-back things.
Yeah, I didn't watch The Girl. I didn't watch that one. This one just came up now, and I regret watching it.
I don't know. I have concerns. People were over here. I know, and when I said this in Wix Discord, people were saying, "Oh, prepare for war." I think it's the fact that it's so volatile lately is the reason I'm concerned, because it does feel like on the right for a while they felt oppressed. Now, I know whether or not y'all agree is one thing, but a lot of people feel that way. And then we had this Ukrainian girl thing, and it's like, it's a double whammy, and it feels like less than 72 hours, even though this event with the girl happened 2 weeks ago, right? And it's kind of like it went viral just so recently, and now this is everywhere. And this is somebody that appeals to normal people. I think that's what's more concerning, because the masses don't react rationally,
Yeah, and what do you think of the thing pigs say, prepare for war? I think saying that is also incendiary.
Yes,
you need to.
I want to be
hope
clear.
For the best, prepare for the worst, though. If something goes down,
don't say
don't
that
you
to
want
people.
Well, hold on. You should say that to people. At the same time, I don't want my dad to go to New England this weekend or next weekend or whatever, and then he'll be up there and then get caught up in something because he's just an average-looking dude, and then they kill him, you need to be prepared for all these situations. Maybe don't travel right now. Maybe fucking, if you're in Texas, in your open carry state, maybe it's time to open carry. All these sorts of things. Maybe if you don't have a gun, buy a gun, put it in your home. Or if you don't believe in these things and you want to push anti-gun law, now is the time to go and push all the anti-gun stuff. All these things. This is the time you need to be motivated. Yeah, or whatever it is. You should be prepared for the worst case scenario right now, and then hope for the best and hope to de-escalate. I think that
prefer that at least putting the hope in. Yeah, but this is prepare for war kind of
thing.
Yeah,
it's escalatory. Can we talk about escalation for a minute?
I like the idea of prepare for the worst, hope for the
I think
best.
you have to. I think you have to.
That's a centrist way of saying that. What are you not? You're not in support.
Well, I missed some of your discussion on this because I was busy getting a drink and getting a couple other things.
Talking about the girl.
But what I want to talk about, and maybe move the discussion to, is the idea of what is escalation, what is de-escalation, what do they look like, how do you do that while still acknowledging that we are in a dangerous time. Okay, I think we could start at the base level. We are in a very dangerous situation in America. Full stop.
Yeah, no. People will go because, and then they take their side and they put insert their side. Yeah. But just full stop. It's dangerous now.
Okay. The way to make it less dangerous is to de-escalate, to use de-escalating rhetoric, to use de-escalating reporting, and to just take the temperature and turn it down. And how do we do that? I think that the best way, condemn, frankly, any form of political violence, whether it's your team or not, whether it helped your cause or not, whether you think it was ironic or not. I think that you should probably condemn and push aside anyone using this time to make jokes, right? Using this time to make it into a meme, to make it a funny haha, because this is a serious event and this needs to be taken seriously. The other thing we need to condemn is the people who are trying to turn up the temperature right now, to say, this is your George Floyd moment, or this is the moment there you need to go out and it's war and we're got to go to war, blah, blah, blah. Look, you can acknowledge and you can say that the people who did this, the person responsible for this, is a monster and needs to face justice. That's not escalatory, right? Identifying the facts of the matter are not escalatory. What is escalatory is when you say, these are the facts that matter, and then we should do X. And then we should do Y. And this is why we need Z. I don't know.
Well, I don't know if I agree with that. Like, the reason I'm saying this, right, is, okay, like, I don't want to play the what if game, but let's just do the what if game for a second. Like, let's just say, I know that the favorite thing on the right with the Ukrainian girl situation has been like, well, if this situation was reversed, it would be everywhere. And I tend to agree with that, because you said just now, you're like, oh, this is the George Floyd. Like, if a guy looking like me had walked up to a young black woman and walked up and just slit her throat on a train and then said, I got that, whatever bitch, right? Like, of course, there would be riots in the street. Then we have the Charlie Kirk thing. If it's found out, like, if this has been reversed, if this has been a prominent, like, lefty commentator and a right-wing nut job goes and shoots him, like, I think there would be riots. I think there would be things. We have seen this happen. Hold on. And, like, the right hasn't done that so far for the Ukraine shit. I don't know that they're going to do this, but I think that it is a reasonable response for righties to go, hey, these people are trying to kill us, and we're not going to go riot for the most part. Like, I think that, it is reasonable to say, hey, be prepared to defend yourself if you believe a certain way.
Admiral Gibbs, you're just wrong. And I can tell you why. We have recent examples of this. When the guy shot the Democratic politicians in, what was it, Minnesota, I believe, just a couple months ago, there were no riots on the streets over that, right? There's been plenty of stories of white people killing a minority that there weren't riots in the streets. What happens with riots in the streets and when the BLM and people like that riot in the street is when a cop does it, right? If it's not a cop, it really doesn't.
So the Daniel Penny stuff didn't happen because there were violence over that. I don't know if there were full-on riots, but there were, like, violent protests.
Not to the extent,
not to the BLM riot extent, but there were violent incidents because of that.
I didn't see them at the time, and maybe.
And that's kind of the thing, is that it feels like to a lot of people on the right that there is, like, a protected, like, class, right? Where, like, if you had a Daniel Penny on that train and he'd stopped this guy, people would have been like, oh, whatever. Same thing with this. It's like, if someone had stopped this guy, would they be vilifying the person who stopped him if the shooter had been, like, it just feels like it's a double standard. And I think that that's maybe the biggest concern when you're like, oh, we shouldn't tell these
breaking
people
news.
Prepare.
Hold on. Breaking news, the suspect is not yet in custody, according to CNN, despite earlier statements. So it looks like that was a mistake. So this is why you got to keep. It's going to be flexible. We're going to hear stuff. It's not going to be reported 100% accurately at the time, and you got to be willing to roll with punches here. The suspect, according to CNN, is not yet in custody. The suspect in the shooting of political activist Charlie Kirk is not yet in custody, according to a spokesperson for the Utah Valley University, despite the school saying earlier police did have someone in custody. We can confirm, and this is a quote, to say, we can confirm that Mr. Kirk was shot, but we don't know his condition. The suspect is not in custody. Police are still investigating. Campus is closed for the rest of the day. End quote. Initially, the school said the suspect was in custody. Kirk, who invited his students, was shot from a campus building about 200 yards away. So yeah, we don't know. That is interesting. Yeah, they took a guy into custody, but he was not the suspect, apparently. They got the wrong guy. Well, not the perpetrator, yeah.
I don't know. As of 8 minutes ago, the local news station in Utah is saying that he's caught. And so is CBS.
Well, I think that's because initially the university reported that he was, and they were all taking that report and running with it. But again, from 2 minutes ago, it's being reported he's not. He's not in custody. Don't know.
Hassan's take, anyone want?
Huh?
Hassan's take?
Oh God, what is it?
Oh, that ought to be good.
Nah, it's America is an insanely violent nation. Charlie Kirk's shooting is the 46th school shooting this year thus far.
It could have been worse. It wasn't that bad.
Yeah, really, considering Hassan.
This is from, I got one right here. This is from the local news station in I don't know where this is at. It says in Utah. I'm trying to find the exact city to make sure it is. As of 5 minutes ago, the police are saying they have him.
We'll see. So obviously there is mixed reporting coming out on whether or not we have the guy in custody.
Let's see the hashtag. Now people are jumping on Hassan, being like, "But you've labeled him a Nazi, so you."
Yeah. Look, stochastic terrorism is a bullshit thing. It's a bullshit idea.
Did he say these guys should be shot? Then yeah, then I will say, there you go. You were part of it.
Well, hold on. I don't know if that's a fair assessment either. If you go, okay, I've literally seen people wear punch a Nazi t-shirts, and then you have it. This is the problem, right? To where we've gotten, I know on the right, it became so bad that if you were a Republican, you were just getting called a Nazi at one point for a while, right? You're just you're a Nazi, And so whenever we have people wearing, non-ironically, punch a Nazi t-shirt, and then you have leaders of these groups, like political, pundit leaders, you have, the Democratic Party people saying this, saying, oh, Nazis, Nazi, and then you have this guy go, and then, well, what's the reaction? If you really think a Nazi's in power, then your reaction is, we need to go take these people out. I think that is equivalent to saying, go shoot that guy. Is it not?
It is not. I think that
take these people out.
Come on, Wick. Come on, Wick.
Yeah.
If I was like, we need to kill all the commies, and then 3 weeks later, oh, you're a communist.
The question is, how responsible are you for if I say, man, I hate the fact that Republicans are destroying the Constitution. I really wish someone would do something about it. Have I done something that if someone goes out and shoots a Republican, have I done something wrong or immoral by saying what I did? I don't think so. And the same is this. I give the same for people who say, I don't like transgender medicine and how they're pushing it on kids. I think someone should stop them. And then someone goes out and puts a bomb threat into a medical clinic. Is that person responsible? I would also say no.
Well, stop them is okay. Once again.
Yeah, I think stop them. Take them out that's a term used for.
Yeah, I think there's a little. Stop them can mean, we stop them politically. We
do something as well as
do something. But when you say like, oh, we can't allow Nazis to be involved. Punch a Nazi. We need to take the Nazis out. We need to remove Nazis. Yeah, I guess it's not the same as going, yeah, we need to line the Nazis up against the wall. But whenever we've equivocated not stopping Nazis with physical violence and then turning around and call them all Nazis, you're just literally taking the one step and just removing it and just like putting a little bridge between it. And that's a little dishonest, I think.
Just
really,
real quick, $10 from Blahikablah to say Gibbs is right. People are saying Kirk deserved it for his views on gun control. Doesn't it mean that people with his views are being told they deserve the same thing? Though that you're stretching things, and I think that this is a mistake you're making, and you're doing it. And I don't think you're doing it on purpose in this case, but I think people are doing it in order to justify, right, doing or treating the same people who say shit the same as people who do shit. And I think that we need to draw a very firm line between saying shit and doing shit. And we don't need to conflate these things.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I agree with you.
You're doing the hand thing, so I know you want to talk.
Okay, so I agree with you about, yes, there is a difference between saying shit and doing shit. Absolutely. Legally, yes, there should be. Okay? One hurts literally, and one is just, But what is difficult is that these things do lead. One leads to another. That is the thing that is scary for people. But I guess when it comes down to it, if you ask me, I'll have to agree with you, because otherwise then we're just going to have to be asking people not to say things, but they're going to think them anyway.
So
the point that happens, the point that the thing that happens is people have these thoughts, they speak them, and then they do them. There's people that have these thoughts, speak them, and don't do anything about them. And that's the distinction you want to make.
I think that the idea, right, that bringing something to light. I'll give you an example, okay? So do you guys remember the Enron scandal back in 2000s, early 2000s?
Oh, no. Yes,
not in detail, but yeah.
So a lot of the people involved in that scandal, they got death threats, they got harassment, etc., because the people who uncovered the story reported on what they did, right? They said what they did. Like, these are the people who are doing it. This is why they did it. They're probably not going to face much justice, etc., etc., etc. A lot of people use that as an example of stochastic terrorism. Like, look, the people reported on what they're doing. They were obviously, an increase happened in death threats, an increase happened in harassments, an increase happened on potential violence in there. But would we hold the reporter responsible if someone had actually hurt one of these Enron guys? I don't think we would. And so when people are saying stuff like, I think that these people are a threat to America and someone should do something about it, I don't hold them responsible for if someone goes out and does violence or anything. I just don't.
So we can only hold that person responsible for what they do.
Yes, absolutely. So $10 more. I'm just
real quick.
You're actually
taking away the responsibility. Sorry.
Sure. $10 from Landon Stewart to say to say, like when the right tried to narrativize the Ukrainian girl death with all black people, or when the left get called rabid communists. Everyone does this. Everyone needs to turn the temperature down. Well, yes, Landon Stewart, you're correct. We all need to de-escalate. But anyway.
This is okay, kind of like back to like what you're saying about like with the if it's not the same. Y'all brought up Hassan just a few minutes ago. Right. And Hassan, that's interesting because yesterday, one of Hassan's big supporters, I guess, he's not, I don't know if he's big, but somebody that Hassan went to an FC game with, got arrested for 11 felonies. Some of them being terroristic threats. It does seem a little bit like, I don't know, baby back bullshit, what you're saying. Whenever you have a prominent person, and I know Hassan may not be the best example, but he is a prominent person, and then I can point to other prominent people saying similar things, and I could go, look, just yesterday, this guy was arrested for maybe acting on what he thought Hassan wanted, right? Or acting on this idea. And then today, we have Charlie Kirk, and witnesses are now reporting, according to CBS, that the guy said, and I quote, "I would do it again." Like clearly, this was a politically motivated shooting. Like,
do we have the guy?
It says I don't know. We're getting mixed reports of that.
Yeah,
but
I don't know if I trust anything yet because we do have mixed reports on whether they've got him right. So I would hold off.
But regardless, what I'm saying is, even if we don't do that, we just examine the Hassan scenario. Like, there is a credible, and then Hassan even had that guy that ended up being the terrorist Luffy guy, right? Or he's tangentially associated, whatever. We can argue about that too. But it does seem like there is an endorsement of political violence by one side that the other side's not doing nearly as much. Like, I think that is something that we need to talk about. Like,
I disagree with your assessment.
Talk about that without escalating. Sorry.
Hold on. No, go ahead. You can take it, Kitty.
How do we talk about that without escalating? But then,
I mean, it's
bad. Wick doesn't agree with your assessment.
Yeah, I don't think that because of how we consume media these days, I am on the left, which I am going to see more right-wing bullshit than you are, and vice versa. Because you're on the right, you're going to see more left-wing bullshit than I do. I don't think either of us can make an accurate assessment right now on which side does it more. And also, to Kitty's point, I don't think it matters at the end of the day, right? Because both sides are engaged in this behavior. Both sides are doing this. And pointing that out and trying to turn this into, well, they do it more, oh no, you do it more, does not help. It only escalates the situation. And we need to do just to condemn it no matter where it comes from. Immediately, strongly, vociferously. I don't know what else to say, right? And I know a lot of people don't want to do that because they want to use it as a political bludgeon. And I am very against that as well.
You say that though, but okay, let's just run down the little checkbox recently. I'll give you some examples. Right on the right, a couple of years ago, they took over the governor's mansion, and was it Michigan or Minnesota or whatever? And you had the Minnesota person get shot. I don't even know if that person was on the right. There seems conflicting reports on that, on whether that person was. People say that he was related to Tim Walz in some way. I'm not going to dive into the conspiracy theories on that, but let's just say he's on the right for just right now. Okay, we have these two examples. Okay, and then on the left, in recent memory, I don't want to pull we'll throw in January 6th. I know that y'all love January 6th. We can throw that into, and we can say, whatever y'all want to say. Okay, cool. On the left, though, we have $20 billion worth of estimated damage caused in real time by the BLM riots after the George Floyd stuff. We have more rioting after Trayvon Martin. We have all the property theft and all the stuff going down in San Diego. We have this now assassination attempt, if it turns out to be a lefty, right? We have all this other violence that goes down all the time. We have this Ukrainian girl get killed, which seems to be racially motivated. We have the last 11 school shootings or something like that or some crazy number were trans individuals. It seems one idea.
That's not true, though.
It is true.
It is not.
Then, hold on. Here's another one, Wick. This is true. If we expand mass shootings to include gang violence, guess what? That's predominantly not a white Republican male problem either. So we include mass shootings to be 3 or more people and include gang violence, then guess what? It goes up. So it seems like one side.
If you redefine what we count as a mass shooting.
Well, no, it's not redefined. It's the left is redefined it because used to mass shootings included gang violence, and y'all decided to take that out.
Look,
so here's the thing.
I can give you a list.
Is leading to this, Wick.
This is a problem. You just gave us a one-sided list. I can give you an equally one-sided list.
I gave you
a
two
man
sides. I gave you
a couple of years ago drove in. It wasn't a left-wing guy who drove into barricades at the White House when Biden was in residency. Said he wanted to kill the president. Right. We have the recent Minnesota shootings where a guy broke into some Democrats' house, gunned them down. We have all sorts of incidents of people on the media, on the right, calling for violent destruction of the Constitution in order to deport citizens and people who are brown. I can give you
Is that actual? Hold on.
influencers.
Have they actually deported any citizens? Like this is the kind of
Hold on,
thing.
they're calling for it, and this is what we're talking about.
But yeah, I guess it is. But here's the problem: is I can point to one side, and I can see them having enacted the policies, and then we see the violence that's caused from it, and then I can point to the other side. And you can say they're calling for it, but one side seems to work through the political spectrum for the most part, except for 4 incidents, and the other side I can point to just one event. 20 billion worth of damages across multiple cities to the point where they even had a literal insurrectionist town in the middle of Seattle. Like there's like, it's not even comparable. Like I don't know how you can sit here and say that these are comparable situations.
You keep doing this thing where you go back to something that happened in 2020 and you say,
well, y'all did that. Hold on, you did that for January. Hold on.
Have I mentioned January 6th today?
Hold on, wait, hold on. Well, no, that's fair. I mentioned January 6th. I granted it to you. But hold on, just on your panel the other week.
Just real quick, James Castile for $5. I'm going to make some money here. Says hospital is reporting that Charlie Kirk is alive but in critical condition. Yeah. We saw that. Thank you for the reporting.
He's dead.
One more time, Kitty.
I just read something that said 8 minutes ago that he's dead. Let me just check.
Yeah, double check. Oh, yeah. Utah speaker Mike Schultz. Hold on, this is breaking. Mike Schultz has confirmed that Charlie Kirk is dead.
Yeah, we'll
Charlie
wait
Kirk,
for like
apparently. Again, please, it might be false.
This was disclosed. People are like, if this is wrong, I'm gonna block you, that sort of thing. But now, obviously, everybody will start repeating it.
I'm seeing it from multiple sources. Yeah,
seems like that they're having a lot of commentators on MSNBC, and they are making these claims, where they're saying.
Can we build a bridge and just say MSNBC is no longer what we should consider a reputable news source, and they should be put the tabloid news?
Yeah, it is.
It feels like they're tabloid news at this point. I just MSNBC seems like they're I don't know, probably why they're getting rebranded and lost their partnership, but kind of thing. I don't know. It's concerning that there's no accurate reporting on this this fast. I don't know.
Hold on, what are you concerned about that they're not reporting on it fast? We're getting super fast reporting on all of this.
Well, no, I know what I'm saying is that I guess I'm concerned about how we're getting. We just brought up how there's several reports are saying they got in custody, right? And they're they can be literally same time. You're 8 minutes ago, and I'm I got one 5 minutes ago, and then she gets 4 minutes, and it's there's conflicting reports in a quick period of time, and then it's kind of what Katie just said. Was that what's your name? Kitty just said, yeah, my bad. Just said it's if Mike Schultz report this, Glenn Beck reported, oh, I've got private sources saying he's live. I got Nick's store or whatever name. We don't know. Yeah, he's reporting that he's alive and he's stable. And then you have Mike Schultz saying, oh, he's dead. And it's different news article sources are going to run with these different things. And that's maybe what I think is the most concerning thing. And I do want to touch on one thing that we kind of just moved away from with that.
Well, just real quick, $20 from Landon Stewart to say he's pointing out, and I'm assuming you mean Gibbs, he's pointing out non-political violence compared to politically motivated right-wing attacks like the supermarket white supremacist killer River Smith attempt. Can we not turn this into us versus them? That's what causes us. And that's my point, Landon, is this attempt to say, well, the other side does it more, right? Does not help. It does nothing. Well, it doesn't help if your goal is to de-escalate and have less of this. Let's say that. So I'm with you, Landon Stewart. This whataboutism is not the time, okay? It's just not the time.
I do think it's just interesting because you did this, right? And right now, and you wrote, oh, I didn't bring up January 6th. I will grant it. I brought up January 6th, and I granted that on y'all, right? This is the thing, right? As earlier. And then I brought these things. And then you go, oh, you're bringing up something from 2020. And I go, well, that's interesting that you say that because we were just on your panel last week. And I asked you, and I usually don't complain about people's moderating, but since you brought this up now, I am going to kind of show you the double standard.
Are we gonna complain about my moderating right now? Is this what we're doing?
I'm just going to show the double standard here kind of thing because I think you can do whatever. Is that I made the same complaint. And my complaint was the topic is Trump a good president, right? Is being the present tense, currently talking about him as the sitting president, is he? That's how I understood it. And it seems like, and it's not just your panel, but several panels recently, it has come up with that, like, you can't have a conversation about current president without January 6th coming up. And this seems to be, maybe we can say, the right's doing it too with the BLM riots. But it seems like the reason why they do that is because the two were within like 6 months of each other.
So,
and like, I don't think it's fair to say on your part to go, oh, don't talk about something that's 2020.
I never
like
said
just
not
last
to
week.
talk about it. I'm saying that we have a situation right now that is unrelated to BLM. Okay.
I think they're both related. I mean, the what we just literally had,
but
the lady.
Hold on.
No.
We gotta go through this. We gotta go through this because
the BLM
in a topic,
official page.
Hold on.
The BLM official page said, and I quote, that violence might be necessary right after. This is literally after Eero was killed.
Okay, so here I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying this event specifically has no link to BLM, and it's weird to bring it up. However, the topic of let me finish my point. When I have a topic of a debate, and the topic of the debate is Trump a good president? I think it's fair and related to bring up the January 6th stuff because it is related to his presidency
in a way
that this is not. But $5 from Balhikabla to say maybe right now is actually a good time to stop bringing up right-wing violence. It fans the flames on the right. Let them have the catharsis. We need to look, Balhikabla. We need to stop making this an us versus them. We need to stop comparing. That's my whole argument I'm having right now with Gibbs. Anyway, Gibbs, sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. The reason I'm saying that it's different is, right, if I do a topic, right, in general, like when I go somewhere, and the topic is X policy or is X person doing whatever, that means generally the current situation, right? And the reason I think it's different, and I think this does matter with the BLM thing, is specifically only because of what happened 2 weeks ago with the Ukrainian girl. Right, because now it's gone viral, and after it's gone viral, BLM's official page on Instagram posted, and it was fact-checked like several times today, that they posted a video basically condoning violence against white people, right? They posted a clip from a film where someone was advocating for violence, saying it might be necessary. And so whenever we have prominent leftist organizations like BLM sitting here basically condoning violence against basically a refugee, or saying, oh, well, this might be justifiable based off life experience, and then we come over today and we have Charlie Kirk getting shot, it seems like that one side is being a little bit more, and when I say this, y'all are just like incredulous, and I'm like, well,
because because one, I don't think it bears out facts and reality. Two, I think that it's unnecessary to the topic at hand, and the only purpose it serves is to fan the flames of tension in America, fan the flames of this us versus them mentality. It serves to divide us, to try to weigh in the scales of who's going to benefit or hurt more politically for this. And I think that what we need to be talking about right now simply is de-escalatory measures and how to turn this from an 11 to a 6 or a 5 in this country, because we are in a very dangerous state in America right now, where we have people who feel justified in what they're going to do, and we need to stop that shit. $5, £5. I'm sorry, for €5, £5 from Jacob Buckingham says both sides say the other side does more violence as an excuse to not de-escalate. Yes, that's just true.
Another point that was made in chat was trying to de-escalate is also then used by each side to say, oh, well, you don't care enough. You don't, this is apathy. You're trivializing this. It's like, no, it's just, actually the reason that we seem to be trying to de-escalate is because it's so severe, because it's so condemnable. Detestable.
Hold on, they're saying I missed a super chat. Which one did I miss? Go on, I'm looking for the one I was supposed to miss.
2 minutes ago, Forbes just posted saying that he's still in critical condition.
Yeah,
so we don't know.
I saw another one as well.
We don't know.
Yeah, so I will say this. I there's no way he if he survives is ever the same again after taking a bullet through the throat. Like he's gonna be
a lot. Yeah, I don't think he's talking anymore. Andrew Steele says, I missed one for Blahiki Blah. I think I read that. Did you guys miss it? Hold on. Maybe I'll read it again. It says, $5 from Blahiki Blah to say maybe stop right now is actually a good time to stop bringing up right-wing violence. Did I not read that? Did you guys not hear that one? $5 from Joe the Mig to say BLM involved 2+ years of the left, in particular media, minimizing or outright excusing left-wing violence. It is absolutely related. Again, do you think that BLM had anything to do with the shooting today, Joe the Mig?
I guess the reason why I am bringing the BLM up is because I think it does have something to do with the person that died 2 weeks ago. And I think that in light of the already volatile environment, I think that it's easy for people to understand why, whenever they're equating policy to action, that you could see this being tied to that. Like, I think that, yeah, if this guy turns out to be a leftist of some sort, I think they are tied together in some kind of way. Like, I mean, I've seen people call Charlie.
I'm trying. You keep going. I'm listening. I'm just trying. Like, look. No, a lot of information's coming in. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I think that it's reasonable whenever people have, like, kind of vilified Charlie Kirk as a racist. Like, you know, it doesn't surprise me that, you know, in one way or another. Now, I don't know if this guy's saying it's racially motivated, but I think I'm saying the BLM thing is relevant solely because of the heated environment due to this girl being killed and it being possibly related to, like, a DEI appointment, like, sort of thing. Because it seems like the girl who appointed the judge was a DEI champion of the year or something, won an award, and then there might be some kind of corruption thing going on where the girl's sending it to her partner. And it does seem like this might be related to that movement overall.
$10 from Blahiki Blah to say, if I thought the other side was doing more violence against my side and there was just an assassination, it's very likely to escalate my negative feelings if you spend time arguing against my view. I am here, and I want to be very clear, I'm here to give you the truth as I see it. If that makes you upset or mad or angry, that's not my problem, that's your problem, okay? I am not going to try to pretend that something isn't true when I don't think it is true. And I will, again, just give you the facts as I see them, and you can disagree. You can think I'm wrong. I might actually be wrong. I don't think I am, but I might. I don't have a fucking list next to me of all the things that all sides are doing, but I stand by my statement that if you're trying to turn this into an us versus them thing, if you're trying to do that, you're escalating things, and you're, again, you're not helping anything. No one is helped by what you're doing.
I think we should be calling out bad actors, though, that are, like...
Oh, yeah. People who are trying to escalate this, absolutely call them out. I think that's a good thing to do. People are saying that this is war and shit like that. People warning... I think that's an escalation, and we should call that out.
Do you agree? Now, this is a little bit different. I guess I watched, I guess, Tim Pool with those two British guys not too long ago, and Tim Pool and a few others have advocated that we're already in the precursors of like a civil war, right? Or we're already in, like, a civil war, right? Do you think it's the same to say, like, like, prepare for war, as it is to say, I think that we're already showing the signs of something like this, and it's something to be concerned about? Do you think that's the same?
I think there's different ways to do it. We have a new guest today, Ryan C. Mullally. Welcome to the show. Hi. What do you think? What are your thoughts? You got a camera for us today?
Yeah, I do, buddy. Just 1 second.
Yeah, hold on. Let me turn you down just a smidge because you're louder to everyone else, at least to me.
Hey, that better?
Oh, yeah, I just adjusted you on my end.
Great.
Yeah, give us your... Have you been watching the coverage, or where are you jumping in on, right?
This is crazy. So far, everyone I've seen has kind of been sane about their responses. It's been thoughts and prayer. I mean, except for Destiny. But I think that would be the general exception to all rules is Destiny. But hopefully, this is something that everyone agrees is just beyond the pale. Like, no matter left, right, wherever you land, this is absolutely unacceptable. Though I have been collecting on my X feed various idiots who are saying things like, like responding to my post saying, Charlie Kirk advocated for the Second Amendment, so he's getting what he deserves, that sort of thing, which certainly is happening, but at least the big figures seem to largely be sane so far, other than Destiny.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just getting getting a lot of.
I have AP and Fox News now, like both live feeds, and they just interviewed somebody from the hospital, and they're saying that he is in critical condition at the moment.
Trump just announced he's dead.
Oh, damn.
On Truth. Oh, but no, but he could have seen what we saw.
Yeah, I don't know.
And Trump would do that. He would be like a normal human on social media that read that tweet and says, okay, fine, I'm just going to retweet.
I mean, on the flip side, just to play devil's advocate on this, because I tend to agree with you on that. You might have just read something and gone with it. But on the flip side, if the president called and they were like keeping it quiet, you would probably tell the president if someone's actually dead or not.
Yeah.
So that that would be the only caveat.
Here's the post. I'm going to show it on my stream, and I'm going to read it out for you guys. It is the president. What he says is newsworthy. This is what he says. He says, "The great and even legendary Charlie Kirk is dead. No one understood or had the heart of the youth in the United States of America better than Charlie. He was loved and admired by all, especially me, and now he is no longer with us. Melania and my sympathies go out to his beautiful wife, Erica, and family. Charlie, we love you." If he is dead, that's perfectly fine thing to say, I think.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that. But we'll see.
I mean, you kind of have to assume the president is right until proven otherwise, to be honest with you. Like, you would have to assume he has better information than we do.
Yeah, than we do. Yeah,
and the reason why I definitely want to lead credence that is since he is the president, and we are talking about a situation that could become volatile. You would think that if they were keeping it quiet until the news was saying he's like critical, et cetera, they would tell the president if he called and asked in order that he could potentially prepare for a mass violent reaction of some kind.
I just don't know. I don't know.
I don't know. It is Trump. Who knows? I'll give you that one because he does go off his own feed quite often.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. It is a shame that he's not the most reliable narrator. But yeah, I mean, I guess let's see. So he said that the only other crazy take I saw from a mainstream source was that MSNBC segment where they were saying that
okay, CBS. I'm sorry, CBS News is now confirming that he is dead.
Jesus.
There's a lot of people saying
it's how is it that shocks, even though
I saw the video.
Ryan,
I saw the video. He's probably dead.
Yeah, but the thing is, for me, it's when I read the first time that he's dead, it still shocks you. I don't know. Death is fucking scary and weird.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I assumed he wasn't making it after I watched that video.
I think I still had hope. That's the thing, and then that hope was snatched away when I just read this sentence. And sure, that's me, stranger on the internet. People that actually know him read that and get the worst kind of.
It's look, the guy had a family. The guy had friends. The guy had people who loved him, regardless of what you think of his politics. It's a loss to the world. It's a loss to the world. You may not like the guy. That's fine. You don't look, I'm trying to think how to say this. I don't require you to be super sad at this moment. I don't even require you to care, frankly.
Mm-hmm.
At least that he's dead. But I am asking you, please, have some dignity and don't celebrate it.
Yeah, I would go even a little further.
Be a decent human being.
Yeah, have some dignity and don't celebrate it.
At minimum that. But also, he was killed because he was engaging in civil discourse and political speech at an event. The fact, he was killed because he is in the rare category of people who feels comfortable speaking about politics in the way that he does openly and trying to have a discourse about it at the type of event where he actually is having conversations with people, and maybe you don't like those conversations. But I mean, there's something deeply, deeply un-American about that. About targeting somebody because they're engaging in speech and you don't like that speech. That's very disturbing. And even if you hate everything that he says, you should be enough of an American to be horrified by that. And that should get a response from you, even if you loathe the guy.
And this is, look, I talk a lot from the moral perspective, but I want to back up and talk from the strategic perspective a little bit. If you are a Democrat and you care about left policies in any way, shape, or form, you should be mad at the shooter right now because he just set your cause back by a lot. He just radicalized people against your cause. You will gain nothing from this. You will gain only pain, okay? This will only embolden people on the right who already hate you to hate you even more. It will embolden Trump administration to do a lot of crackdowns on freedom of speech in a lot of ways, and it will embolden them to take action against you and your causes. So again, morally, it's very condemnable, but strategically, it's also condemnable. And we have to look at it through both lenses, in my opinion. You just have to. Kitty, I want to hear your thoughts right now. You have something to say?
No, I'm just busy, just reading. TikTone just said being radicalized and that sort of stuff. And I guess it's a fun joke to say that you're being radicalized with all of this. But yes, keep reposting. Do not respond with violence. Do not. I think it's there's a lot of angry people, and some of them are my friends here, and it's like I understand. I absolutely understand. But
well,
no,
I like to piggyback off that. I think that y'all both kind of hit the nail on the head. Well, one with a strategic standpoint, which I absolutely agree. Like from a strategic standpoint, this is possibly the worst thing that could happen to the Dems. Like this is massively bad. Like for the Dems. Listen, I am an asshole. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it, and I want my side to win. I absolutely do. This is not how I want to win. Right? Like this is not like I don't want people dying and like us getting radicalized and then us going and like making like this guy a martyr and turning it like that's not what we want happening. That's not a healthy political discourse. And then to piggyback off what Ryan said, I think that this is really important. The fact that Charlie Kirk is one of the few people that goes and engages with the normie, right? He goes and sits there and he does town halls openly, and partially because of Charlie Kirk's influence, the lefties have done this, the righties have done this, that has become a more prominent thing. And I think by killing this person or attempting to kill this person,
it's going to make it less.
Really,
it's going to make it bad overall because you're going to make it much more dangerous for all of us. Like you and I are targets now, possibly. It's crazy.
Absolutely. Look, there was a very real possibility I would be at an event like this, doing things like this. Yeah. And $10 from No Step on Snake to say, maintain the guardrails of civilization, even at the expense of your most dearly held political views. Without civil society, we have nothing. I tend to agree with this. 99% of the way. I will say that there is going to be a chilling effect on all in-person debate events from now on. Absolutely. There are people right now rethinking their appearances at a live in-person hostile debate event, right? Where you're going and you're talking and you're having discourse with someone on a hot topic. And that is going to hurt us as a society. Right? People are going to be less willing to engage face-to-face with each other. And I think that that's going to hurt us as a society. It's going to make it... Because that's already been happening, right? That's already been happening, right? We've already had this kind of atomization away from each other, this separation. We don't see each other as fellow citizens. We see each other as enemies. And this is only going to increase that. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you, Kitty, please.
I think some people are also just so black-pilled. They're just like, okay... Oh, it's inevitable. Now we must go into war. It's like you can put the brakes on, boys. We don't have to just go, oh well, it's inevitable. This is human nature. That often if I'm looking at history, that's what I will say. But we are here. We are in it now. So we're participants in this. Okay. My tweets are not going to change the world. Your tweets are not going to change the world. Tweets are not going to really change the world. But the point is just we could be better examples. The points that you guys are making.
I hate that we live in a world that is like this. I hate that there are people
Fox
who are going
News
to
is
be.
reporting he's dead too now.
Yeah, he's dead, gang. I think we have enough information to just say he's gone.
I think we need to also just acknowledge that real life is downstream of ideas on some level, and we've been in an era where, for a variety of reasons, and I think we're going to spend a lot of time talking about the left today for very obvious reasons. There are people who are just openly advocating for revolution, for punching fascists, for, like the meme about like anything you punch a baby is fine as long as it brings awareness to Palestine. Like if you have this kind of political culture where you are saying that there are no guardrails and that the ends justify the means and that we should burn it all down to make a better tomorrow, then somebody's going to listen to you. And the people who listen to you are normally mentally ill. And I will agree with you 100% that it's not you saying something that inspired a mentally ill person does not make it your fault. But at the same time, the tone of the political discourse has gotten so out of hand over the last couple of years. And now we've seen, 2020, the BLM, 2 assassination attempts on Trump, Charlie Kirk is dead. I mean, there are consequences to the way we talk about politics. And it might be nice for us to be able to have a one-on-one conversation in person without having to hire fucking security to do it.
Hold on, are we down? Are we still up?
Hold
on, someone was saying F's in chat. Okay, I think we are. Katie, go ahead. Your thoughts.
My thought, I just thought this panel might need someone who's not part of this circle jerk, so I figured I'd come over. I do have some questions, but I'll first let you continue. I didn't want to interrupt this. Hello, person that was talking. Hi.
Well, we're all talking.
Oh, they're doing
real
F's
confusing for anybody with
chat.
my accent.
Okay.
Katie and Kitty is going to be real hard for y'all to understand. I know y'all struggle with a Texas accent.
Okay, F to pay respects in chat for Charlie Kirk. Okay, fair enough. I was like, oh, is the stream down? But no, it's not. We are at a point where you can ask your questions, Katie. Go ahead.
I would just like, I thought your title was super interesting. I'm interested in what you define as political violence.
I think this is a good example of political violence. At least I'm
Yeah, I didn't ask for an example. I asked for a definition.
Violence motivated by political animosity, or to protect a political cause, and then you go out and you do violence because of that. It's probably not the perfect definition, but it's one off the top of my head I'll give you.
Do you consider suppression of protests by police to be political violence?
Suppression of protests by police to be political violence depends on how they do it. Are they doing it through violence?
Violently.
Yeah, then yes, obviously, if you're going around breaking up a protest by beating people in the head or whatever, that's political violence.
But also we've given the state a monopoly on violence. That's what having a government and the police force is. They are allowed to use violence. We are not. That's
no.
How that works.
So yeah, do you think that's a good thing?
Obviously, yes.
Yes, they need. This is part of the guardrail.
Obviously, yes.
That's part of the guardrail.
It is good that. It is good that the police are enforcing the laws rather than us shooting each other in the face. That is obviously better.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, it's good to know.
Well, your response was just laugh. What's the counter argument?
The counter argument is that
it's bad.
You didn't make the.
I don't echo that statement, by the way. I don't echo.
Wait.
Well, I mean, Gibbs has the most guns, so if we stop having the police settling things, then Gibbs is in charge.
Just saying. I think there's somebody who said, I think it's good to see the police.
I would like to answer.
Yeah, go ahead, Katie, please.
I'm sorry, I don't. So your name is Ryan?
Yes.
Okay, and you? Sorry, I don't know you. The lady.
I'm Kitty.
Kitty? Okay.
Kitty. Yeah.
So Katie and Kitty. Okay. We're gonna be a team by the end of this. I'm sure. No, Ryan. I mean, you didn't make the title, right? The title was that Wick said that there's no room for political violence. So obviously, Wick doesn't think that. Well, Wick obviously thinks that police should be able to brutalize protesters, but he will say that he doesn't need to, right? Because he doesn't believe political violence. So to be fair, my critique is not to you. You think it's good that police can beat up protesters, and Wick hopefully doesn't. That's fine.
Okay, Katie, right?
Yeah. Hi.
You do understand that I don't think it's good when police brutalize anyone, but I do think it's good that police uphold the law.
Yeah.
And protect the citizenry from violent actors.
Which are often the police, yeah?
To the extent that the police engage in extrajudicial violent activity, they should be held accountable, arrested, and gone through the legal process to take them out.
Okay. So
can we
just one second,
cut
Ryan.
through this? No. A man was just shot and killed for speaking publicly his political views, and your response is this is a good reason to undo the concept of police and government. Like I'm not sure.
No, I'm sorry.
Where are you going with this? What's the point?
Yeah. I'm sorry. You don't know me. I thought about undoing government and police way before Charlie Kirk. I actually don't give a fuck about Charlie Kirk, right? So So yeah, don't worry. It's not because Charlie Kirk got shot. I don't care.
And you align on the broader left, right? I would assume.
I would hope so. Some people call me a
So
liberal,
Wick,
I'm one of you.
Wick, to your point about the strategy and the optics, if I were a Republican strategist, I would just let you talk for days.
Hey, I
would have you on CNN. I would have you on every platform. Spread your views. You will elect a GOP majority for centuries.
And that's why
Wick
collects. And that's why Wick collects a bunch of liberals who claim to be progressives to sit around on his little panel and try to suck up to Republicans. Yes, that is why he does that.
Katie, I brought you on because I think that having a leftist perspective might have helped the discussion.
Thank you.
But that being said, if you're just here to kind of take shots at how I run things, I don't know why you're here.
No. I'm totally fine having a conversation with you, Wick. It's just a problem if Ryan wants to interject every once in a while to, I don't know, get upset that I don't appeal to Republicans or something. So,
I am not.
Depends.
Okay, I want to be clear. I'm not here to appeal to Republicans. What I am trying to do is
that was his critique of me, Wick, not you.
Okay. But you said that we had a liberal circle jerk that was appealing to Republicans. That is something that you said on this panel.
Sure,
I don't appeal to Republicans at all, for the record.
I am not doing that, and I'm telling you why I'm not doing that. I am trying to de-escalate a very volatile, intense situation in America after a man was shot because he was engaging in civil discourse. I think that represents a terrible, terrible precedent for this country. It is a warning sign that is building on other warning signs that we are heading for a very violent time in America, and I don't want to see that happen. Me saying you should not go out and shoot people you disagree with is not sucking up to Republicans.
Of course not. I wouldn't never think that. I'm wondering if you had any other panels when other people get shot, like, when protesters get shot for saying their opinions publicly, or if it's just Charlie Kirk.
When you have a very famous figure that is breaking news, and I happen to have been doing nothing, right, at the time when I heard it, and I thought we should have a discussion about this because this is politically violent and politically motivated. I have had panels before on police brutality. I have had panels before on people using extrajudicial killings. I'm having a panel next week on it, in fact. When it comes to the poor girl who was killed in the train, right? So again, do I do it for every single murder in America? Obviously not. But when it makes news, I think.
Well,
it's
to add to that,
absolutely-
Wick, I think that this is maybe unfair, like kind of framing. I mean, for all the reasons you gave, but this is a kind of unfair framing, Katie. I think that you're doing here because one, like what Kirk does is just what we do on a bit larger scale, right? Like, are you like? So I think it is concerning.
Wait,
especially for people.
do you think I'm gonna sit here on like Twitch and tell you I think it's good that he got shot?
No, but I do think that this is part of the reason I think that you called it a liberal circle jerk, which I think is funny because I'm a Republican and I'm getting shit from my Republican counterpart saying I'm not sitting here screaming enough, right?
No,
But hold on,
I would call this a Republican circle jerk, but Wick would get upset and not let me talk. Okay,
well,
I'm being nice.
Well,
Don't worry.
fine, but that's fine because I think it's funny because there are people further right than me that are saying, Gibbs, you're not going off like you should be. And then, like, you're calling it a liberal circle jerk or a Republican circle jerk. But at the same time, this is what I'm talking about, Wick. When I go, I see leftists or progressives or even further people than progressives that are advocating for the I think Katie kind of just advocated for this when she came in, for the forcible tearing down of the system. And this is what that looks like to them. Shooting pundits, shooting political leaders, tearing down the system violently. That's what they're advocating for, and this is a concern because she's over here laughing, saying this is circle jerk because we're tamping down the violence.
$5. I'm sorry, $5 from Audacity to say 35,000 people in the Tim Pool chat. 80% of them of the chats are saying war. This is what's happening right now. We're having.
Tim Pool's also been the one saying we're in a civil war already.
Yeah, we're having the right now is going to escalate this. They are wanting. There's a sizable portion of I'm not saying any of you guys, right? But there's a sizable portion on the right who wants this to lead to violence. They want that. Yeah. What I am trying to do is to de-escalate, to tamp down, and one of the ways I do that is by speaking to the people on the left who are celebrating and saying, "Stop that shit. It doesn't help."
Do you think people who celebrate that Charlie Kirk is dead are the same people who are in Tim Pool's chat are actually like sharpening their guns or whatever, ready to go to war?
They are obviously not the same group, but they are helping each other.
Yeah, this is
because you compare people being willing, because you're comparing people saying on Twitter, "I'm glad Charlie Kirk is dead," to people actively wanting to be violent towards, I don't know, trans people now because Charlie Kirk got killed. Yeah. Twitter comments is the same as I'm going to go out violently and start beating people up.
Do you not think that there's left-wing violence? Is that like you think right-wing political violence is the exclusive form of political violence?
Do you think that left-wing political violence and right-wing political violence are in any way comparable?
You got to answer the question before you ask the question.
Yeah, sorry. I don't think that left-wing politics, violence in America is nearly on the same scale as right-wing politics.
Okay, so we had the summer of 2020. Mm-hmm. That's not left-wing violence in your mind? Burning cities, multiple deaths, billions of dollars. The Chad zone, was any of that left-wing political violence in your mind?
Oh, okay. You can't say BLM?
We had 2 assassination attempts on Trump. Were either of those left-wing political violence in your mind?
Well, wasn't
Charlie Kirk was just shot and killed today. Was any of that left-wing political violence in your mind? The idea
why did the guy shoot Charlie Kirk? Ryan, sweetie. Ryan,
you think it's
Ryan, who shot Charlie Kirk and why did they shoot him? Ryan, please tell me who shot Charlie Kirk and why did they do that? Because surely you know, right?
Yeah, you know what? We can set a bet on it. All the money in my pocket against all the money in your pocket. That the person who shot Charlie Kirk didn't like him very much. You want to take that bet?
No. I agree that he didn't like him very much. I think it's someone who shot Charlie Kirk for not being Nazi enough.
Maybe they were best friends. Who knows?
Okay, $10 from Doobie.
You on that?
Just real quick, $10 from Doobie to say, I'll be pretty surprised if this doesn't lead to major left or liberal influencers being targeted in retaliation.
I think that is a point, though. Sorry.
It would be.
That's going to happen, but I think that is a point. There is a possibility that somebody finds, because we've heard a lot of people. I mean, even on my timeline, some normie people that don't talk about politics on Twitter, they commented on Charlie Kirk here. So Charlie Kirk is somewhat considered normie, and it's possible that someone from the far right actually thinks he's too moderate and too soft and wants to
Agreed.
or yeah.
Let me
That's why I would like to make that bet. I want to make that bet with Ryan. I'd be really interested if it was some, because I think
it doesn't matter. It
But
actually
Ryan
doesn't
wanted-
matter. What we spoke about previously is actually de-escalate no matter what. What is happening is everyone's going, my side did this much, my side, this side did more. All of that discussion just escalates it more. It doesn't matter actually who's to blame here, because there has been political violence, and the point is that we need to come to the center and go, political violence. I know that you've got other views on the political violence of police, all of that. I think that's for another day. But
of course you do. But my point is that it's not, right? I came here to say that it's not. I know you would like to isolate it, but obviously that's why I'm here, because I'm saying that political violence has always been around and is always existed. You just care about this.
Can we not condemn it? No. I can care about it. I care about it because we're talking about it here. There is a literal context for us to talk about this.
Yes, and I'm allowed to extend that context.
I've never had these thoughts in my life. It's
not sure, and I'm allowed to extend that context unless Wick wants me to go, and then you can all talk about how sad you are about Charlie Kirk. That's fine.
Well,
I don't.
Let me piggyback off this, and I think that maybe you can relate to this a little bit, Katie. Is that so? I think there's a second level to this that I think is really concerning that Kitty here has brought up. Is that you're going to have people like, okay, Charlie Kirk, I think is scary, because when you look at Charlie Kirk, he's pretty much a model citizen. As far as I know, he doesn't have any like skeletons in the closet, right? Like, now do y'all remember the Kyle Rittenhouse case? Like, it comes out, he shoots those two people, and then it turns out one was a pedo and one had all these other charges. And then now we have this guy that killed this girl, and he's got 14 charges, right? And then you have the Kilmore Garcia case. Well, it turns out he's potentially MS-13 and he's a woman beater, right? And so you have these things, and now we're going to come back and you're going to look at Charlie Kirk getting killed, who's a model citizen, and you're going to have someone go and, like, we'll use Destiny because he just made an edgy joke, and I guess we'll make an edgy I hope this doesn't happen, but say he goes to a public event and someone shoots him, then you're gonna have the right people on the right go, well, they killed this sex pest, look at these people, this is justifiable, and they're gonna go, he's just like the people that died to Kyle Rittenhouse. And now you have people on the right who are gonna be going, holy shit, they're all full of these people, they took out our model citizen guy, and now this guy dies, and they're trying to equivalent Destiny to like Charlie Kirk or something. Like, that's something y'all should be concerned about, because they're gonna feel morally justified, even more so than I think like people on the left are, who have been like, because this guy's clearly mentally
I think
ill,
we need to. I think we need to restructure
more.
things here, because I don't know if this is helpful to the situation. I think
that's concerning.
We need to stop. I'm begging here. Okay, we need to stop trying to do the other side does it more. This is not helpful. My purpose here, I will say it again, I've said it before, is to simply note and observe the tension at play in America, how the levels of violence are escalating, and that this is bad, that this is wrong, that we need to reverse course, and we need to do it now. If we do not, there will be blood on the streets, and it will be a significantly worse place.
There's already been blood on the streets before I started caring about the blood on the streets. Like,
do you want more blood?
No. But this is why I was getting so irritated before. Is that if you want to take the temperature down, Wick, and I agree with you that that is the correct thing to do, then the only way to do that is to reassert the guardrails and to say, we do share a common moral framework. We do share a country. There are things that we can all agree on. Political violence is wrong. And if your reaction to that, and I've just met you, so pardon me for forming an opinion on you based off just this conversation, but if your reaction to that is immediately to pivot to, my pet cause is to abolish the police, and let me tell you why police are political violence, then you are doing the exact thing that leads to this sort of shooting. So I'm not going to treat you like you're a sane person, because in a conversation about turning down the temperature, your only goal is to turn up the temperature in favor of your pet political project, which is the exact thing that we should not be doing right now for all the reasons that Wick and Gibbs have given. If that's all you have to
I am
offer,
going to reset the panel in a
like
second.
a sane human being.
Last words from Katie here, and then we're gonna reset. I'm gonna Kitty can stay because Kitty was helping me report.
Yeah, Wick, I just think that if you're interested in just having a panel where you're doing whatever it is that you think you're doing, that's completely fine. If there is no place in this panel to talk about political violence in a greater context because it's some pet project or whatever,
Katie,
I can leave.
No
problem.
Katie, here's what we're gonna do. We can have that discussion Friday. I will set up a panel for you, and we will have 2-on-2 or something, and you can come and you can talk about it, and we can have that context. Is that fair?
You do whatever you want.
I'm asking you what. Okay. I'm going to reset
have
the panel.
the dialogue.
Katie, you are invited if you want. Okay. I don't know. Look, let me read some super chats. Very frustrating. $5 from Joe the Mig to say Katie is here to show the world that we don't share a moral framework with the far left or far right. You guys know.
Far. That's the word far. The word far means you've taken it too far.
Well, this is. She literally did the meme. That's why I was starting to get heated, where it's like, I just made that comment where it's like, okay, if you think punching a baby's okay because it raises attention for your cause, we just don't share a moral framework anymore. And, what else is there to do to turn down the temperature other than to say, maybe take 5 minutes off your personal political crusade?
And keep in mind.
Well,
I just want to make this clear. Katie is not representative of Democrats. She's not a She hates us. She hates liberals, right? She's not a liberal.
Well, yeah,
she does not represent liberals.
You're quite a Republican.
She is
the
enemy of liberalism.
Yeah, that was funny.
But anyway.
This is why I was really reiterating it from the right wing, I already see this happening, right? And this is kind of why you brought up the Tim Pool thing with 30,000 people, or maybe your super chat did. Whoever brought that up. Yeah, and a good job, super chat. And this is why I brought this up with Tim Pool, because Tim Pool has been saying it's a civil war. People on the right, people in general, need to prep for it, and we're in the early stages. And I think that's slightly different than whatever. And now I am concerned that 30,000 people are saying that. That's a little bit of a different escalation. But this is why I'm saying on the right, I already see people going, they've killed somebody that's a model citizen. If we kill bad people now, this is what they're doing to our good ones. We should you've given the normies an ammo, and a lot of the normies aren't exposed to the online, thank God, because they have their own bubbles. But then it's it's just a path into radicalization when something like this happens, and it's extremely concerning if you don't want the U.S. to fall into open civil war. I think something needs to be happening nationally. I don't as a message. I don't know what that is.
Go ahead, Ryan.
And some major
I do have
voices
to hold on just real quick. Housekeeping,
go
just housekeeping thing. I do have to go do a thing real quick. Entertain my panel. No slurs. I will be back in 2 minutes. Okay, sorry about that. Go ahead, Ryan.
No, and Wick, I'm sorry, and Gibbs, I totally agree. I mean, I think that major voices need to start practicing what they preach on this. And, Tim Pool's one of them. Destiny's one of them. The last time I know Tim Pool talks about civil war all the time. The last time I was on Destiny, I was chiding him for trying to escalate a cycle of what I considered political vendettas in the political arena. Just constant prosecutions, never-ending cycle of prosecutions. And I told him, where does that end? And he joked, civil war. And this has become kind of like a common meme, but you actually need to have people who have large audiences, who have captive viewership, who have parasocial relationships that are extensive, saying, no, I passionately disagree with this guy. I think his politics are terrible. I think his ideas are vile. I think nobody should elect him dogcatcher, but we're both Americans. We share, there's things that we share, there's limits, and that needs to be said.
Well, right. This is maybe the issue, and this is kind of something I keep coming back to, since I've joined this panel, is that it's specifically the current environment, right? Like I called my mom today. And we talked politics. I was explaining to her how the Ukrainian girl killing is a bomb for the Dems because it encompasses all these different issues: DEI, immigration, the Ukraine war. Like the only one it doesn't check off is the Israel-Palestine thing. Now, and that in and of myself, like it's sad. And I told her this is like, but my hope is that something good will come of this. Like we'll get policy, they'll shift. Like we could get it. And I didn't ever think it would escalate. But then today, we have Charlie Kirk being murdered and assassinated, and it's like you have this one thing that's volatile, and it's like, okay, we're seeing like Trump try to clear out DI. That's one thing. We see the immigration. Like you could say, okay, these are policy. But now when it's escalated so much further, my concern is people on the right are going to stop being rational and like let policy do the changes and are going to take matters in their own hands. And that's my concern because it's back-to-back whammies that are so prominent.
Yeah.
And then
like
you can
perfect
attack
storm.
other things. Yeah, like the shooter recently. Like there's so many. It's just like back to back to back. It's like I said this earlier today. It was that the Ukrainian girl murder was almost too perfect of like a right wing issue like that have come up, right? Because it checks so many things. And then now we have this, and it's like you just killed their favorite dog. Like, and now these guys think they're John Wick. Like that's a problem. Maybe it's more like Neil Team 6.
It's what I'm hearing from big voices here on Twitter when I'm looking at like what was Tim's response with people chat? You guys are obviously double tapping or whatever. What was Tim's response to that? Because it seemed like, I mean, I remember I did the trigonometry video that he was talking about civil war. It's kind of like he just saw it as inevitable. But yeah, that doesn't mean we need to really abandon all hope. I don't know. Maybe I'm naive.
Yeah, I'm hoping. I'm a dreamer. I'm romantic at heart.
Yeah.
Like it's like I just like, okay, and this is why I like Wick coming on Wick. Wick's one of the first people ever let me come on when I started coming in the politics space. I think it's important that we talk, and it like just now earlier, Katie was like, "Oh, these are all Republicans." Like Wick and I butt heads even on framing of how we say stuff sometimes. Like the idea that we're like somehow like in the same party is ludicrous, right? But at the same time, it's good because this is what we need. We need cross-party line dialogue so that we can get policy that benefits the majority of America, like in a way that we can all live with each other. Like,
hey, let me. I'm back. I missed most of your guys' conversation. Hopefully, it wasn't too unhinged. $5 from Joe the Mig to say Dems in America's largest cities are about to elect someone aligned with Katie's moral framework. Yes, not all, but we can't pretend the creep isn't real. And then $5 from Your Barmy to say violence from one side. You're in a pipe dream if you think the temperature is going down. Get some popcorn. Again, this idea, and I keep pushing back against it because you guys keep doing this like, oh, look at the other side. We are now justified in doing whatever we're going to. We're going to call for more violence and things like that. Stop. We need de-escalation. Look, Destiny did it too. And I'll read you a quote from Destiny.
Yeah, sure did.
Oh no, what did
yeah, I'll bring it up on screen. And Destiny, if you're watching, come on, we're gonna yell again, okay? He says this. I'm assuming he says, okay, here we go. He says, I want to hear a single large political figure on the right say we need to bring down the rhetoric temperature in this country on all sides before anyone on the left does this cucked, we disavow violence is bad bullshit. This is the world Trump is building. Stop blindly closing your eyes to it and pretending it's not happening. Yes, Trump is absolutely turning up the rhetoric. That is true. There are many on the right that are doing it. That is true. But if you're to kind of cover your eyes to the left that is also doing this, I don't know what to talk. I don't know how to engage with you. Part of de-escalation. Go ahead.
Yeah,
go ahead.
He escalated with that little line at the bottom there. He made it the side thing. But it's true, yes. See, somebody on the right needs to stand up and be a real just be conservative about it and be like, listen, guys, this is not how we behave. We're not animals. This is it.
I'm angrily quote tweeting. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, this is why I talk about American values so much, because the only way that you can live in a country that has a lot of free speech and a lot of guns is to understand that we share something. There's a commonality there that's more important than our differences and disagreements. You have to see that in each other because that's what unites you and makes it possible for you to disagree with somebody and be okay with that. And what I see on the fringe, and I think it is appropriate to talk about the fringe left today of all days, on the fringe left, you see a revolutionary ideology. When people are openly communists or kind of like vanguard socialists, that's what they're talking about. They're talking about destruction of American values in order to replace it with their own values. You don't share a moral framework with them, and they will cheer when something like this happens. And I am scared by seeing that same sort of ideology, the rejection of the American moral system, rising on the right. That's what Wick and I talk about when we call the woke right. We talk about people who reject the American moral proposition. They reject the American value system. They want to burn it down and replace it with their own. And that ideology, wherever it arises, has to be rejected because there's no way for us to communicate. Otherwise, it's far. It is extreme. It's fringe.
The far.
Yeah. And this is why Wick and I get along. I don't even think there's a single policy issue other than protect the filibuster and don't pack the court that Wick and I agree on. I think it's two. That's the only two. But we get along because we both share the same value system, even though our policies are totally different. And we know that. And that it's important to actually talk about that and show that to people.
$5 from Joe the Mig to say people pretending that left-wing violence wasn't off the rails in the 70s. People's frame of reference is terrible, and I blame the education system. Well, you had the Weather Underground. Was that 70s or 60s? It might have been both. But yeah, there's always been violence.
I got a shooter update for you.
What's up?
This is according to Fox News, and Nick Sortor is sharing it too, from a different source. It says the authorities are saying that the guy they caught is not the shooter. The shooter's still at large. However, the original person arrested apparently confessed multiple times to the shooter to being the shooter.
Oh, so he's just kind of a crazy guy?
So they caught somebody, he confessed to it, I guess saying multiple times he did it and he'd do it again, and then they confirmed off videotapes that it's not the same guy. So he's still at large.
Fuck.
Okay.
Not the right guy.
Hope they catch him.
Yeah,
so Biden has
Asmongold had a good take, by the way.
Oh, we'll read that in a second. I'm curious.
This is just normal.
This is Biden's. Here's Biden's stance on it. He says, there is no place in our country for this kind of violence. It must end now. Jill and I are praying for Charlie Kirk's family and loved ones. And yes, this type of statement is a de-escalatory statement. It is something that all major politicians from all major platforms who want to be taken seriously in this country need to do immediately. Call for de-escalating rhetoric and de-escalate the situation. I don't care how righteous you feel, how justified you feel, right? How angry you feel. You need to just, I don't know. Anyway.
No, I think it's a good litmus test, Wick. Like, I think we should screenshot how people responded today, screenshot people like the woman you brought on earlier, the people who, and then remember what they said. Because if there are people who are clickbaiting off of this or, engagement farming and saying crazy, wild shit, remember who those people are because they're not on your team. They're not on your team.
$5 more from AF. To say, sadly, there are people who want a civil war from both the left and the right, and it seems that we, Americans, are held hostage by them in a way. Yes, there are accelerationists who want to see the breakdown of the liberal order in order for them to take advantage of the chaos that will cause. That is absolutely a thing that is happening and is being pushed by accelerationists on both sides of the horseshoe. They want to see a break. In order for their ideology to rise, there has to be ashes first, and they're trying to make those ashes and just destroy the liberal order.
I do.
Go ahead.
I do want to add something here, though, and I think Kitty kind of brought this up with what did Tim Pool say to what they said, and I would like to know what that answer was. I think it's one thing. I think there's three things that we need to look at here. Really, one with Tim Pool specifically, he's been saying for a while he thinks we're in a civil war, the precursor. He says the signs. I think there's one thing to be said for like, oh, prepare, like, hey, telling your loved ones, like, we need to not do violence, but be prepared in case violence happens. Like, take care of yourself, be safe, whatever you think that is. Like, I think that's one thing, and I think that's acceptable. And I think we need to tamp that. Two, I think that also it's good to focus on maybe the bigger people, like as influencers or people that want to be influencers, as opposed to like just Joe Schmo. Because what Charlie Kirk is like one of these people that's like beloved, like he's reached like normie status, and he is someone that's like what we would consider like kind of a model citizen, right? Like as far as I'm aware, I've never heard of any kind of like huge controversy surrounding Charlie Kirk. I've never heard him like shoot nobody or be on the Epstein list or anything, right? And there's going to be people that grieve, and part of the grieving process is going to be the anger. And listen, I hope the anger is just them saying mean things online and nobody acts on them, right? And so as long as it stays in that realm, like, and people are grieving, and then it tampers down over the next few days, like, or weeks or whatever, that would be optimum. And I think we should have some understanding. That's why I'm not really saying let's go in here and just start clipping every like right-wing normie that's saying, oh, fuck these people, because like they might be mad, and then later they might go delete it and they calm down or whatever, or they might admit it at the time, but like they don't want to act on it. I think that's somewhat reasonable, but I think that we do need to be concerned that if it goes from the next level, and we do need to focus on the influencers and the commentators tamping it down as a major one, because the ones that aren't, that's the problem. Like
$10 from Doobie to say, seems like you're pushing this violence onto the fringe left, but mainstream liberal influencers, not just Destiny, but yes, Destiny, have been defending or making excuses for political violence too. This is one of the major fights I have with Destiny whenever he does this. And I'm just going to say it now. If you are out there as any kind of influencer, right, left, center, don't matter to me. If you're using this situation to push for violence, whether that be to call for a retaliation against the left, whether that be to celebrate what happened to the murder of Charlie Kirk today, you are not on my team. You're not on my political team. You're just not. I think Ryan had the take here. We are enemies on this. The Satanic Mechanic says, are you being serious right now, Wick? Yes, I am being serious right now. Why would I joke about this? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you have to. I think it's correct. Gibbs is right. Like, really real small fish is a different thing. But when you talk about major influencers, people who have, a lot of clout, I think, Asmongold's comment is like a great example.
Well, let's hear it.
Like a sane take. He said, anyone surprised what happened to Charlie Kirk hasn't been paying attention. Go anywhere, Reddit, Twitter, etc., and you'll find thousands of unhinged direct calls to violence over politics. Until it's addressed for what it is, things like this will continue to happen. And that he's right. Like I one of the first things I did is I saw this happen. Destiny put up something crazy. I said, I basically criticized him for doing it. And then I just started collecting the unhinged comments that were criticizing me for criticizing him. And it was all kinds of people having all kinds of justifications for why Charlie Kirk should have gotten shot, and feeling very comfortable saying that. And, I get that the internet's a dark place, but we should feel comfortable saying to those people, like, we're not on the same team. And I don't care if you support me politically. Like, I don't care if you support my candidate. We are not on the same team.
Yeah, there is a separation that we need to make of people who are angry in a moment and then they calm down, as you said. But I do think that there are people, I think the most condemnable people, well, beside the shooter, obviously, the shooter gets all the, but when we're talking reactions, the most condemnable people are the people who are calling for retaliatory violence in response to this. I put those as the worst actors in this case. Below that are the people who are excusing the violence. Still bad, still wrong. Does Ryan have a job? I think he's a lawyer. I could be wrong.
You should add to that category, Wick, and this is something we actually haven't talked about yet, and I think this is something maybe we should talk about, and these people are also going to be bad. Are going to be the agents, the misinformation agents, right?
I thought you said the Asians. I was like, what?
No, the agents.
Okay, the Asians. What are we doing? It's like,
no.
The panel's taking a turn, Wick. We're going another direction.
whoa.
No. I like things. Make good food. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, listen. So they're over here going like the agents, these misinformation agents. There's going to be people that are going to sit here and go, it's foreign power, especially with this first guy confessing. Like I can already see the conspiracy theories starting, and that's something that's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
And you know that people are going to be like, oh look, and people are going to manipulate this for their gain one way or the other, like the QAnon or I can't think of a left wing conspiracy, but like a right wing, I can think of all sorts of right wing ones with like, oh it's the Jews, or something. Like I can already hear you already know this is coming, bro. Like I can already tell you, like I just don't know. But like, especially in light of this first guy admitting it and then not being the right guy.
Yeah, look. There's good. We are in a situation. There's going to be conspiracy after conspiracy after conspiracy at this. Even when we get the actual information out, people aren't going to believe it because it doesn't fit their conspiracy brain. We don't know for sure why this happened and the motivations. We can make some good guesses. Look, you're kidding yourself if you don't think it's probably someone who did not like Charlie Kirk. But I think that what we need to understand is that the people who are reacting to this right now, the knee-jerk, are revealing something. They're revealing the state we are in, the precarious state of America. And we are in a very precarious state. We are on... I feel so doomer when I say this. Like, I feel so black-pilled when I say this. But it's how I feel. And so I'm going to say it. We are on a knife's edge. Okay? We are on a razor's edge. And all it's going to take is a stiff breeze to push us into something that's going to be a really bad situation. And I don't know if we can stop that. I'm going to try. I can pledge to you all today, I'm going to try. I'm going to try my best to de-escalate everything I can and to stop this from becoming violent. I just don't know if I can. I don't know. $10, just real quick. $10 for AKA Batozai to say thanks for the good messaging you are doing. I don't know if it's good enough, frankly. I don't know if this is going to stop it. I'm not big enough to stop it.
There's too much. Like look, I know it's just happened, so there's a lot, but like just normal general replies. There's just the general applies to the big people. They're all like, it's time to do this. They did they happens. Well, they did this. And I just want to go, okay, well, what are you suggesting here? What are you suggesting here? I know you're angry.
Well, you know what they're suggesting, right?
But I want you to tell me say it with your chest, as you were saying earlier. Say it with your chest, what you're suggesting. Well, tell me if you want to go and kill a leftist now. Tell me this, if that's what you want now. We must get theirs, kind of thing. Is that what you're trying to say?
I mean, half of them are probably Russian propaganda bots. So yeah, that's what they're that's what they're trying to say.
America.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I mean, that's the other thing. I think we need to recognize that like these conversations happening on social media are not real conversations with normal people. There are bots, there are fringe people, there are attention seekers, there's weird narcissists, and what would be very helpful, and maybe something that happens, I don't know, if you remember back when the first assassination attempt, when Trump got shot, he did make a pivot to the center initially, where he was trying to be a bit more conciliatory, a bit more, his tone changed. And that kind of didn't last. And he's now doing something else.
A couple days.
And I remember at his State of the Union, I forgot what he was saying exactly, but he gave a remark that in like days of bygone would have had bipartisan applause, and it didn't get bipartisan applause. And he stopped and said, I know that there's nothing I can say that will make you cheer, so I'm not going to try. And that's what he's been doing. But this would be a wonderful moment for the president and the vice president to take a different tone than they normally do and make a play towards normie Americans and come out and be conciliatory. I mean, beyond being good Republican strategy, it would also just be, I think, tremendously helpful from a turning down the temperature perspective. It would be the right thing to do.
It would be the right thing to do.
And I actually think it lines up strategically. It's not just the right thing to do. It's good for them politically to do it. So they should definitely do it. So I'm hopeful that will happen. I think it would be a really good thing.
Hold on.
But I'm thinking it's not likely. I'm hopeful as well, but I'm thinking it's unlikely because,
like I said, I'm feeling black-pilled, gang.
Yeah.
I really am.
Mhm.
I don't see a way out because I was hoping that people would be sane about this, and I had some early signs that maybe, like when Newsom came out condemning it, right? When Biden came out condemning it, when J.D. Vance came out condemning it, and well, that was expected, right? But like, no one was blaming the other side. No one was yelling at the other side or anything like that, right? They were just saying this is horrible, this is a horrific event, and condemning it. But then I see the follow-up, the second wave, and I'm less hopeful.
I mean, this is my concern, right? Like, okay, I'm a Texan, right, and my family been here since the revolution, and so I don't trust governments, right? Like, it's just in my blood. I don't trust them, right? And I know people want to paint me as this far right MAGA guy or whatever painting I get sometimes, but I sit here, and this is what I was talking about. I keep talking about the Ukrainian shooter and this. I think it's important because these are two back-to-back events. I thought with the Ukrainian one, girl being killed, I thought we were going to get, like, it was going to be bad, but I thought it was going to be, okay, we're going to push these two policies through, we're going to see some changes, they're going to be changes I want, they're going to be good shit. Now, with this killing, I'm almost concerned that it's going to, like, radicalize a lot of people, and they're going to go too far, and we're going to get, like, a Starship Troopers-esque society because you've sat here and you've murdered like their dog, like you murdered the person, and it's gonna like push these people to get a right-wing authoritarianship. And I know that people are sitting there going, "Oh, Republicans are fascists." We're not fascists. Like a lot of us aren't. But if you like kill your happy model people, and all of a sudden you're gonna get the bad ones are going to rise to the top, and then they're going to take over. And it's like that's a concern.
Look, there's a term
I don't want
for
that
this.
either.
There's a term for this, and we've known it for a while. The term for this is reciprocal radicalization, where both sides use the other side's extremes as an excuse to radicalize themselves and to radicalize people towards them. And they will reciprocally, both sides will do this. Well, they'll reciprocally use the other side's bad actors and bad actions, the worst of the worst, to justify their own bad actions and bad actors. What we're seeing now live, right, in 4K, is that happening with this event. That is what is happening. We know it. We see it. And it's going to make everything worse. And I can't stress this enough. And I'm sorry I'm getting a little emotional right now, a little passionate. But it's going to destroy our country. I don't think I'm being hyperbolic when I say that. It's going to destroy our country. We are no longer going to be able to operate as a civil society.
Nobody's being civil. So being civil is being abandoned. It's literally being abandoned. And people trying to say, let's be civil, are getting drowned out.
I think the authoritarian state thing is a real concern, right? Like, I don't want a left-wing authoritarian state. And, like, despite what people think, I don't want a right-wing authoritarian state either, right? And so, like, I know people want to group me in the right wing, and I am the right-winger, but I'm not this, like, extremist. And, like, by killing someone like Charlie Kirk, like, it's just you've galvanized these people, and to the rest of the Republicans that are not quite as, like, you know, like, I don't know what the word is, like, they're not the day-to-day, the one issue voters. They're going to see this, they're going to be much more willing to listen, and like that's terrifying, and it's just as terrifying as like on the left to me, like in there, like it's some real concern on my part that this is what's like we're leading down with these. I'm just
gonna be clear when people can come on and we'll have them for a while, but if your audio is shit or you don't have a camera, we're gonna let you go. Okay, just letting you know.
Say it with the chest.
Say it with your chest.
I'm actually gonna get going, guys.
Yeah, it's like what?
20 to 2 in my...
it's pretty late there. Thank you for sticking with us, Kitty. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. Very nice to meet you guys.
Better circumstances next time.
Yeah, right. Thanks, Vic. Good. Enjoy, guys. Good night. Enjoy.
I don't know about that. Hello. Hold on. If you don't have a camera, if your camera ain't working, Van Allen, we're gonna have to let you go.
I'm gonna have to turn mine on then.
Yeah, we gotta have cameras today.
Camera. Okay. Hold on here.
We're gonna give you another minute or two, Van. Fix it. Uh-oh. Does everyone's cameras just not work?
Hello?
Hi, you're live?
Discord just crashed out for a second.
Got to imagine their servers are getting a workout right now.
No, I'm at YouTube too, right? Okay,
Go
introduce
ahead and
yourselves,
send
new
me-
people.
Go ahead, sir. I'm gonna do this.
Hey, I've Van Allen, been here a few times, kind of just hopping in to talk about what's going on with the Charlie Kirk situation and some of the online rhetoric that I've personally been seeing, not just including with the MSNBC, how they essentially said that it's, what happened to him, it was to be expected based off of what he was saying. And, furthermore, how a lot of the left just seems to be saying how it's okay or it's to be expected based on what he was saying, or even trying to make jokes off of it already. Like, the dude hasn't even been dead for an hour.
I don't disagree. I can't see people's names, unfortunately, because of the thing. But B is... Okay, we got Libertarian here. And what's your name, sir or ma'am?
Is me?
Yeah, you.
Oh yeah, it's Black Metal Follower 666. Long-time supporter of yours. Because I think you're the only person who tried to do all the debates from all sides of the political spectrum and all that. I just jump in here because I just got the news about Charlie Kirk assassination. I see the raw footage where he got literally shot in the neck. I really thought he was about to survive this, because I had hopes for it. Because when I saw the news,
do you have a camera for us, first of all?
I do, but I don't want to have it on now because one, I need to turn on my Streamlabs first, and two, I have a very offensive T-shirt on me.
I'm not gonna ask. Look.
Yeah, don't ask.
Yeah. But one of the things we are gonna do, you can say your piece real quick, but we are gonna require cameras for this. So I'll let you say. I'll hold on. No, I'll let you say your piece, and then we're gonna cycle you out. I'm sorry, sir.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so basically, I want to say this, the thing what Black told me about, the thing what I want to say is, I was aware of Charlie Kirk for a very long time. I didn't follow him that much because I was not a big fan of his strategy when it comes to him debating and all that. And the reason why is because with the whole Steven Crowder and change my mind thing on the way how Charlie Kirk started, is that it was just like a show of hey, debate me, I'm the smartest person on the planet. Even in reality, he said a lot of points that I highly disagreed with him, or he was pretty arrogant and smug about it. But there's a question: did he deserve to be assassinated or to be shot like that?
Of course not.
Absolutely not. Nobody deserves like that.
Of course
I have disagreements with a lot of people in the most hardcore way as possible, but I don't believe that these people deserve to be shot. And if you actually believe it, and there's actually a question about the shooter itself, what kind of a positive thing that assassination gave?
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
Yeah,
nothing
nothing.
changes.
Thank you.
I mean,
Thank you.
all. Okay,
Thank
I'm gonna
you
leave you guys
for
be.
we gotta get some more people in on this. I am going to use a restroom, but give me a second. I'll be back. Entertain my stream. Go ahead. LT, give us your thoughts. Give us your reaction to the situation, and I'll be bringing on and cycling people out through this whole thing. But I'm gonna have to go for a second. So give me a second.
My reaction to this whole thing is just shock. If you had told me that this would have happened a few days ago, I would not believe it, because Charlie was one of the more moderate voices on the right. This is not a guy advocating for extremism or advocating for anything really off of what would be considered mainstream conservatism. And it shocks me that he was a target.
Well, and it's kind of the reason why I came up on WIC TV, because I talked about it in the past. But I truly think, like, I'm a liberal. I think a lot of the issues that we're seeing with stuff like this is due to the rhetoric that's coming out of the left. Because what is the biggest thing, especially that we're seeing go on the left when it comes to the microcosms of fighting going on? They're calling for the death threat of each other and trying to dox and then justify in roundabout ways with usually either whataboutisms with Donald Trump's America, or, you know, how it's justifiable because this is the type of actions people want when it comes to, you know, revolution. Like, we have just gotten to the point where some of our actual like most vocal people when it comes to the online left have fully desensitized themselves when it comes to violence and it being justified. And like, that's why I'm of the mindset that we need to stop associating, stop allowing them to speak, so on and so forth.
I want to add.
Sorry, I just don't know if I agree with, you know, the desensitizing to violence, because obviously, like with Palestine and all stuff, the left is not desensitized to violence. They still care about it. It's just they don't care about violence when it's directed at their opponents. But I mean, that's a minor nitpick. But yeah, sorry. Go ahead with whoever's trying to talk over. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, like, and wait, this is, man. I hate when I'm right. Like sometimes, like when my psychic ability just like goes off. Like I like being right a lot, but sometimes I really hate it. And I just sent a link to you, Rick. But the precursor to the conspiracy shit's already going down. Like I already see it. Like Fox News just interviewed a guy. And the guy's like, I know the guy they arrested. No way he could have made this shot. I've been a gun shooter for however long, and this is like a very accurate shot. And like, I don't know if that's actually a conspiracy, but like, we already got the conspiracy Harvey Lee Oswald kind of shit, like precursor stuff going down as we speak. I hate it's just crazy shit already. Like.
Smeef, let me just focus what I was saying. When I say they desensitize, I can't say it again, forgive me, but people toward...
Minor nitpick. It was a minor nitpick. It's not that big.
Oh, no, but I do want to focus it just because I do see the issue that I raised with what I stated. It's not the like, oh, well, you know, violence is just a part of the ethos. It's more that the call to violence is okay or justifiable, or even, you know, allowable. Like in my mind, one of the, you know, because especially I talked about it last time, some of the two largest liberal commentators are currently calling for violence and action against those that they see as, you know, issue. Be it Hassan with people he sees as Zionist, or Destiny he sees that are worse than him when it comes to the doxing wars and whatnot. Like, we've just gotten to a point where we have these liberal commentators desensitize their public to be okay with violence. When, you know, maybe I'm just young and naive. Everybody should be against political violence.
I mean, I'm in my 40s and I agree with you, so it's not young and naive. I don't know.
This should be an easy call.
Oh, you're accepting. Okay. So a lot of people went in on this, and I'm going to say this. I did have something else scheduled for 6, but I told those people we're going to have to shelve that. We're going to have to push that off. We can talk about video games another day. Sorry.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we have to discuss this. I think it's too important of an issue to just let sit. And the people I invited are welcome, right? The people I scheduled are welcome to come, and I will make room for them. We're not going to have more than 6 on a screen at the same time. It's just not going to work. So apologies if I have to boot you for them, but I'm just trying to do
more than fair.
Yeah, I'm just trying to do what's right for the people I had scheduled, right? We'll see. But yeah, hold on, give me a second. Let me fix some things.
I will pretty much just say, like, I am already trying to spread that message of forgiveness to a lot of my more right-wing followers myself. Like, I'm trying to basically say stuff like, you know, this is the time where we need forgiveness. It's the best virtue of all. It is the core Christian virtue. Like, I am really trying to spread that message because I am genuinely concerned about what tomorrow is going to bring after this.
Oh my! I mean, especially for those of us who enjoy these types of conversations, right? And we follow streamers, we like the events, we like the debates. Like I know, like I debate Pisco all the time, and people think that Pisco and I don't get along because we are always yelling at each other. But we're both lawyers. We both work in the same area. Like we know each other. It's not that kind of thing.
Sorry,
and he
Deesh.
goes to live events all the time. Like, it's the same thing. It's just a question of scale. And if it could happen to Charlie, it could happen to anybody who has the courage to speak publicly. And that's a terrible, terrible thing.
Yeah. I'm trying to get the people who I invited first and foremost. Peaches, welcome to the stream. Can you hear us? Oh, you're muted on your end.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Word. I just had to change my whole setup.
Again,
so.
I wanna apologize for the subject change, but
Oh, was there a subject change? What is it now?
What do you think we're going to be talking about tonight?
Charlie Kirk?
Yeah, there we go. Okay. Yeah, so originally, for those of you who don't know, we were going to do a panel on leftism influencing media and gaming and things. And we are not doing that anymore tonight. So I apologize, but you're more than welcome to stay for the Charlie Kirk stuff. I'm sure you have opinions, and I'm sure you want to talk about that. So yeah.
And I'm just going to jump in real quick and say, have a good night. Thanks for letting me stop by and just spare my 2 cents.
Of course. We will see you later. Okay. I'm trying to get people as they came in.
Gibbs was replaced by a cat.
Yeah, I don't know what
that's
about.
So cute.
Garfield chilling over here.
If you don't have a camera, we're gonna let you go. Okay, so if you have a camera please turn it on. But we are requiring camera for this.
I have my camera. Let me say real quick, I got to switch computers to get my camera. So bring me back in a couple minutes.
Yeah, I do want to add what you said, Ryan, though. This one is bad. It's assassination, right? But like you mentioned that like we go to like these events. Like people go to these events. And it's like, well, what if next time it's a mass shooting and they shoot like all the commentators? Or then it's like you're really just in the line of fire, and it's like, is this going to tamp down people wanting to be in this space, which is a space I think we need more people talking in? Like, I don't know. It's very concerning. Very concerning.
Give me a second. Sorry, people are. So, let me ask you, Mr. Metalworks, what are your thoughts here?
What do we do?
Any answers? What do we do, Peaches? How do we fix this?
I mean, we really need to do something.
How do we fix it? I think that we just, I don't know. I don't want to say joke policing, because I do believe that you can make jokes about whatever you want, free speech, yada yada, but I just feel like making it, I guess, I don't know. Like, this is not something that should ever become commonplace. It's a political pundit, for fuck's sake. You know what I mean? It's the First Amendment, right? Like, what was he doing? He was just speaking. That's it. Right? And
He
so
was
I just
having
feel
a
like
debate. Yep.
it's just all under attack. You know what I mean? Everybody is in the line of fire now, I guess. You know what I mean?
There's also a possibility the person is just completely crazy, and this was just going to happen regardlessly, and this person is just nuts.
I don't think that matters anymore. Like, and this is kind of why I brought up the conspiracy thing. And like, I wish we had talked about that sooner, because like, Wick, you just gave this hierarchy, and I don't even know if this rank is yes, people saying it's good, worst, and then people like, I don't know exactly what you said, but I think that we need to add this group of people in there as well. Even if, because, if even if this guy's crazy, there's going to be these conspiracy people that push this idea that it's like a planned assassination by the Mossad, or it's a planned assassination by the Dems, and they have a fall guy, and then that's going to cause people to have more violence, because then you're going to have people that aren't well and pick up this thought line and run with it, and like it's not good. It's the fact that we've gotten here is terrifying.
Okay, I want to read some super chats real quick. $10 from Joe the Mig to say, Wick, you're absolutely in the right, but how do you de-escalate a situation where you have Matthew Dowd on MSNBC literally blaming Kirk's rhetoric for his own assassination? How we de-escalate is, well, that's the conversation tonight, right? That's part of the conversation that we will be talking about. $5 from Deej Nuts to say blame the far left that's already feuding with Dems. They are mostly responsible. And then $10 from Blahiki Blah to say, I just got word that a friend of mine's wife was being sworn in to be a Republican politician in her local district, and she's planning to quit now because of the news and her terror at the reactions.
So it's truly horrible. And I think the comment about MSNBC is exactly right. I mean, like, it's not like this is purely a fringe issue. Like, there are fairly large mainstream voices who have said things that they probably shouldn't be saying. And the only way that we can hold them accountable is to actually do that. That doesn't mean that we're, canceling people. That doesn't mean that we're, trying to get people fired. What it does mean is it's exactly the same as when there was the debate about American flag burning recently. And I was saying, like, you have the right to burn a flag, but you shouldn't. It's a shitty thing to do. You have the right, but you shouldn't do it. You have the right to make edgy jokes. You have the right to make terrible Charlie Kirk jokes. I'm a lawyer. I'll go to court. I'll defend you if that's what it takes. But you shouldn't do it because it's a shitty thing to do. And we should coalesce around that and remember and know who these people are, because I think we've gotten to the point where a lot of people have parasocial relationships with creators who really do say a lot of pretty terrible stuff, and they don't hold them in any way to account for that, even morally. They'll just engage in this kind of nonsensical conversation where they say, well, the other side's so bad that whatever my side is saying or doing is justified. And that can't be the way forward. And the only way out of this is to actually start holding ourselves to that principle.
Was that a super chat that said that, Wick? The local politician thing?
Yeah.
Well,
I don't know if it's true or not. Yeah.
It doesn't matter. I mean, yeah, if it's true, that's exactly what I'm talking about on the right. Someone being afraid, who's probably a moderate, because, I mean, if she's afraid, she's probably, whatever, she's reasonable. She's going to step down. Who's going to replace that person? Probably somebody that's angry about this, right? If you have like a primary or something, somebody's going to be fired up. You're going to get a much more radical person in there, and that's how you get a right-wing fascist government. And I'm, as a conservative, I'm saying this. I'm terrified of those fuckers too. And if the normies are stepping down from office, it's a concern. Like, this is not going to have the reaction I think people want.
I'm curious I want to hear from Deej real quick on his thoughts, but I'm also curious because while me, Gibbs, and Ryan swim in similar circles, I think Peaches swims in a different kind of portion of the internet, at least somewhat. And I'm really curious what she's heard some people in her community say about all this. How are people reacting on your side of the internet, so to speak? But I want to give the mic first to Deej, and then I want to give it to Peaches and see what is said. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I actually kind of disagree with you a little bit, Ryan. I think that both sides of the political spectrum need to start engaging in cancel culture of people that call for soft call for violence, call stochastic terrorism, whatever you want. I think that both political parties need to start excising people from their spheres of influence that advocate for political assassinations, even if it's plausibly deniable with how they do it, right? I think if both the Democrats and Republicans start to draw a clear dividing line within their own parties and their own coalitions between themselves and the people that are cheering on or justifying the assassination of their political rivals, both parties need to say, no, that's not allowed. And I think that's the only path to actual de-escalation. I was actually having an argument with someone in the server earlier today where I was saying, if you say it's awful this happened to Charlie Kirk, but I could understand it happening to Trump, you're part of the problem. You have to draw a line in the sand and say what is acceptable in the political arena or not. And that will require the Democrats who are in my super chat already feuding with the far left, with the Hassan types, Bad Empanada, etc. Draw a line and say, you and us are no longer in a coalition because your rhetoric is not acceptable. And the right also needs to do the same thing.
Yeah, $10 from Sweet Tartarus to say Charlie Kirk's rhetoric is definitely partially responsible. He said many things about violence being the price of liberty, and he even asked people to post bail for Pelosi's husband's attacker. No. You are not responsible because you are giving your political opinions or someone coming in shooting you because of your political opinions. You're just not.
That would be a good example of the type of person who's not on the team.
Exactly.
Well, hold on. Is there any political opinion that could be justifiable to like shoot? So, like, say it was like, I want to kill every member of this race, and I'm going to try to enact policy on that. Would that make them justifiable to kill them?
No, I would say even you shouldn't assassinate Hitler, because even if you're morally justified in doing so, assassinating a despot, assassinating a political or geopolitical rival very rarely leads to more stability in the long run. So even from if you have a moral justification for it, it's not practical in the long term if your goal is a stable functioning society.
I think that there's a way that you can, as a political pundit, kind of, what was the word? Someone else said it better. Not like deserve it, or like based on the rhetoric. I would never say that.
Be
But if someone's like
responsible for it?
challenging and like, like come at me or teasing the idea of getting shot and playing with violence, then I think that could be a way that it could be like seen as someone who, deserved it or should have seen it coming or whatever. But I don't think Charlie Kirk would fall into that category just because of his opinions regarding like gun laws.
Just real quick, Metalworks, I am sorry. We're going to move you out for someone else who is scheduled to be on the panel.
No problem. Can I just say one thing?
Yeah, one thing,
before...
and then we'll let you go.
So I was going to come up here and try to make suggestions. I like what Deej said there. What, both sides need to start calling their radicals and start bringing them to heel. I wanted to say you, the average person, if you're politically active in any kind of political space, if you see people doing very inflammatory rhetoric that I guess violates terms of service or is like very bad, we need to start holding those people accountable. I don't want to ban them, but that's probably going to have to be something that we have to start doing is start also cultivating our smaller spaces as well. We can't just let people just going around saying this incendiary rhetoric and saying very, just asking for people to get, murked so casually. It needs to stop.
Thank you for
no
the thoughts. I do appreciate it, and I apologize again, but it's a weird day today, okay?
Yeah.
It's an interesting point, though, because it's not enough to say, like, we got to not support people who are doing the wrong thing. You actually have to support people who are doing the right thing. Because it's very easy to get attention by having an edgy hot take. But people who think in paragraphs and provide nuance, it's actually very hard to get attention on the internet that way. So, one solution to this problem is to, in an attention economy, give your attention to people who think in multiple sentences and aren't calling for violence and are actually trying to organize around limiting principles that we can all live with.
I think that the problem, what's funny, gang? If I had put on my, if I changed my YouTube title right now to, far-right activist gets murked, ha ha ha, he deserved it. My numbers, you could add a 0, okay? It'll be mostly people yelling at me, mostly people hating on it, right? But you could add a 0 to my numbers right now if I did that. I almost guarantee you. People would come in to have their issues with it, to create engagement with it. It would be a terrible thing. But that would that's to Ryan's point, that's what garners attention. That's what gets clicks. That's what gets views. That's what gets people talking and gets people in the news. What gets people noticed. And yeah, let me read a couple super chats, and I want to ask my question to Peaches again, because I don't think you ever told us what people in your sphere were talking about, but let me read these super chats real quick. $10 from Doobie to say, this is for Deej. Would you apply that standard to Destiny and other moderate liberal influencers who have run cover for violence? Do you think he should be excised from the party? If no, why? That's to you, Deej.
You're not going to see me defend Destiny. I also don't think he really is a moderate liberal, and also I think he should be excised from the party for multitude of reasons that don't even have to be relevant to what he said about the guy that was shot at the Trump rally or the flooding in Texas. I think that he's kind of toxic to his political initiatives. So you should probably excise him, even if he doesn't necessarily fit the criteria of someone that's a stochastic terrorist.
Peaches, what are you seeing on your side of things and your side of the internet?
So I've seen a lot of, speculation, the obvious, what side of the aisle did the murderer fall on? Was he a Republican? How mentally ill was he? Is he a liberal? Talking about, oh, I can't wait to see this person tweet or that person tweet. And then just, I've seen a lot of the jokes and stuff too. I've never really been, I kind of said it before, like, people can make jokes. I really don't mind. I don't really think that in this case it's appropriate for, I guess, me. I don't really like it very much, but I think that the whole, different sides of the aisle and immediately talking Republican versus Democrat, again, kind of like with the same, or I guess echoing the same things that others have said, is that we kind of need to be together on it and just say that it's not cool. Like Barack Obama tweeted it best, that there's no place in our democracy for this kind of violence. So
how do we fix it?
By
because just to add context to the question, we have a situation where in order to make money, in order to get attention, you are encouraged to say and do the most outlandish, extreme things possible. That's what gets attention. That's what gets views. That's what gets you money. So we have a situation where that's the incentives. That's the monetary incentives that everyone is facing right now. How do we fix it in that context? What like saying don't do that is all well and good, but when people are making six figures doing that, it's hard to. I just don't know. I just don't know what else to say to that. My words versus their money. What's gonna win?
Yeah,
I do want to give it to Peaches first, though.
Well, I think that people are gonna do what they can to make their money, no matter what. People have been profiting off of violence and hateful rhetoric for a long time. I don't think it's necessarily going to change, but I think that the only thing you can do is just not play into it yourself and just call them out for being pieces of shit and hope that terms of service kick in for some people. AKA, I know Twitch and Hassan. I was actually just suspended for a week on Twitch for saying jokingly something, but I won't say it. But something really small and dumb.
Just real quick, are you currently suspended on Twitch?
No, I'm not.
Good.
I'm not currently
I was about to be like,
no.
we're gonna have to let you go. No, but if you're good, we're good. Okay. I was like, no.
I won't say, I guess, what I said, even though it was literally the dumbest thing in the whole entire world. It was just like a cute little joke.
I'm sure Wick doesn't mind. You can say it.
No, I do mind. We are on Twitch right now.
People say it all the time. It's just a common oh, hee. I just dislike this group of people or whatever. But it was a joke. Okay, and good fun.
Okay, group of people.
I feel like I'm making it worse for myself, but I promise it wasn't.
Did you say the
word? Gingers? Did you come? No, I'm just kidding.
Now I really want to know.
Yeah.
But it was along the same lines. It was something that it was along the same lines of just Gingers is a good fit in for it. Was that small of a thing, and I got suspended for a week. So I don't know. I feel like if Twitch applied its terms of service consistently, then we wouldn't really have that much of an issue. We shouldn't be having this issue. Truly, we really shouldn't. And so I think we need to look more to these platforms that are promoting this type of truly hateful content. I think is a big thing that we can do as well.
Well, Pete, just so you know, TikTok has officially made gingers African Americans now, so that's the stand-in.
Is that true?
It's a joke on TikTok.
He's fucking with you.
Nice. Okay.
I do want to make space.
No, it is a joke on TikTok. That's the thing, because the redhead's being replaced by him.
I do want to make space for the other individual who was scheduled to be on this panel, and I want to apologize for the subject.
I need to go. I actually need to go.
Admiral Jeff, we love you. Good. We'll see you later, buddy.
Perfect.
Okay,
later. Y'all be good.
The Gen Z attorney. Welcome to the show. I apologize for the subject change, but I hope you will forgive me given the circumstances of what's going on. So.
No, hey, completely understand. And certainly, obviously, it would feel weird. It would feel wrong to be talking about the woke games and movies in light of kind of this very large discussion. But sorry, I'm a little late joining, so I feel like anything I've got to say is probably just reiterating what's already being said.
It's okay. People are just tuning in. I'm cycling viewers, right? This happens. Thank you for the raid, Admiral Gibbs. Really appreciate you. But what are your thoughts? Like, when did you hear about this? How did you hear about this? What was your initial thoughts hearing about this? And what has the reaction that you've seen been like? Go ahead.
Well, I guess my my pulling the I'm an attorney card has already kind of been blown by Mr. Ryan Mullally, but hey, that's all good. I was about to go into an appointment just with a new potential client, and next thing I know, I get Wick's message. Actually, yours was the first message talking about, hey y'all, we might have to change our topic tonight. I was first immediately, went and looked it up and saw the faraway video first, and then like, okay, I can't do anymore. I got to go on this appointment, and then after had another appointment right after, but I had a minute, and then I found the close-up video and was like, I've seen people survive similar type wounds, but it's definitely had that feeling of this is not looking good, and obviously, I mean, probably the biggest, most important thing is obviously there's so much information that's still yet to come out. My understanding is the shooter is still at large, so we have no information, nothing whatsoever. Everything regarding that is all just pure speculation at this point. But obviously, then beyond that, it's just about what's the broad picture. How do we get here, and what do we do moving forward? Which is kind of what, when I stepped in, you were asking Peaches kind of that same question.
And an important. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say that I was out getting cat food through most of the news alerts, but I got an alert from the Associated Press saying that there was someone in custody who was not the person who shot him. I don't know where we're at with that, but I just saw on Twitter some of that, circulating of, oh, this is the guy who's in custody who shot him. So I just wanted to. I don't know if that's changed.
Yeah,
but
it
I
has.
just was that, but
There's been further reporting that unless it changed in the last minute, right? Which it might have, but as I understand it, the latest news is that the subject is still at large, the suspect.
Okay.
Whoever did it, they don't know him, so they don't know.
I actually live literally 50 minutes north of where this happened. If anyone's familiar with the UVU campus and where this was occurring, there are lots of tall college buildings that the shooter likely was posted up on, so they probably were long gone before anyone was even really looking for the shooter outside of the crowd. So it's going to be a while before we know anything about who the shooter actually was. So just don't. The initial reporting is going to be awful because, very, very easy for the shooter to have gotten away and gotten quite a distance before the search even started for them.
And I think it's an important point in general, like how do we turn down the temperature, and about the things that you guys just both raised. Fast news is good when you want to figure out what's happening and you're plugged into a story and you're interested, but don't draw conclusions based off fast news and hot takes. Like, you will be burned, you will be wrong, you will make mistakes. It's happened to me. A story's come up and I've locked on to some detail that was retracted later because it turned out to be incorrect. You'll be a saner human if you take your news slowly. And that's, I think, a good advice in general, especially when the temperatures get high.
I want to read to you guys from the Trigonometry podcast. Konstantin Kisin had a take, and he kind of gives his feeling, and I don't know, it's hitting a chord with me. I don't know if I 100% agree with it, but I want to read it to you guys if that's okay. He says this. He says, I hope I'm wrong, but tonight feels like some sort of invisible line has been crossed that we didn't even know was there. The last time I felt like this was 9/11, when it was clear, without knowing the how and the what, that the world was about to change forever. Like the rules of the game had been permanently altered, and there was simply no going back to the innocent, peaceful past. I didn't feel like this when an attempt was made on President Trump's life. If I had to rationalize why I didn't, I guess it's because several U.S. presidents have been shot at and even assassinated. Somehow it was within the realms of the possible, no matter how awful. But to murder a young father simply for doing debates and mobilizing young people to vote for a party that represents half of America, this is something else. Charlie's death is a tragedy for his wife, his children, and his family. I don't pray often. I am praying for them tonight. But I fear his murder will be a tragedy for all of us in ways we will only understand as time unfolds. I hope I'm wrong. I don't know. I echo that sentiment in a real way. It does feel like there's been a seismic shift that the world we were in this morning is not the world we are in today. It could be just the shock of it. It could be just the recency of it. But that's how it feels. What do the rest of you guys think? I know this is very feels based, but I'm just curious.
I think just a thought that I had when I was thinking about, what's a similar level of notoriety, or like if another figure was assassinated like this today, like which position would we be at as far as who would be on a comparable level? And I'm curious to hear y'all's thoughts on this, but I find it hard to think of any political figures on the right that this would be more shocking to hear about than maybe Trump and Vance. I'm like, I think if it was Speaker Mike Johnson, it's like, okay, yeah, it'd be crazy, but then there'd be a new speaker that would come in and the kind of business would continue. Obviously, all the debates would still happen, but like as far as someone just with that level of influence and like the most effective ground game organizer in the whole movement, and then all these other factors too, kind of like Constantine mentioned, being young, being a father. It's like I struggle to think of any other figure on the right outside of probably Trump and Vance.
Ben Shapiro.
I thought of Ben Shapiro, but I don't even know if he's got that level of following. Feels like his influence is kind of it manifests in a different way. It's more like he doesn't do all this in-person stuff.
I would think if you don't mind me using someone on the left, if someone shot Bernie Sanders, I feel like we would have that same kind of feel right now. Does that make sense?
I think
Even though he's older, but it's because he represents a view, right? And he is seen as iconic of that view, of that side of things. And had someone done that to Bernie Sanders, I think we would be like also shocked and awed, basically.
Has Charlie ever ran for political office? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think that Bernie Sanders actually would be as impactful as this. And I think part of what makes this shocking is that Charlie Kirk is not a politician. He's very politically active, but we subconsciously have this kind of like two-tier differentiation of risk when it comes between elected officials and people that are just privately spreading their political message, right? I think if MLK was a politician, his assassination probably would have been less impactful than it actually was, because it kind of, you sort of lose a little bit of, I guess, and it shouldn't be this way, but we kind of put protections on private figures, even if they are publicly outspoken, that we don't necessarily associate to politicians, even if that's right or wrong, that we kind of instinctually do that.
I think that's right, and I think that there was a I don't know, like in the height of like the 2020 cancel culture moment, there were a lot of people who didn't feel like they could speak publicly, and in the last couple years, it's felt like more and more people have felt like they could speak publicly. And that they, there's still risk. There's still crazy people who might dox you or, come at your job and try to get you in trouble. It's not that it doesn't happen, but it feels like it's a manageable risk, and people feel like they want to jump into the space again. And that's good. We want people jumping into the space. And this feels, because it's not a politician, to your point, this feels like kind of just a knife into the heart of that, where, like if you got the opportunity to speak at a live event, which would be, for someone at my scale, like I do these panels, but I don't have any real following, that would be a big deal to me. I'd feel really great about that opportunity, but I'm not going to be hiring security like a Ben Shapiro or a Charlie Kirk hires security. And even that's not necessarily enough. And that does feel like a a real blow and that something has changed that's different than it was before, because this is just not a risk that was on my mind prior to today.
I think it's revealed something. It's exposed how vulnerable we all are. That the only thing that's been kind of, if you're talking, Ryan, we can't hear you. Oh, you're just doing it for your stream.
Sorry, Wix. Yeah, I was responding to a comment.
Okay. It feels as if that we felt invincible. Like when I went to Canvas in Ohio, when I went to all these other places, when I've been to public events, and I've done more public events than you guys are aware of, right? Because I had a life before streaming, right? I never even thought about getting shot. I never even thought that I was in even any danger. Nothing felt dangerous, even when I was doing something political, right? I never felt like I was in danger. I think that for this to happen to Charlie Kirk revealed that we are in danger, right? That this is a danger that has always been with us, that has always been possible. And the only thing keeping it from being regular is this kind of unspoken agreement that we have had as society that we don't engage in this kind of behavior. I don't know. There's $100 here from AF to say, the voices for reason, for unity, for peace are being drowned out by the voices for brutality and for violence. Such voices seek the destruction of society in the hopes of building their so-called utopia built upon the suffering and death of innocents for America. And he's right. Like our talk today, where we're trying to kind of de-escalate, there's not going to be in the news. No one's going to clip chip this. No one's going to look at this, right? It's going to be, look at what this person said. Look on Tim Pool's chat how they were all calling for war, or look at Destiny calling for like that he deserved it, right? And all this shit, right? That's going to be the news. That's what it's going to talk about. No one's going to be talking about this. So anyway, go ahead. Peach wanted to say something. Then Deej, then Gen Z, please.
As far as what gets talked about in the news, I would definitely agree that this type of thing probably wouldn't be talked about in the news, but I think that as far as alternative media or whatever, I think it's nice to at least provide some sort of space for other people who may be feeling similar, because I know that for me, I would be looking through the news cycle being like super overwhelmed and I think like freaked out, feeling like I am the crazy one because I'm not, on board and I feel unsettled and uncomfy about it. So I think that these kind of things are important though, to at least show that like, we don't all have to be insane and crazy like what gets the most attention, I think that it is important, but
no, I agree with you. I think that it helps me feel more normal and more sane, because there is a, like, being someone who is a moderate on the internet is a very lonely thing. It is. It's a very lonely thing, because everyone on all sides of you is shouting the most extreme brain rot bullshit that you could ever hear. And you're constantly having to kind of say, no, that's too much. That's too extreme. We need to stop. We need to think about it. We need to take a moment. Now, look, I think extreme actions sometimes call for extreme measures, but this is not one of those times. Like, this is not one of those times. Whoever has done this needs to be found and brought to justice. But the leftists in general didn't do this. The Republicans didn't bring this upon themselves, right? No one is responsible for this but the shooter. That's it. 100%. Oh, all right. See, when you're talking and responding to comments, mister, I always think you're wanting to say something to us.
Can't tell, yeah.
Yeah, I can't tell if he's trying to talk to us.
One concerning downstream effect I think that this is going to have, which will be bad if you want politics to be able to, like political ideas to stem from the ground up and allow people to not require massive amounts of money to get involved in political action, is don't make it so that they need to hire private security for public events that is like sufficient to prevent a shooter like this. that's another.
Well,
thing
obviously,
that I'm
this wasn't
about.
enough to prevent the shooter like this, right? Like, obviously, this was not.
Well,
sufficient.
that's what I'm saying. Is that like now you think that Ben Shapiro or anyone else aren't going to be like having to go basically presidential level, scoping out every single rooftop, restricting access, casting a much wider net of security, because it still is like.
Okay, we have I'm sorry, we have a little bit of breaking news here.
Oh.
We're gonna share my screen real quick so you guys can look. Apparently, they have video showing an individual running on a nearby rooftop after the assassination. We're gonna look at that real quick. I don't know. I haven't seen this video, so it's just been blowing up, so I want to look at it with you guys. See, there he is. You see him?
I didn't see him, no.
He's right there.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
I wonder, because some of you mentioned Ben Shapiro and security detail and stuff. Do we know what kind of security Charlie Kirk had? Because I thought, I feel like I remember Ben Shapiro talking about, like, for years now about having, like, a ton of security at events, but I don't know what that actually looks like in detail. But
I've heard him say, yeah, he basically has 24-hour security now, just for everywhere, home, work, just everywhere. But that's probably, I mean, you watch that video back and you look at the venue, it's like, I don't think there is a way to secure a location like that. So I'd be curious to see kind of moving forward probably more of an adjustment in venue location, because if you're doing, say it's like an auditorium instead of just this big open space, you're able to lock that down a lot more. But the fact that we're even talking about like how we have to logistically like fortify and turn these into military installations essentially just to have political conversation, I think that's kind of the underlying, what's bubbling underneath all of this, which is just so frustrating. As people like kind of what you're saying earlier, Wick, of like we are people that like to just work things out through debate, through conversation. But this is really, it's not very flashy, it's not very sexy. But I think it's just kind of our cross to bear, that we just have to keep influencing the people around us and continue to I guess try and shut.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I wonder though, just the fact, as you said, that we have to, that going forward, at least for the near future, and I fear for even further, these kinds of events, these kind of public venues, like the debate cons and the live in person like things, I think we almost, those become less. And I think those become less popular. And I think we stop like engaging in that. I do. Because as you said, it's going to be enormously more expensive now to have these kinds of events. It's going to be, everyone's going to be thinking at the back of their mind, right? Like, is it going to happen here? And we're going to have like a cultural shift in a way that I think it's going to make everything worse. But go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you, please.
Oh, no. I was just kind of adding on. It's like these figures, like you said, it's going to be the back of the mind now. It's like, am I next? Like, we just saw this happen. And unfortunately, we have, well, fortunately and also unfortunately, we have so many different angles of the exact moment itself. It's like, and it's easily accessible. Pretty much everyone has seen even the close-up angle on it by now too. But yeah, and then I think we're all worse off for it, because now there's less debate. Now there's less trying to actually have good faith discussions towards solutions that we can all at least try and agree on, or get to a point where we're compromising and whatnot.
And keep
now there's
in
just
mind,
less of that.
People can, like, the parasocial nature, I think, of a streamer will have an effect here. There are people who spend their days watching Charlie Kirk. He is part of their routine. Part of their routine is consuming his content, watching his stuff, feeling connected to him, feeling like they're part of his team, part of his group. It's going to hit in a way that a politician wouldn't, right? It's going to really, really create a lot of strong emotional reaction, as it perhaps should. But I don't know. I guess my fear is, and I'm pretty black-pilled today, okay? My fear is that this is just going to be used as a way to stoke further tensions, to further radicalize people into being more willing to have violence and to engage in violence and saying, well, they did it, now it's our turn, and we got to hit them back, and we got to strike back at the enemy, right? And I've seen a lot of newbie, like there's a super chatter. Let me read it real quick. Says this, $10, or let's start earlier. $5 from cameraman 502 to say any person who says violence like this is terrible, but might as well admit they don't believe in everything before the but. Thank you for the $5. $10 from Joe the Mig to say, I don't think anyone is ready for the shift that is about to occur. My mom, a bland conservative who has never ever been publicly politically active, is reciting in a family group chat, now we fight. $2 from cameraman 502 to say, also read Noah Rothman's Clockwork Blue. I'm not familiar with the book, but like, how am I being too black pill on this, or am I reading it right?
I think maybe, I don't know, because I think that obviously, like, every time there is a big, what's the word I'm looking for? When there's devastation in the political environment that gets people extremely fired up and causes a lot of tension, I feel like there is a lot of that back and forth of retaliation that gets broadcasted a lot. I think that in this case, though, I do think that Charlie Kirk is different for a lot of the reasons that we described, but I have to believe that most people are seeing Charlie Kirk as the political pundit that he is and not the politician. I feel like that has to be true. I don't know. But also, I was wondering, because I know that we keep talking about how it's like a random shooter guy, and that's true, but
no, we don't know is the thing. We don't know if it's
right,
random or planned. We have no idea, but go ahead.
But is it possible that, like, let's say, and I'm not putting any blame on Charlie Kirk whatsoever, but is it possible that this could have been some, like, insane stalker guy who has been following him for a long time, who's been, you know what I mean? Where, like, there could have been some, not, I hate to say preventative measures or anything like that, but, like, just like when we look at, like, a school shooting or a random, like, I know, there was because it was at a university, which makes me think of also university shootings that have occurred where someone just randomly walks on campus, and, you know, I wonder if it's something that is or could have been prevented. I don't know.
I'm being told but the shooter is in custody, and that's confirmed by Kash Patel. I don't,
Okay.
again, keep in mind this is breaking, whether that's...
Yeah, every fact that comes in, you have to just take with a grain of salt, for a rather large grain of salt. But yeah,
if that's true, we're going to find out a lot of information real quick, right?
Yeah, and I feel like, I mean, something like this, I imagine, I mean, I just think back to, Luigi Mangione. It's like, yeah, he was on the run for a little bit, and he was able to, pretty much, if you're able to escape, and okay, I used to be a prosecutor, so I know a little bit about stuff like this. If you're able to escape kind of the initial web net, sure, that buys you a little bit of time, but almost inevitably, like the Parkland High School kid, Nicholas Cruz, like he was able to kind of escape with the kids, but then they're almost always able to get them not long after. So I would not be surprised if they've got him by now. And I was going to say, just to kind of address your point, Peach, I all speculation, right? Caveat. I struggle to think that this would be some sort of stalker. If it were a stalker, I would probably envision them being like a member of the crowd who just breaks, pulls out a gun and shoots. The fact that we're looking at probably, I think it's all the facts that I think is confirmed that it was a long rifle, it was a long shot. It's a pretty standard assassination setup. I mean, it was just a Trump Butler, Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Pretty much the same setup from what it seems.
I was been made aware of this clip. We're gonna watch it real quick. We watched some of MSNBC's coverage. Let's watch some of Fox. Let's see what they have to say.
Trump gets hit in the ear. Charlie gets shot dead. They came after Kavanaugh with a rifle to his neighborhood. They went after Musk's cars. They just shot 2 Jews outside the embassy. Think about it. Scalise got shot, barely survived. It's happening. You got trans shooters, you got riots in LA. They are at war with us. Whether we want to accept it or not, they are at war with us. And what are we going to do about it? How much political violence are we going to tolerate? And that's the question we're just going to have to ask ourselves. Now, Charlie would want us to put as much pressure on these people as possible. Dana nailed it. This is unacceptable and has to stop. And it has to stop now. And everybody's accountable. And we're watching what they're saying on television and who's saying what. The politicians, the media, and all of these rats out there. This can never happen again. It ends now. Greg's right again. This is a turning point, and we know which direction we're going.
So, what are your thoughts on this? Before I give my opinion, what do we think?
There needs to be a political scapegoat. I think.
The way that he said that we need to put pressure on, quote, these people and then politicians and the media, and we're not going to let them stand for it. We need to put pressure on them, but you're not identifying anybody at all except for the left at large. And so I think that that is a really big issue that we're probably going to be seeing a lot of, like we usually do, because that's really never going to solve anything except just just fuel hate for the other side, you know?
I would say that this is, when we talk about escalatory rhetoric, that was escalatory rhetoric.
Yep.
We're at war. They're attacking us. We have to do something. We can't just let it sit. That's escalatory. Obviously, this has to stop. Yes, we are in agreement there. But you don't have to add on all the modifiers like the left, the trans shooters. They're all coming after us.
Yeah, the trans
shooter
shooter part.
We have to avenge ourselves. That is incredibly damaging escalatory rhetoric. So
Yeah, I can jump in. And I think just to clarify, and granted, this is my first time meeting you, Peach and Deej, I think I'm probably the most right-leaning. I'd classify myself just as simply right-leaning, not far-right, not anything that's probably right-leaning. So I don't think either of y'all are that, right?
Right.
It depends on the issue.
Okay,
I'm a liberal.
I got you.
I call myself a liberal, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I guess I'm the voice for the more right-leaning folks, but I mean, yeah, I see clips like that, and it's like, obviously, I agree. I think that's escalatory. I think the largest frustration, is coming from, we spend 99% of our time in political debate, and I think we've already had some talk about it. It's really not the liberals, it's the progressives, like the more far leftist types, and I would agree with that distinction. That's an important distinction to make between classical liberal, far left. I think the frustration is just when we spend all these times in these political debates, and it does feel like the temperature is just turned up over and over and over again with these strong loaded terms. And certainly I'm not going to deny the right uses strong terms like communist or pedophile, whatever it may be, groomer. But when we just keep hearing over and over racist, sexist, bigot, homophobe, fascist, it's just like that kind of rhetoric when it's really in relation to some rather mundane stuff. And I think that's why this is such a striking figure to be the recipient in Charlie Kirk. I heard it mentioned earlier. He's not one of these ethno or Christian nationalist far right figures. He's rather a mainstream conservative, I would say. And for him to be the one to receive this kind of attention and these attacks, like it's years of like very focused on him specifically. It's so much so that South Park is even including. Of course, I'm not blaming South Park for this, but it's like that's the level of notoriety.
I just want to be clear. Like, even in my chat earlier today, and I've seen this take online too, and I haven't seen a politician make this take, right? But there is a groundswell of people who are saying that people like South Park are to blame for this. What would you say to that argument?
And it doesn't help either that the clip of South Park that featured Charlie Kirk was him doing an event like this, and now here he is getting killed at an event like this. That certainly doesn't help either. I guess my response to that, well, I guess what I just said, it's not, I wouldn't blame South Park for this there. I mean, we've seen that they've got a long track record of very harsh criticism for everybody. So we can't cherry pick any one individual. based on that. But I guess just to kind of finish my point is like, I think the frustration is just when it's so much of this like very strong rhetoric. It's the end of the country. It's the fascist takeover is imminent, and then it culminates in these specific harsh acts of violence, and then the same people who are spreading this kind of rhetoric and language are now the ones saying, well, we condemn violence. We don't want to see violence is bad in all regards. But now a week from now, 2 weeks from now, it's going to be back to kind of business as usual. I think that's the frustration for the people on the right. Like,
I understand.
Just try to steelman Jesse Waters right there. It's like, all they do is attack us all the time, mostly verbally, and then it escalates, culminates in these physical flashpoints. And then it's like, it's not so much of what do we do back to them. It's more so like, what even can we do? Like, we're trying to just debate and...
It's the same frustration, though. Like what you just said, I understand, but it's the same frustration I have with that is the same frustration I had with the left when they were blaming Fox News, libs of TikTok, for hospital bomb threats and things like that. And saying, well, look, you're calling us every day, communists, socialists, a threat to America, that we're here to bring in and open the borders and purge, like steal the elections with illegal immigrants and things like that, right? Like, at a certain point, someone's going to take action based on what you said. But I reject the idea of stochastic terrorism. I just want to be very clear. I reject it wholeheartedly. I don't think we should or can hold people responsible because some crazy dude takes their word. And also, we do need to be able to criticize our political opponents, even in strong terms, because sometimes they are doing really bad things that we need to call really bad. And simply because some crazy may think that justifies political violence, it should not be a reason for us to tamp down on that speech. I reject that. I think Trump is a threat to this Constitution. I do. I believe that. I'm not going to stop saying that. If you think out there, dear viewer, that is me calling for violence or justifying any kind of violence, you have not listened to a word I've said on stream regarding political violence in any way, shape, or form. I have been one of the most consistent people on this message for years that it is never okay to take physical, violent action against political enemies in the United States of America. It's just not. So again, I think that we need to de-escalate that rhetoric as well. De-escalate the blame game that's going to be happening.
Mm-hmm.
Something that I kind of actually thought of while you were talking about that, Wick, which is something that I think if you're a Democrat listening to this, and I would plead and implore you to do this, reach out to conservatives that maybe you haven't contacted in a while or have cut out from your life, and just say, hey, I saw what happened on the news, and I want you to know I think it's terrible. A lot of conservatives, myself included, even though, I can kind of flip-flop both ways. Well, not flip-flop, but, whatever. I have a lot of conservative friends, and I have a lot of liberal friends, although that number kind of dwindles with current politics. Almost all of them feel like they want to be friends with people that they disagree with politically, but can't because they cut them off for political disagreements. And that is part of what stokes this kind of us versus them mentality. And so we can't control what the Democratic establishment does. We can't control what Hassan Piker does. But you can have an impact to de-radicalize at least a couple of people by being friends to people that you disagree with politically. And frankly, if you think that I can't do that because these people are deplorable, you're just feeding into the cycle. Okay, people that disagree with you politically are not evil. They may have different values than you. That doesn't make them evil. Because they could do the same thing to you, and the whole world will just continue gouging each other's eyes out because we're constantly thinking that people that disagree with us are evil.
So then I guess just to kind of go off of that, I'm looking at where's really the genesis of this, or I guess who's kind of pushing this, what's happening? Because I agree with you. I've never lost a friendship or I've never cut someone off for being a liberal, but I've been cut off plenty of times for not even being like a full conservative, just being more right-leaning than I'm left-leaning. I think it just takes us back to this progressive versus liberal. And as much as conservatives will be pretty unified in just saying, well, just what Jesse Waters, it's like there's the pinnacle of that, but it's like this is the left, this is them, and I hate the broad language, but I feel like conservatives are going to be pretty united, and like it is kind of an us versus them feeling right now, and so I think the burden is mostly, or I guess largely on, I guess our classical liberals. Y'all are holding down the fort over there. But there's been so much the barbarian progressives.
Look, we are riding a bucking bronco, right? Holding down the fort. I don't know about that, but I feel like, I'll just be honest with you guys. I feel like I get no support from anyone on my advocacy here. I feel like I've been arguing with the right wing in my chat all day who want to go to war, basically. I've been arguing with the left. You guys saw Katie came on earlier, and oh boy, I feel like I got no allies. I feel like I'm the only guy out there, and I know it's not true. I know intellectually that's probably not the case. There are probably plenty of voices like mine, but it feels as if I'm like one of the few that are just kind of.
I know that.
So
obviously right now we're talking about, this happened to Charlie Kirk. So obviously you're going to have the conservatives feeling some type of way, rightfully so, because of the liberals at this point. I completely agree with that. But I think that it is important. So I've been on both sides. I guess my political background, well into my adulthood, I would have considered myself MAGA. And then I ended up switching and becoming a liberal after time. So I have had the experience as an adult from seeing it kind of getting attacked on both sides. And it is almost exactly the same. You have people cutting you off on one side, you have people cutting you off on the other. You say one thing, everyone's going to be unhappy on this side. You say something over here, everyone else is going to be unhappy there. So I do think that I did like the idea of, reaching out to people in the conservative circles, and, making sure that they know that you're supportive and that the crazy voices on the internet aren't the masses. But I think that that's more so the important aspect of it, is that the crazies on both sides aren't going to be reflecting how you feel inside. And so then maybe that can help de-radicalize some people. But I do agree with you, Wick, as well. I'm not, as big or as popular when it comes to politics and stuff. I talked about politics a lot more during the presidential stuff, and everyone was into politics then, but kind of the same thing where like you can't make anybody happy. So I do agree with that sentiment, and I think that we're seeing that kind of at full force today, and that's why this kind of shit is a problem, but
I do think that more like, I think Deej, you're exactly right, Peaches, but I want to speak to something Deej said as well. Like we see this as some sort of giant monolith monster that seems impossible to tackle. But I think that if we, like, there's an old adage, how do you eat an elephant? One bite at a time. And if we change this in our way of thinking into like, how do we, I can't de-radicalize everyone, but could I de-radicalize the people in my immediate sphere of influence? Could I DM someone who I know is right wing and say, hey buddy, I just know that I'm with you. I'm here to support you, whatever you need. Right. I think that Charlie Kirk's death was a tragedy. It was a murder. It was brutal, and it should never have happened. I think that that's good advice. But my problem is, and I can already see what's going to happen in my mind, because I've tried this before, is I will DM them, and I'll say that, and they'll say things like, we've tried being civil up till now, and now it's our turn. And I don't know how to respond to that. I don't know where to go after I get that response. Like, how do I get past that or get over that? I don't know if I can.
So I guess what I'm most curious to watch in kind of the next immediate future, but also just the next weeks and months, and I'll back you up. I've seen some comments as well of basically that exact sentiment of like, well, we tried being civil and it didn't work, so here we are now. And I just think, that's the complete opposite response. And I'll give you credit too, Wick. I saw your quote tweet to Destiny earlier. Basically, was saying this is the exact opposite of what needs to be done right now. And so It sucks because it's like, you know, sometimes it feels like we've got no impact whatsoever, but all we can do is just try to influence people around us. It's the classic touch grass solution, right? It's like focus on your immediate community, your neighbors, your family, and not be so terminally online. But unfortunately, there's nothing in our power to stop somebody else from being terminally online and getting sucked down these radicalization pipelines.
No, I think you're right. Like touching grass is always, you got to keep your head, right? You got to keep your mental health. But it feels like we can't seed the ground of online discourse either, right? If all the moderates and all the people who have moderate leanings leave, then there's going to be no one to push back against the constant screeching radicalization that is happening online. I think we need to stand our ground in a real way and say, no, we're not going anywhere. And you can call us optics cucks. You can call us weak. You can call us whatever, or woke scolds or whatever you want to term it as, depending on which side's yelling at you. But yeah, you just need to say, no, fuck you. We're here and my way is the only path to peace and we need peace. We do.
And that's the feeling I had too, actually. So being younger, it was like definitely, oh yeah, I want to run for office one day. I want to do politics. Like it's so cool. I want to make change. I want to help people, you know, win hearts and minds, persuade people. And then, I got blackpilled on that through probably in law school was when I started to realize, because I was like, this just sucks. Like it's not about winning hearts and minds. It's just about who can get the most clicks. And these are members of Congress we're talking about that are engaged in this. And so, but that's the worst part of it is not to toot my own horn too much, but it's like I feel like the people with my approach to it of like I want to help people, I want to reach solutions, reach common ground, and find policy that works and benefits the most people. And I'm not in it for the fame, I'm not in it for the clicks. Like that's the kind of attitude that we need probably from our elected officials. But the way the incentive structure is set up right now, it's scaring away all of those types of people, which is arguably how we ended up with Trump in the first place. He was the one that was willing to step in and just say he doesn't care what you're going to say about him. He's just going to do his thing, say whatever he's going to say. And if y'all remember back to the very beginning, like 2015, like say the most outrageous things. What is the John McCain war prisoner or what? Not a real hero, like stuff like that, like intentionally stoking just to generate these headlines. It's like that was the game plan for him. Was I'm going to generate the most amount of free marketing and clicks that I possibly can. And now it kind of ushered in, I guess, this modern era of politicking where all the noble people that are probably the people who should be making these decisions, they all get scared away, and all we're left is with, I guess, who we're left with now.
$2 from Richard Long 69 to say bring back the loony bin. $2 more from Psycor to say I don't want to get political, but pasta is tasty. Thank you for the $2, gang.
Ban that guy.
I apologize. Like this feels like a grieving panel. Like we're here to grieve together about what we lost, and it's the vibes are off. Okay, the vibes are down. It feels, I don't know what are some other of our thoughts just in general on this whole situation. Go ahead. I'm looking up breaking news right now, but go ahead and just kind of chit chat. I don't know.
So I don't want to cut anyone off. Just a quick point I think I'll make, and I think might get us talking, is I'm curious to see in the following weeks and months, like what is the actual response going to be? Because I think we get in situations like this where it's the fear of the unknown. We don't know what's going to happen next, and certainly that's legitimate fear. Someone could literally take this as inspiration to go do the exact opposite and try and assassinate AOC or someone. And it's like that's a very real possibility of where we're at right now. I'm curious to see, and only time's going to bear the answer on this. What is the actual response? Is there going to be marches, protests, individuals that take it upon themselves to quote unquote fight back or fight them, as Waters was saying? My feeling is honestly probably like it's not going to happen. Certainly, I might look back 2 weeks from now and eat my words on that. But I guess looking at history as our guide, it feels like anytime something big like this happens, even after Trump almost got killed, it was like, what happened after that? And maybe the difference maker was that the fact he did not get killed and just a tiny graze, and was basically back to business in a week or two. Maybe that's the difference in this situation. But I guess I'm most curious to see. And then also, so that's I guess my first just observation, and then my question would be, if this was an AOC, what would the reaction be from the left? And I think that's also where we're getting into these differences of, I think we could pretty safely count on the very next day we'd be seeing mass protests, if not riots, all across the country. That's just my feeling. But maybe,
well, obviously, obviously, I think the initial reaction would, if I'm just being honest, would be a lot the same. Like, there would be a lot of leftists calling for war, etc., and calling for escalation, and calling for, now we need to fight back, it's here, and all this. I think that would be just what happens. What will actually happen, as opposed to what the messaging is, I don't know. And you're right. We are just speculating here, and I am letting my fear kind of speculate for me, and I'll just freely admit that I am afraid right now. I'm afraid for our country. I'm afraid for the civil order in which we exist, and I worry that it has been killed along with Kirk. I don't know.
Would, as a conservative, I believe you said you were a Gen Z attorney, I believe.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And sorry, I know that's a mouthful.
Okay.
If y'all just want to call me Scott or Scotty O, that works too.
Oh, sure. And then so Scotty and then Deej, I believe you kind of said, flip-flop is the word that stuck in my brain, but I know that you said that you wanted to change that a little bit, but I think we understand each other. Would you guys then, let's say that there is, or I think that there was a little bit of sentiment of, I can understand Republicans being fed up right now, where I can see where there is, I guess, frustration and, them wanting their voices to be heard. Would you guys condemn violence in the same way if then they wanted to retaliate and then kind of do the same thing? I guess who would be, I'm trying to think of like a left political, well, I don't want to say any actually, because I don't want to call to violence or put any ideas in anybody's brains, but the Charlie Kirk of the left, I guess, would you still have the same type of energy for condemning this sort of thing? Or, because I think that that's also matters.
I'll let you go, Deej. Yeah.
Yeah, obviously I'd condemn it the same way, right? The thing is that we want to avoid people getting killed for their political beliefs. But it's kind of one of those things where, at least in recent history, right? If you look at the major assassination attempts on political figures, especially prominent ones, a lot of these high-profile cases have been against conservatives. And while there aren't necessarily people on the right that don't cheer on, people use the Paul Pelosi attacker as an example very frequently, right? Kind of mocking that situation. I think, and I see the left do this a lot, trying to draw that as an equivocation to the assassination attempt on Trump or the children that drowned in Destiny, making fun of them, right? What
about the Minnesota, though? Sorry to cut you off. Wasn't it Minnesota where didn't that just recently happen?
I think,
Those weren't Republican, were
and
they?
if you don't mind, Deej, I'll piggyback off that. Yeah. So, but I think the difference is when we talk about, because first off, when you take the Paul Pelosi one, and y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is there was no political motivation understood in that incident.
Oh no, she's talking about the guy who went in and killed the Democratic.
Oh yeah, that was the second one, the Minnesota rep. But just for Paul Pelosi, there was no.
Too.
Yeah. So, and certainly, so there's the state rep, and of course, it's all equally bad in the level of the loss of human life. I would draw the distinction between where's the difference in scale, different in magnitude of the impact of these people. When we're talking about Trump getting shot at, 2 different assassination attempts. We're talking about Charlie Kirk now been killed. Talking about the House Majority Whip Steve Scalise back at the baseball shooting, where that guy tried to go kill a bunch of Republican congressmen. I think that's the difference in scale. I can't think of any prominent Democrat that's been Brett Kavanaugh. A guy shows up to his house.
Richard Whitmer.
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
so I'll grant
that's very contested and.
Whoa! How is that contested? That's not how.
Well, I mean, most of the you're a lawyer. You probably can explain the case better.
Yeah. I'll actually grant you that largely. I know there was, like, to give you credit, DJ. I know there was talk of okay, whether or not there was entrapment, the true level of federal involvement in that investigation. I'll be honest, I've not read too deeply into it. My understanding is that it's largely legit as far as the investigation goes, and yeah, she was the subject of this. So I'll certainly grant you that.
Kidnap her.
Yeah.
Well.
I'll grant you that.
There's a huge grand conspiracy against. Yes.
It's between that and obviously January 6th is just the biggest example we can think of. But I mean, I'm just trying to rack my brain for any examples beyond that. That we got like some state reps.
And then wasn't Tim Walz
hold
blamed
on. I think that's a big one where you have a guy who dressed up as a cop who snuck into the houses of Democrat politicians, state politicians though they may be, and shot them and their spouses. That's I don't know, right?
Yeah,
like
and
that's pretty clearly Democrats being targeted.
Yeah, and I don't want to seem like I'm hand waving that away. I guess I'll just.
My governor for Pennsylvania.
Just like
someone set his house on fire.
Deal. Yeah,
Josh Shapiro's house got set on fire.
And January 6th isn't anything to hand wave as well. Right.
Well, okay. I mean, if we're looking,
but again,
at,
I just want to be clear. I don't want to turn this in, and I yelled at Gibbs for this too. This doesn't become like, well, they do it more. Well, they do it more. They do it more. I don't want to play that game. Okay, it's not what we're doing.
But that's the game that decided to be played. No.
I think the actual difference isn't necessarily in like who's the target, what's the numbers, etc. But do we have like an equivalent on the right of people cheering on Luigi Mangione?
There were plenty of people on the right who were cheering on Luigi Mangione. I can't.
No. I mean, like, wait, hold on. Who on the right was cheering on Luigi Mangione killing?
I had plenty of right wingers in my chat saying, "Well, yeah, you get what he deserved because he's a healthcare CEO."
A lot of Republicans hate healthcare.
Mainstream figures, or like mainstream Republicans, like party liners.
I guess to try and focus it in. I don't know. I'm not seeing where there's so much focus put on any of these individual figures, except maybe the exception of Gretchen Whitmer. She was definitely kind of held up as a face representing the left for a time. But as far as
Trump, though, because Trump made sure to attack her relentlessly over COVID. That's how she became so popular, and that's why she had so much attention, and that's arguably why the murder plot even started against her.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm largely conceding. I mean, pretty much the entirety of that is a bad fact, as we say in the courtroom. That's a bad fact for the conservative side of the aisle. But when I think of these state reps, when I think of Paul Pelosi, it's like I don't know where is the concentrated, targeted media campaign against these figures. That then now it's conceivable to think that someone's actually going to do something about it, as compared to someone like Trump, someone like Charlie Kirk. Really, any of these.
Would you say that Trump took the Paul Pelosi situation seriously? Would he be somebody that you would look to as a Republican to model?
Hold on.
My question.
Yeah, no,
real quick, just to answer that real quick. My question is not, or my looking at that is not how did Trump respond. My question is how did Trump promulgate that in the first place?
No, how was that? So there's always been a media campaign against Nancy Pelosi for almost my entire adult life. Okay. This has been something that that's like asking, well, who was really ginning up a media campaign against Hillary Clinton? Come on, let's be real. Let's be real.
So then the next question is what, and like I said, maybe I missed a factor or whatnot. But what was the political motivation of the attacker in the Paul Pelosi case? Did he have any social media presence that was like, I hate Nancy Pelosi, I love Trump, let me go attack Nancy Pelosi? Or was it just
more the response to the attack itself, right?
Right.
And certainly
that's what I'm referring to.
And that gets us into our conversation.
We're doing the thing where we're playing the game, and I'm getting caught up in it too, and I should stop. But we don't need to play this game. We don't. It doesn't help anything, right?
Do we have like on the right? Is there an equivalent to like the far left, like the Hassan types, basically that have? Like a right winger who is as extreme as Hassan is on how you deal with political rivals.
Any Christian
that is
nationalist
getting puff pieces by major news organizations.
Okay, puff pieces. I don't know about puff pieces, but I can go find you Hold on, let me find it actually. Since we're talking
if we're talking scale of like how a person who's as far right as Hassan is far left, I feel like you'd have to get as far out as like a Nick Fuentes or someone. But
I guess again, so I guess like so my question was, as someone that's not liberal, a Republican or conservative or otherwise, would you have the same sort of heat if the violence was then turned around back on the, you know, liberals, the Charlie Kirk of the left? And I feel like that's when the conversation turned to there isn't that same sort of it's the Republicans that are always being targeted, not the left. And so I feel like that's a really dangerous game to be played. And I just wanted to, I guess, point it out that I think that trying to draw a line and say that the Republicans are under attack more so than the left is kind of silly. No?
Yeah, I think, and I think this is actually an observation I first saw Destiny make, is when, in relation to specifically like trans issues in schools, bathrooms, athletes, whatever it may be, the problem is not how often does it happen. The problem is what's the response to it. And I feel like when we look at incidents like this, of course, we're going to get the lip service. And actually, maybe lip service is too dismissive. I think these people actually genuinely believe it. When I see any of these high-profile figures talking about, thoughts and prayers, this is horrible what happened, we condemn violence, it's like, okay, certainly, understand that. But even then, even in real time, as we're talking about live on MSNBC, what was they saying? That this was probably a supporter who was just shooting to celebrate.
That was a 14-second clip.
What has Trump's response been to all the violence against the left when it's been brought to the left?
Just real quick,
as the president of the United States, I think it's important to ask.
$10 from Per Thompson to say bottom left dude is arguing now that we should ignore these attacks, that the victims are not 100% equal in fame. I don't think that's what he's arguing.
Hold on, let me bottom left here. I'm assuming that's me. I am bottom left. Thank you. Where does that put me on the political compass, by the way? Is that the authoritarian left?
That would be libertarian left.
Libertarian left. Okay, cool. Just get my association correct. We should ignore these attacks if the victims are not 100% equal in fame. Yeah, no, definitely not what I'm saying. I'm arguing as a practical sense. The difference in scale, it matters. I mean, there's a reason we're talking. I mean, how many murders happened today in America? And
6.
we're only talking about one of them, because the scale of the impact, the scale of the outcome is what matters most for purposes of having this national conversation. Doesn't make any of these other murders, any of these other losses of life, any less valuable from a individual human life perspective. What matters is, right, what is the scale of the impact of the, I guess, on the national conversations that are already ongoing. So I guess hopefully I clarified.
To me, it's not a matter of like the scale of who is the target. It's more what is the acceptable rhetoric on when the event occurs. Because I find that obviously there's crazy people on the right that are going to cheer on, that are going to do like what Hassan does, where it's like, oh, well, now it's your turn to get the bullet, so to speak. But like, does those people get as much attention and lead as much discussion on the right as Hassan and the far left orbiters have on these discussions when it happens to a right winger? So, I don't think that the scales are comparable. There is stuff that happens on both sides, but when you look at the institutional support of figures that essentially do downplay or even justify, like, killing all political rivals is wrong.
Does it make it better or worse that the right seems to be decentralized cell-like structures as opposed to kind of like the more institutionalized, if you want to use that word, of the left?
But Trump has talked about pardoning the Whitmer I just remembered. I Googled to remember what Trump had to say about the Gretchen Whitmer plot, and I forgot that he's literally been talking about pardoning the people who were in the kidnapping plot against her. So I know that my thing cut out for a little bit, but I'm just saying that, like, it's important how our political figures respond to violence when it happens. And so you can say that, I mean, if we want to talk about the scale of the people that are being affected, I know that you said that you didn't necessarily want to go down that road, but when you have the president of the United States pardoning or discussing pardons for the people who are plotting to kidnap and murder a governor of Michigan, that's just, I don't know.
I really need to push back on this Whitmer thing because
why?
So that everybody is aware, the facts on the matter, the people that did get charged and convicted did so on plea deals. I don't believe that there were 2 or 1 individual that did not accept a plea deal that did
What's the
not get any
implication?
charges. And the implication is that when the arrest happened, I believe there were 3 FBI informants for every 1 person that had charges.
Are you saying that it's not accurate?
It's high. They would not have been able to successfully kidnap Whitmer because the person that they were buying explosives from was a federal informant.
But they were trying to buy explosives.
They were trying to buy explosives.
Yet they didn't bring the amount of money. I think that they were saying they needed like $5,000 to buy these explosives. They brought $400. They didn't even make the plan. The person that made the plan for the Whitmer kidnapping was a federal informant. Like, that's why, even though the charges did stick for the people that pled down, I don't believe that the people that challenged the charges actually got convicted of anything because of entrapment. Because again, when the arrest happened, there were more federal informants than there were people that were charged.
Why does it matter? Why does it matter? Because, yeah, I would expect there to be a lot of federal informants on a case like trying to kidnap the governor of Michigan. Why does that matter?
Because the training
that's my understanding as well. What DJ is saying. Hello, hi. You guys don't
do
know
you have
me.
a camera
My
for
name
us
is
today,
Prime.
Prime?
Hold on. I gotta
your
put my
time.
nipples away. You know how I am about that.
I do. I do.
But anyway, my understanding from what DJ was saying, and I don't have a deep understanding, like a encyclopedic knowledge of the situation, but my understanding was that it looked like entrapment. I was on like the Whitmer kidnapping ban as well, and we know the FBI has done literally exactly that. Right, like they did that to our Muslim brothers and sisters after 9/11. Right, they infiltrated their mosque. Right, they found people who were like disaffected or just like easy targets, people who had like mental limitations. And they got them to say all kinds of things. They put like plans into place, like for their behalf. My understanding is this is something that they did. So that's something that matters.
It does matter. Hold on, just real quick, because I have an opinion on this. Okay, I don't want to get in on this. It does matter for the sense of prosecution and legal consequences, but I do still find it condemnable, even if they were tricked or trapped into it, that they had this desire to want to do this act, even if they were pushed into it or convinced.
What if they were convinced? They're like, hey, like there were
not
cases,
what happened, though.
and there were cases in terms of like the Muslim situation where individuals really had no real desire, but was continuously pushed. Okay, this is the plan, guys. This is what we're gonna do. Let's go buy the explosives. You know, they were just like led along the entire time.
You should say no in that case.
Somebody had become an informant, so it was the Wolverine Watchman. I didn't know that we were ever going to have to talk about the Gretchen Whitmer case and the facts of the matter, but they had their own group that was formed, and then somebody noticed that it was getting a little too crazy, and so then they ended up becoming an FBI informant in the case. But yes, that is true. But also, I just want to point out that when talking about violence that is committed on the right, again, all I asked was, would you condemn the same type of violence on the other side? And then it turned into, well, I can see, where they're like coming from, and I don't know, look at the way that the right is targeted, and then now we're talking about how basically they were tricked into it. And so it's just, but okay,
I would
keep
just
reading,
say,
that's fine.
right, I am a lawyer, but like I said, I led off with that. I haven't looked too deeply into the case. That's why I was willing to concede just largely that, kind of echoing what Wick was saying, it sounds like there was a sentiment among this group to perpetrate this plot, but then there was also involvement by feds, and entrapment is by definition a gray area of the law, and to try and base any sort of judgment based on plea deals You can't. There's a million different reasons that a defendant might take a plea deal. I would kind of corroborate what DJ's saying about there were 5 that did take it to trial and that were acquitted on charges. So just throwing that in there. But largely speaking, like that's why. But legality of the case itself aside, I'm willing to concede that there is sentiment, there is feeling of people who want to do things like this. We can debate whether or not how many steps they took of their own accord to make that happen. Whitmer is a prominent political figure, and so certainly that's why she's relevant to this discussion. But
and I mean, look, we don't. If we want to even set aside the Whitmer thing, we have the what was it, the Minnesota or the Michigan, one of the M states. Again, as I keep bringing it up, guy broke into their house and shot state Democratic politicians, just shot them dead, and I don't know. Prime though, you wanted to come in on the discussion and you had an opinion on the Charlie Kirk stuff. I want to give you a chance to give your thoughts, give your take. What do you think?
Yeah. So, to be clear, I wholeheartedly condemn this type of political violence. I think that this makes us, like us being the America in our society, I think this violence makes us a more dangerous, makes America more dangerous. I think that encouraging this or celebrating this like leads us down a dark road, and it's one that the left will lose in terms of like who can apply more violence, right? Is it the left or the right? It's definitely the right. They're definitely more well armed, and I think definitely more willing to use that. So I think that like for people encouraging others, right? Like I saw one comment saying, like Ben Shapiro is next, like for people encouraging that, like
gross.
I say like you should use an immense amount of caution in this particular area. However, all that, and also, and to be clear, if I had known, let's say I had somehow some forewarning of this attack, I would have called the police. I'd have had that guy stopped. If I had seen, I was on the stage and I like saw a laser dot on him, right, I would have pushed him aside. To be clear, like we don't want to encourage political violence, and I don't want to just see people dead like that. That being said, the thing that I have a problem with is like what comes with that in this moment, right? How I'm seeing people talk about this on the left. Like people are saying that in this moment we can't actually discuss Charlie's like political actions, his motivations, or anything like that. We can't discuss these things. That instead, what we should be doing is, sending out empathy towards his family, right? And I actually do have empathy towards his family, especially his young kids who just lost a father. That's a complete tragedy. Charlie Kirk was a fascist, though. He was a fucking fascist. Charlie Kirk was making the world more dangerous for marginalized individuals. People look like me, and I'm brown, in case you don't know.
You'll have to turn on the camera for people to believe you. Okay.
Oh, maybe not. Maybe I'm just cosplaying.
That digital blackface, they say, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But he was making the world more dangerous. He demagogued the entire time, right? Like that was his claim to fame, was his demagoguing. My understanding was that he was. Rick's not gonna like this next part. He was a fucking Zionist, and he made excuses for the bombings in Gaza, right? So those kids, those people who are getting slaughtered right now, those aren't real people to him. Those are casualties of war, right? Just the price of war. But now, in this moment, we're supposed to forget all that. Forget what he's done. Forget that he's made this world more dangerous for all the rest of us. No, absolutely not. Now is the exact time to talk about it, right?
I disagree.
Because
obviously, but
go ahead, Wick.
No, I just think that the things that you were saying right now, after the butt, right? None of that is helping anything. Nothing is made better by pointing this out at this precise moment, right? Timing matters when we talk about these things. I'm not saying that you can't criticize Kirk or any politician or any influencer. But the time to do that isn't the body's not even fucking cold, dude.
Yeah, Wick. You know who said the same thing? What Charlie Kirk did. Charlie Kirk did during all those school massacres when we talked about, hey, maybe we should consider gun reform. Hey, maybe this is the time to talk about it. No, we actually can't, according to Charlie Kirk, we can't talk about it. We can't politicize this moment, right? When we have slaughtered children. Hey, their bodies aren't even cold. Why are you bringing this up, right? Let's end the discussion right now. And instead, thoughts and prayers to the family members, right? Instead, at some point in time, I guess we'll invest in mental health care. When did that time ever come?
Do you think that we should?
When was Charlie Kirk actually advocating it beyond the moment after a gun violence? When did
I don't
Charlie
think
Kirk
I
say,
should
okay,
act
now's
the
the time
same.
to have that conversation?
I don't think
It
I should
never
act the
happened.
same as Charlie Kirk. I don't think I should act the same as you say, a fascist. I don't think I should act the same way.
Yeah, we should.
I think we should behave
instead
better
we should
than
discuss
that.
at the time.
Also,
So I'm
this is
saying
a false
I'm acting differently. I'm saying that at this time we should discuss these things. We shouldn't what it is. We shouldn't use this time to whitewash his past, right? Because I'm seeing a lot of whitewashing happening out there. I'm not saying that you did.
Okay, what is the whitewashing you're seeing that's happening? $5 from Joe the Mig to say Prime is literally the left whose blatantly false rhetoric contributed to this environment. Thank you for the $5. But yeah, what is this whitewashing that you've seen? I've not seen anyone whitewash. I mean, obviously Trump is going to praise him, right? And say he's the greatest guy ever, right? Obviously the right's going to do that. But what liberal or Democrat or leftist are you looking at and seeing whitewash Charlie Kirk?
Yeah, I'll tell you exactly. So I was watching TYT, right? Cenk Uygur, who had some personal dealings with Charlie Kirk. And he talked about how one, in this moment, we can't talk about his political leanings, right? That would be uncouth for us to discuss the horrible things that Charlie Kirk has done his entire life, right? Now, I don't see him usually giving that type of energy to others, right? That he doesn't know in similar situations, but it is what it is. And I can empathize with a person who is in shock. Because clearly Cenk was in shock. And he's saying, I can't believe that he's dead, and of course you can't, because this is the person that you knew, right? And they're very real to you in a way that other people just can't be. So I can empathize with that. But to say that no, we can't discuss his political leanings, to say that you should all feel this as some sort of great tragedy, I don't think. I think it's a tragedy for our nation. I think it's a tragedy for our nation. Absolutely, right? I think it's a tragedy for our society.
Well,
but the fact that, sorry, go ahead.
If I could, real quick, it's. I'm not of the opinion that you cannot criticize anyone who's involved in a situation like this either. Okay, I think what Wick's getting at is when we talk about the timing, it's certainly you can acknowledge that when, like Wick said, the body's basically not even cold, and the discussion becomes, well, actually, he was a fascist and a Zionist, and so even if you're not saying explicitly, the implication that people are going to draw from that is that.
Is that just me, or is it?
Yeah, no, it's me too. You're stating.
Yeah, that's
your audio just went.
Yeah, Gen Z. Could you try it again? Test.
It's okay. Test.
Okay, try again.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah,
good. Okay.
Repeat that, please.
I was saying, okay, so basically, I don't know when it cut off, but my main point was when
you
you're
said the
saying
body
that
wasn't cold. Go ahead.
So when we're in this time, very specific time where the body, use that phrase, body's not even cold, And when the discussion then becomes, or at least you want to make discussion about, well, and let's all just keep in mind he was a fascist and a Zionist. I know you're not explicitly saying he deserved it, but the implication that people are going to draw from that is that he deserved it. And you can test that by just applying it to any left-wing figure that we've been talking about, whether it's Gretchen Whitmer, whether it's the Minnesota state lawmakers. If my first response was, well, what happened to those state lawmakers was bad, but they voted this way to allow transgenders in the 5th grade or whatever the policy might be, pick your poison. The implication there would be like, sounds like I'm arguing that they deserved it then, and I think that's the big problem.
What's the implication though when we talk about the Gretchen Whitmer kidnapping plot and we say that the FBI informants, they took plea deals, so I guess I'm just gonna say my opinion on this has changed from the very beginning of this conversation. When it comes to the idea of condemning violence and political violence is bad, I'm totally there 1,000,000%. I'm going to condemn it and have the same exact energy when it's on the right versus on the left. And if the right isn't going to be able to own their own violence and the way that they treat violence when it happens on their own side, if we literally can't even acknowledge that on the right and we have to be like, you can say Charlie, it's just, I don't even give a fuck anymore. Okay. I really don't care.
I need to say something because I'm actually extremely terrified right now. Okay. You think you've seen political violence from the right. You haven't seen shit. All right. Okay. You have not seen what an activated right-wing American mob looks like. You think January 6th was bad? What happens when you have Jan 6, but they bring guns?
Okay, so the political violence wasn't actually political violence because it isn't as bad as it could be? Is that what you're saying?
What happens when this small little group of guys that were involved in the Gretchen Whitmer case are trained? What happens when they're not just a bunch of LARPing bikers, right? This rhetoric that, Prime, you're justifying what happened to Charlie
no, hold on.
Kirk because of what his political beliefs are.
Hold on. I'm not going to let you lie on me. I'm not going to let you lie. I'm not going to let you lie. I specifically took the time when I came in.
Hold on. One at a time.
So, no, this guy was lying on me, right? Hold on. What did I start this conversation off with? Hey, this shouldn't happen. Hey, we don't want to celebrate this. We want to encourage this because this is awful. Hey, if I had known this was going to happen, I would have stopped it personally, right? Even if I was had to bodily push Charlie Kirk out of the way. Because we should absolutely not encourage political violence. It's an awful thing and it makes our society worse. So don't put that bullshit on me. You heard that? Don't try to lie on me, okay? What I said was, hey, in this moment, we can discuss his actual past. You can say that actually Charlie Kirk was terrible to individuals. He made this world dangerous for so many people, right? He demagogued against our trans brothers and sisters. He spent a lot of time on that. How did it feel for those individuals in those moments? For the people he encouraged, right, to harass them, to berate them, to back legislation that will limit their rights. We can think of those people in this moment as well. Right? You can say that all without saying, hey, this should have happened, or he necessarily deserved these things. Because he's a fucking fascist. Yeah, he's a fascist.
What should we do to fascists? And what does
we shouldn't kill them. Hold on. We shouldn't kill them.
You gotta let Deej ask his question, please.
What's the prominent far left consensus of what we should do to fascists? What is that in the online tainting?
That's got nothing to do with what I got to say.
It's extremely relevant.
It has nothing to do with what I got to say, because what you can try to do is you can put words in my mouth, but don't worry, I won't let you. All right, I'm too experienced at this, so you won't put words in my mouth. I say specifically, hey, we should not institute political violence. We will lose. Considering backing up what you just said to Baby Peach, we're talking about how we can have much more political violence, right? That can increase exponentially. We haven't seen what they can do yet. I agree with that. I don't agree with the way you applied that to her, but I agree with the sentiment that the right can use so much more political. They're so much more well armed, and they're much more insane. They're much more willing to use that against our fellow citizens. And one of the people who encourage that situation, encourage their followers to hate, right, and to use force, that would be Charlie Kirk. That would be Charlie Kirk. And so in this moment, I can talk about that Charlie Kirk did that.
let's say you're right about Charlie Kirk being a fascist and a far-right icon that kind of deserved what was coming to him, even if
I didn't say that. Don't try it. Don't try it. Don't try
That's
it.
the implication of what you're
No,
saying.
it's not
His
the
rhetoric
implication.
made the world
You
a
can
more
try
dangerous
that,
place.
but it won't work for me. It's
While
impossible
it's
to work for
terrible
me.
and we should
It's
condemn it,
impossible.
we also need to
Because you're a
highlight the fact that
fucking
he made the
liar.
world a more
You're a
terrible,
fucking liar.
dangerous
Everyone who
place.
can hear you knows you're a fucking liar. Actively trying to edit my words in this moment, I won't let you. You're an amateur at this. It won't work.
I will let the people watching decide on that. But
You
let's
do
say what
that.
you're saying is true. Let's say Charlie Kirk is a terrible fascist that makes the world a much
He
terrible
is.
place. What do you think the average American thinks of when they hear of Charlie Kirk?
I think the average American doesn't know who Charlie Kirk is.
Well, they may not know him specifically, but they kind of just see him as a mainline conservative, right?
Okay.
He's considered just kind of...
Just real quick, $10 from Joe the Mig to say, Kirk wasn't a fascist, and this rhetoric is exactly the problem. Calling someone a fascist incorrectly is literally a call to action among the far left. Why lie about
Who
this?
the fuck cares when you have somebody on here that's not willing to disavow any of the right-wing violence by saying you haven't seen violence at all. You have no idea what it could possibly look like if you actually had a militia and they weren't actually just LARPing people who were talking about and trying to actually plan there was a kidnapping plot against the governor of Michigan, and our response is, who the fuck cares? They weren't actually a armed, properly trained
It was
militia.
a plot that was
Go
planned
fuck
and
yourself.
orchestrated
How
by the
dare
FBI.
you talk about how
If-
there is
bro.
all of this violent rhetoric on the left, and you can't
Deej, I
even
got this.
acknowledge it when it comes from your own fucking party. That is insane to me.
If we want to, just in the spirit of putting words in people's mouths, let me ask Deej just a direct question. Deej, do you condemn all the violence that any right-leaning person has committed in the name of politics?
Of course.
Oh, cool.
No
Then,
buts about it.
So, but see, the eye roll there is kind of is the frustration that people on the right are having when we see people on the left saying, "Oh, we condemn this violence," or even taking it, we condemn. Like I think AOC's response was, the gun violence and political violence needs to end." And
When did my demeanor change? When was I no longer on the same team? When we weren't able to properly acknowledge the violence that we do on our own side as a righty. No?
well, I mean, we can
But
roll
if
the tape.
we just, we can, but now we're saying that we condemn all of the right-wing violence, so I guess.
No, roll the tape back. The very first thing I said when we got onto this topic.
Oh, sorry, not you, Deej. I'm sorry. Yes, you're right.
Yeah,
I'm with you, not Deej.
Yeah. I just want to clarify. Yeah, that was the first thing I said. I think was I basically largely conceded the Whitmer point, and then of course easily January 6th and the Minnesota state lawmakers. So as far as like, yes, these are clear examples of politically motivated violence coming from the right. The only point I was making was I feel like I see more coming from the left directed at the right than that got us in the back and forth whataboutism that Wick was trying to move us away from. I think that's a fair summary of where we were at.
Can we disavow January 6th violence or no?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Yep, cool.
Okay, I have to use the restroom. I'm going to put Prime in charge of the moderating. Prime,
okay,
please give us a camera. But I will.
Don't worry, I won't step in.
I'll be right back.
Sure.
I
all right. Sorry.
Actually,
Let's continue.
really quickly, because
go
Baby
ahead.
Peach was saying that I wasn't condemning violence on the right. I want to make it clear. I fully condemn violence from the right. I condemn January 6th. I'm not a January 6th truther. I'm not even a Trump supporter. I didn't vote for Trump. I condemn all the acts of right-wing violence. My reason for going after the Gretchen Whitmer case is because, like, for all the cases you want to make of right-wing violence, that is the weakest one. It's not like FBI entrapment. It was planned by the FBI.
But it's still an example
of it.
of
It was orchestrated by the FBI. They were trained by the FBI. Like when every step of the way, the only way this plot ever could have happened was from FBI involvement. It makes you wonder who's actually responsible for the kidnapping plot, right? January 6th, bad. The assassinations that were committed in Minnesota against that judge, horrible, right?
Okay.
And I'm not gonna say, well, they're soft on crime Democrats, so it's just kind of what they get, right?
Yeah, there's no yes, but that's the key part.
They pled guilty, though, did they not? The Gretchen Whitmer case.
Well, I mean,
some of them did, but the ones that did not plead guilty were acquitted.
That's
and,
fine.
And,
also,
and that's
you
why
can
I'm
tweet.
trying to be fair and nuanced regarding that case. Just once again, as a practicing lawyer who has prosecuted cases like these and defended, well, not like these, but prosecuted multiple defendant cases and whatnot. It's there's just a million reasons to get to where the case is strong against some and it's weak against others.
Sure.
Guilty pleas can be taken for you can know you're not guilty, but when you're looking at 10 years, if you're found guilty versus a probation plea deal,
We all understand that. But just to throw out the whole entire thing by saying it's not the strongest example. I never said it was the strongest example. Did I say that?
Well,
I don't know why we have to have this I don't know why.
Lactoid, do you have a camera, please?
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
All I'm saying is it's really weird. It's just so weird when we bring up examples of violence on the right that instead of just agreeing that violence is bad, the first thing that we do is attack it and say that it's not that big of a deal.
Well,
but we can move off of that, but
and yeah,
I still stand very strongly on my position here.
I really don't want to go down the rabbit hole and make this whole thing about this Whitmer case, but at least to maybe find some common ground. Can you at least acknowledge that there was not a not insignificant amount of federal involvement in the investigation?
Sure.
Okay, yeah, I think that's the only point we're trying to get at. Our feeling is that there was more influence, more involvement than you think there was, but as long as we can all agree there was some involvement, I think, beyond that, we'll just have to agree to disagree on the rest of it.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah.
Okay. I missed what Lactoid had to say. I'm again.
Oh, he hasn't said anything yet.
Oh.
He hasn't said anything.
Okay. Well, Lactoid.
He's just been silently stalking.
I want to give you some space, and Prime, if you can cam up when you can, after you put your nipples away. Lactoid, you're here.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm here. If you guys can hear me. My mic's been a little bit. I'm not going to stand too long. My mic's been a little bit messed up. I just wanted to, I guess, say a few things. I think this was very shocking. I saw the video basically right away. And kind of as the day progressed, kind of was absorbing what everybody was saying. And I've been saying for like a few weeks now that how people react to things is usually more interesting to me than events themselves, because events themselves are usually much smaller than what the audience reaction is, right? So I should be no surprise that I think this is pretty awful. On a human level, I sort of don't like. I understand why it happens, but I sort of don't like this thing that happens where every argument has to be framed in like, well, yeah, of course it's bad. It's going to hurt us. It's going to hurt the left. It's going to lead to this. I mean, the thing that really hit me at first was when I learned that his wife and 2 kids were in the crowd. I think that's pretty jarring, just to start with. He's somebody that, is a media figure. We sort of have this pseudo, obviously he doesn't know us, but again, this sort of thing that public personality figures have. People, attach themselves to celebrities more so than just unnamed people. It's just something that happens. I disagree that he's a fascist. I don't like the fascism rhetoric that's just always going around. This is something that I'm going to disagree on with Prime and a lot of lefties for a long time. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Prime, I was fascist adjacent last stream. So this is, I understand that this is sort of how the left in America does characterize just sort of modern day conservatism. Going back, kind of almost, I'll stay for a little bit for comments or questions or whatever, or if Wick wants me to say anything else. But the reaction to this, I think, is pretty jarring. This guy went up to go speak his mind and debate people, and he was shot. And Twitter is apparently Blue Sky's even worse, but left-wing Twitter is just all over this. It's like celebrating. The sort of like establishment Dems are doing pretty good at condemning this, but like a lot of the snark, like central left, is having a grand old time as well. I think Destiny even said that anybody who on the left who condemns this is like cucked, or is a weak and cucked. So I guess all of you are weak and cucked as well. Just pretty horrific shit that's being said. Yeah, yeah, I guess those are my thoughts.
Obviously.
Can I respond to
respond real quick.
Lactoid?
Respond real quick.
Yeah, sure. Lactoid said last stream, meaning the Reverie, which we have Mondays, 8 p.m. Eastern, on the Prime Guy channel.
Nice. Check it out, gang.
But last week, sorry, on Monday, what I said to you, I didn't call you fascist adjacent. I said that liberals are the handmaidens of fascists, right? And you're acting like a liberal. So you are adjacent to fascism in the same way that Wick is, right? Wick with his policies that weaken the left, Wick with his policies that give in to authoritarianism, right? So you're I was equating you to Wick, which was a huge insult. I shouldn't have done that to you. It was probably uncalled for. But to be clear, I wasn't calling you a fascist. Right? I don't think you're a fascist. Actually,
He's calling you Wick.
He's
calling you mean.
Yeah, I was calling him Wick, and it was really bad. And again, man, like that wasn't cool of me. So I apologize, Lactoid. But still, the greater scheme of these things, right? Yeah. So I think, well, to be clear, what did you think of my comments in particular, right? So my comments were strictly saying that in this moment, we should be able to discuss their political past, right? You disagree with the fascist label, okay? But like, we should be able to discuss a person's political work in these tragic moments.
Okay, before you do that, before you respond, I just read these super chats, make a little money, and then I'll let you respond, and then I have a thought, and then you can leave if you need. $2 from Starhawks to say define fascism. We'll do that later. $2 from Gelatinous Rube to say Kirk was a moderate. You get the fascies next. Well, he wasn't a moderate. Let's be clear. I don't think he was
crazy.
He was not a moderate. No.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
You can disagree with the fascist thing, but he was not a moderate. Let's be real. $20 from Audacity to say all the details are going to rile up the right on this: the wife, the kids, violence for speech, etc. Anyone talking about but more right-wing escalation is brain broken just gave Trump MAGA a ton of ammunition to escalate. Well, in that, so you can respond.
That
to both
reminded
of us
me of
just
something,
real quick.
by the way.
Yeah. There absolutely are elements on the right that are escalating this, that are making this far, far worse. And to deny that is to deny reality. And you can say that the left gave them a lot of ammo to do so, fair, right? But you don't have to use it, right? It's not necessary to use it. Like, you do not have to escalate this situation, but there are many giddily doing so, right? And I condemn those just as much as I condemn Destiny and condemn all the people on the left celebrating this. I condemn them both.
I'll address the I guess 3 or 2 points, and then something that I meant to say something earlier that actually that last super chat reminded me. I guess Prime, what I have to my response to you is I obviously liked that how you started out. I understand because I know you. I know what you mean, but the sort of criticism coming from I think Gen Z lawyer is his name here, of when this is followed up with, it's very easy for people to interpret this as some kind of implicit justification, even if you don't mean it that way, because I mean this is what people a lot of people will do, and people who don't know you so well might think that that's what you are doing. If Martin Luther, if I say, yeah, Martin Luther King shouldn't have been shot, it was really bad, but let's just remember he was a communist. That but there could mean a whole bunch of different things, even if it's what I mean is something very different than what it implies. So I understand what you mean, and I think that the audience probably shouldn't read too much into that, but I also get why some people might find that to be objectionable in a vacuum. As to Wick's point, in terms of some people using this to rile people up, yeah, that's bad, for sure. But sort of in connection with that and the last super chat, one of the things I don't like, and this is also something that Destiny's been doing, and a lot of people have been doing, actually, not the left, because they're just openly supporting it, but the sort of kind of center left, is this sort of weaponized whataboutism, where you're not allowed to even have this conversation until you do what we want you to do, until you condemn who we want you to condemn. We don't want to even hear your take, even if it's right. There could be a massacre tomorrow, and I don't even want to hear what you have to say unless I scour your Twitter and find somewhere where you condemned Hitler. I think this is just a silencing tactic. I mean, let's be honest. This was what a lot of people were doing with the All Lives Matter stuff. This is what a lot of people do. It's just a whataboutism kind of silencing tactic. It's very fucked. It's unacceptable. Yeah, pretty fucked. Anyway.
Okay. Any other comments for Lactoid? I know he has to go soon, so. No. Cool.
Well, I'll say something. I always have something to say, Lactoid. But Lactoid, and I'll say this to Gen Z attorney as well. I hear what you're trying to say. Like I do, right? That it's in the juxtaposition of these two moments where messages can be lost, no matter how you meant it, even if you meant it in the worst way or the best way, right? So I hear you. I think about the recent shootings that have happened. I think about how on the right, and I don't know what Charlie Kirk's specific stance was on this, so I won't say because I just don't know. But like, for instance, the one with the trans shooting, right? What we've seen in this right-wing political punditry sphere, again, I don't know about Charlie Kirk specifically, but what we've seen is people using that as an excuse to say, well, trans people are dangerous, right? Something must be done about these guys. They're violent, right? In that moment. When these, so it seems like, it seems weird. It seems almost hypocritical. Not calling you a hypocrite, Lactoid, to be clear, right? It seems hypocritical to say that now in this moment, when Charlie Kirk, right, a known demagogue, when he like loses his life, right, and again, that shouldn't happen. I do not celebrate it, and I condemn Destiny for saying that. Like, we shouldn't be condemning it. But it seems hypocritical that in this moment, that saying that, now we have to shut down this speech. Right, this speech just of examining his record, right, examining what he's done to the political sphere. Hey, when does it become okay? Right, like when did it become okay to discuss, like gun restrictions after a mass shooting? Republicans never told us, right? When did it become okay to actually tackle these issues? So, like, how many days?
24 hours.
Okay, 24
hours, then you can.
Okay,
then you
hold
can
on.
start.
Okay. So, Lactoid, do you agree? Does it have to be a 24-hour wait, and then I can talk about it, or should I be afraid that in the juxtaposition, because I talk about him being assassinated, right, and then talk about his record, that someone somewhere might get the wrong impression? How long should I wait?
Well, the thing that what you're explaining is like the thing that I tried to describe, which is like I it's going to depend on the person, and for me, because it's like a individual character kind of analysis. Like, I know what you meant by it, but like, let's say you didn't know me, Prime, and then let's say like it was the 60s and Martin Luther King just got shot, and I came out and started talking about how I thought he was a demagogue and his record was communist. Like, if it's a few hours after the shooting, there's going to be implications drawn, even if I am perfectly like salient and I truly do condemn the shooting.
Lactoid is correct.
Lactoid, what if it was a month after the shooting and you said the same words?
I think that you give yourself, just like on a social basis, you give yourself more breathing room if you wait a little bit.
Why wouldn't I draw the same? If I'm looking at you, a white man in the 60s, saying that, okay, right? Why wouldn't I think the same thing if it was a year after or a decade after?
I just think that immediately following this, emotions are going to be higher.
Well, that's why I'm asking you. Hey, what's the time limit?
Because I don't have.
Okay,
look,
so
it
depends.
There's no. Hold on, Prime. It depends how much you actually care about people misinterpreting you. If you don't care, then you could just like right there in the middle after he was shot, you could have, like, if you were there, you could have walked up and said, well, he is a fascist, but like, if you don't care about being like misinterpreted, that's your decision. I'm just saying that, like, the reason why people sort of grimace, right, when you and other people say like he's a fascist, is because like the implication is that violence is justified against fascists, right? Because
and I'm asking you,
the left have been saying violence is justified against fascists.
When is it not just? When is that implication now invalid?
There is no time. You're
Okay,
missing.
there's no time.
let's give it
right?
to. Let's
So then
give
we
it
should
to,
never talk about it. Hold on. If
Can
there
I
is no
push
time
back on
limit,
this
Brandon, hold on one
idea?
second. I'm almost done.
Finish
For
Prime.
lactate-
Hold on, just real quick. Finish Prime, and then I do want to get more people in on
Sure,
the
sure.
conversation.
Absolutely. So lactoid, right? If there is no time limit, then this reminds me again of the gun of the gun debate, right? Because Republicans never give us a timeline as to when we can discuss these things, right? Should it be a year after a massacre, right? Sandy Hook victims, like they weren't code at the time. Sandy Hook happened like a decade ago, right? So we bring up the gun rights debate in this moment. Is that okay? Right?
You're asking me to describe the technical basis for a social concept of reading the room, and I don't know how to do that.
This isn't even about reading the room.
Just real quick, $20. Read the room on my money. $20 from Time Watch to say, here's the other brain rot of all of this entire conversation. Why are we acting like the actions of this one guy are indicative of left of center sentiment as a whole? Smells like purposeful right-wing escalation. Okay, now we're going to give it to Deej. Go ahead.
It's the reaction.
I have an answer
action.
to that, and Prime is a perfect example of it. All right. So first, I don't know how we got to this discussion about when is it okay to start talking about solutions on how to prevent this from happening? Does anyone on this panel think that it would be uncouth of us to say, man, how could we make it so these types of events don't happen again? Has anyone said we can't talk about that within any certain amount of time since this has occurred? Nobody.
No.
Right.
We were talking about it in the very beginning, what we should do. So I agree with you.
So it's Prime, you're trying to conflate that with what you were doing when you came on, which is you came on and you weren't saying, well, so it's horrible that this happened to Charlie Kirk, and we need to discuss how to prevent this from happening further. What you came on and said was, it's horrible what happened to Charlie Kirk, but he is a fascist and he causes harm to other people. That's not the same thing as saying, how do we prevent this from happening in the future? To the super chat's point, sorry, can I read the super chat again? Because
you can read the super chat again. I'm not going to stop you.
Yes. So why are we acting like the actions of this one guy are indicative of left of center sentiment as a whole? Because of you, Prime. Because you come in and say, well, it's horrible. We shouldn't accept political violence, but he was a fascist.
It's
Hassan
what I said.
Comes in and says, well, what do you expect? They're fascists.
This is kind of
so
the
when
point.
you look at I keep pausing and going.
I was trying to wait for the pause to be official, but apologize. Sorry, that was kind of the point I was trying to get at earlier. Is it's not the individual instance that is the reflection of the trend. It is the commentary and the reactions afterwards that are indicative of the trend. Like, it would be related to transgenders in sports, and it's like, okay, very small number compete in sports, but it's not.
What side of the aisle is Prime on? Prime, what would you call yourself, or what would you describe yourself as far as political ideology goes? I actually don't know.
He's a liberal.
Progressive. No, I'm not fucking liberal. Fuck you. Progressive leftist. Yeah.
Okay, so
I just wanted to make clear he's not a liberal, gang.
Right.
He is not
the same party that we were
liberal.
talking about earlier. We were all agreeing that there are some people extreme on both sides, and that they're not indicative of the general overall messaging on the left or the right.
But to push back directly on that, it's look at the prime or look at the figureheads of the progressive movement, and it's kind of like we talked about earlier. One's got a monopoly on an entire streaming platform. And gets puff pieces in mainstream outlets and gets to campaign with mainstream candidates. So that's the left. That's the left side of it. But the right side, like my comparison earlier, maybe if y'all disagree, go ahead. But if we're talking about someone who's as far left as Hassan is, someone who's as far right as Hassan is far left, I feel like we're talking about the Nick Fuentes types, and he's been completely isolated off into his own bubble corner of the internet. Because the mainstream right has completely.
But at the same time, Hassan
it.
isn't as popular as he's the number one person on Twitch. I agree with you when it comes to the general social media aspect. But once you leave Twitch, there's not really a whole lot that he does politically as far as the United States politics is concerned. I wouldn't look at Hassan the same way I would look at as Charlie Kirk.
Nick Fuentes had dinner with the president. Let's not pretend that he's some a completely marginalized individual on the right that they don't actually ever interact with. Of course they do, right? What are you talking about?
Fox News
of course he
does.
does.
Pieces on Nick Fuentes.
Sorry, who? I didn't hear. Could you repeat that, please?
Like, has Fox News done like a puff piece on Nick Fuentes about how he's the face of the the progressive youth men?
But wasn't
No,
it like
you
GQ
Well,
and
he's
stuff that were doing puff pieces on Hassan?
Like, what difference does it make? So, do you think that confers legitimacy, right, or denies the size of his
having puff
platform?
pieces by major news
Yeah.
outlets
Okay.
that are
Well,
part of the
I disagree
Democratic
with you.
establishment
He is
does lend you
legitimate. Nick
legitimacy in the
Fuentes
party.
Wasn't it
is
GQ?
like
Am I wrong?
legitimate because of his connections, his actual power, his voice within that side. Even if I have no idea if anyone write a puff piece about him, but it doesn't matter. And did Fox News condemn Donald Trump for having dinner with Nick Fuentes? Right? I heard a lot of condemnation. I didn't hear any of that from the right. Was that the case? Did Fox News, that same outlet,
Nick
did they
Fuentes
do
only
that?
get in because Kanye was invited, and Kanye invited
I think
Nick.
so.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was literally
and
just
then,
a +1 to Kanye,
and Nick
then they left
Fuentes was allowed to stay. Nick Fuentes, sorry, go ahead.
No, he still got in. It doesn't matter how he got in. He got there and he had dinner with the president.
I'll be the first to say there was that time period after the 2020 election where Trump was just wilding out in many different ways. One of these ways was, as we're mentioning here, but my understanding, we can look and see what his most recent commentary, what is the most recent thing Trump has said about Nick Fuentes, and I'm pretty positive it's not going to be how great of a guy he is, and evidenced by the fact, I mean, has he been to the White House? Has he had any involvement whatsoever with Trump since
did Joe
that
Biden
dinner?
say that Hassan was this great guy? Did that happen ever? Or?
Yeah, to be clear, the DNC kicked out Hassan. Like the Democrat National Convention kicked Hassan out as well.
That's true.
So this isn't some crazy comparison between Hassan and
Well,
Nick
that's because
Fuentes,
Hassan spends his entire platform bashing the Democrats and saying don't vote for Democrats. Like,
I mean,
it's not.
yeah, but
okay.
But to act like he's getting all of these puff pieces from like CNN and like all of these like huge like as like a like the mainstream media promotes him and holds him up on this pedestal, it just isn't the same. So that's just why Nick Fuentes was brought up. But yeah.
Who do you think leads policy discussion among Democrats versus Republicans more? Hassan with Democrats or Nick Fuentes with Republicans?
Gosh, I don't think any of them. Right? I don't think either of them really have.
Yeah.
Like neither. Can I pick C out of you both?
Like,
I mean,
don't know.
so do the left not right now caught in a bind where the Democrats have to both appease the Hassan types to maintain that voting base as well as appease the mainline Democrats? I mean, when Trump was elected, wasn't there literally like this issue because the Democrats were complaining about Hassan types not voting for them, and so they lost votes that maybe could have tipped the scales and made it so Trump won, but they didn't vote for Kamala because she didn't give them
policy
everything that they
concessions
wanted on Palestine.
have they made to?
But how were they? But how was the and how were the liberals bowing down and doing whatever they could to get the Hassan types in their crowd if you're saying that they didn't vote for Democrats and so they didn't do enough time with them? So you're saying two different things in one sentence.
Why are you trying to make concessions to someone whose entire platform is going scorched earth against
I'm
your
not
entire
making
organization?
concessions. I'm saying
not you. I'm talking about
sorry.
the Democratic. Yeah, why would the Democratic Party or prominent figures be making concessions
They're not.
to?
They aren't.
That's my point. That's my point. They're not because that's his entire platform.
Yeah, Deej seems to think that they are, and that somehow Hassan is more of an influence on the Democratic Party than Nick Fuentes is on the Republican Party.
Not the mainline DNC. But there are ancillary news organizations that are propping Hassan up because they think that he can convince Generation Z males to vote Democrat.
Joe Rogan of the left.
GQ?
Yeah.
How many times have we heard that term? Joe Rogan of the left.
You know what we need? We need a TYT of the left. Okay, we need the Young Turks of the left. That's what we need. $10 from Per Thompson to say the quote unquote regular right is now completely illiberal, like Prime Kai, and will agree with anything their God Emperor says. Trump is ruling by fiat and is ignoring Congress completely. Thank you.
So, Deej. So,
and $10 more.
Sorry.
$10 more. Okay. Prime wishes he could do the same, forcing Medicare for all or whatever things he thinks is quote unquote right. Horseshoe theory come to reality. Thank you for the further $10.
And I'm sorry, super quick. I'll be at this 10 seconds long and then ask your question. I just looked up what was the general Republican response to Trump's dinner with Nick Fuentes, and it was Mitch McConnell denouncing it and Kevin McCarthy denouncing it, as well as pretty much every other Republican that was asked. So just as a FYI, how much sway and influence Nick Fuentes might have with the Republicans.
No one said he had a crazy amount of influence, but the comparison was to Hassan, and Hassan has more somehow.
It was brought up as Nick Fuentes literally had dinner with the president.
He did.
So that's how we got on the topic.
Because we're talking about mainstream media doing puff pieces on Hassan, like he's someone that the mainstream media is like propping up as the voice of the people.
I guess call me when Nick Fuentes is streaming Among Us with Mike Johnson.
Deej. So
with the president. How is that not more than having Among Us with AOC? What
the president has dinner with a lot of people, and it doesn't necessarily signify political alignment.
Plus, I just read out the Senate leader and the House leader both explicitly condemned that dinner. So if you want to talk about the Republican Party,
hey,
I explicitly condemn Hassan. Right?
Oh my God, they said like
we're condemning Hassan too. Yeah. We're not pretending and living in fairyland like it doesn't matter who the president has dinner with. That's just dumb.
Deej. So I will agree on one point. You said when I came in, I didn't necessarily give a remedy, right, for the issue at hand, and that would have at the very least added to how useful the discussion is, and I would agree with you there. Right, I'll absolutely give you that.
Well, hold on, no. The problem wasn't that you didn't provide a remedy, right?
Well,
like, if you had said everything you did, but then provided a remedy, it still would have been just as bad in the minds of the people.
Okay, so then we could have ignored your previous comments. No problem then. All right, then I'll ignore those previous comments. And in which way? But the remedy that I would provide would be the exact remedy that if this had been someone else who had been assassinated, right, and Charlie Kirk was commenting on it, it'd be the remedy that he would shut down because he didn't want to discuss that. It was his job as a propagandist to end those conversations. So my remedy would be, gun control. We want more gun control in this nation, right? There are disturbed individuals who have access to weapons, right? They took a shot at Trump. I condemn taking a shot at Trump just as much, right? I'd also talk about how awful Trump is, right? Fascist. But I would say that we don't want these individuals to easily get their hands on those guns. I don't want mass shootings to be happening. I want, like in the wake of the lady who got stabbed, unfortunately. I don't want disturbed individuals walking around our streets instead of demagoguing against how homeless people are dangerous or whatever, right? I'd say we should have mental health care in this country. Reagan closed our healthcare facilities way back when, and now instead those people were just put out on the streets without any help, right? All the things that Charlie Kirk was against, I would apply to the situation so that there's no more Charlie Kirks in the future. Definitely.
I'm glad you bring that up, Prime. Because sure. I actually wanted to make a comment on something that you had said, which was a false equivalency, by the way. Yes, Charlie Kirk has said when these things happen, essentially, no, gun control is not the solution. You know, he has also said that we can't talk about like gun control or how to prevent this while the bodies are still warm or whatever, right? He has said that. Has he ever said, well, those school kids were fascists?
I believe, and I don't have an encyclopedic understanding of all the things Charlie Kirk said. So if I'm wrong,
why not?
I do apologize.
Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, why not? Well, I don't listen to the words of Charlie Kirk. But I believe he's attacked the ones from, it wasn't Sandy Hook, the Florida high school. There's been so many fucking mass shootings. The Florida high school one that happened a few years ago. Like David Hogg was from that one. Kirkland. Was it Kirkland?
Parkland.
Parkland. Yes, thank you.
Nick Wright Kraut. What was this? I don't remember, but yeah.
Yeah, I believe he attacked the Parkland kids who were advocating for gun reform in that moment, right? So that's my understanding. Again, if I'm wrong, I do apologize.
I mean, like if we're talking about, you know, like after the event occurs a year later and there are kids that are doing political advocacy and
they were attacked soon afterwards. Lots of them were doing political advocacy a lot sooner than that. People like at the very soon after, like kids were speaking out. That's how they got famous. In that moment, the country was watching them. That's when they started their political activism.
Okay,
They didn't wait.
Is there an equivalent where Charlie Kirk was saying it's horrible that those kids got shot? We should denounce political violence in this country. But have you listened to those kids' rhetoric? They said dangerous things. They're dangerous people.
He attacked them for their political beliefs when they were advocating for their
attacked
dead
some political
individuals. I'm sorry, it wasn't an equivalent situation that this matches exactly what happened at that point in time, right? We can't draw all those parallels. I'm saying that in that moment, you're asking how has he reacted in the past. My understanding, again, if I'm wrong, and I do apologize. My understanding is that in that moment, he did attack these people because they were calling for a gun reform. Again, I apologize if I'm wrong.
But then
he's attacking
the inverse is, yeah. But then the same point that Prime you came in here to make, which was, yes, we condemn violence. It's bad that he was killed, but we need to be able to have a conversation about who he was as a person. The inverse has to apply then to it's bad that these kids were killed, and now some of them are speaking out. But let's have a conversation. Let's talk about why their policy suggestions are stupid, because now they're stepping into the political debate arena. They don't just get infinite immunity because they were part of a tragedy like that. There has to, like the same way you came in saying there has to be the ability to have discussion.
You can actually respond to political, if in that moment, in that same moment, right? And this obviously didn't happen, so this is fantasy, right? In that same moment, if one of the parents came out and we found out the shooter was trans, right, and said that in that moment, crying over her dead child, actually killed child, that trans people are dangerous, right? No, in that moment, yeah, I can condemn that rhetoric, even if their child was killed, say, hey, that can be destructive. So no, I'm saying, yes, we don't give political immunity, that we should discuss these things in the moment. That's my only point.
Prime,
but you're condemning Charlie Kirk apparently for doing that.
No, he asked me to give me an example, and I gave him an example.
No, hold on. Is there an example of a school shooting where a trans student is brutally murdered by somebody and they get away? We don't know who murdered them. We don't know the motive, but a trans kid was brutally murdered. Do you think it would be okay to say, well, obviously political violence is bad. It's tragic that trans kid died, but transism in America is dangerous. The ideology that kid represents is dangerous.
Hold on, I got an example of this. They weren't killed, but they killed themselves. They jumped off a bridge. They made a post about it before they did it, right? And a lot of people said a lot of bullshit. And a lot of the people who were talking about it say, obviously I condemn their bullshit, but we do have to talk about how trans ideology is affecting the youth and things like that. So that absolutely has happened on the right. That is something they've done over and over again.
But we heard Fox News talk about trans shooters in the 30-second clip we saw.
That's
today.
So, but it's similar, but not quite the same with the suicide, because the discussion was around how transgender individuals have an extremely high suicide rate, and we should try to not promote that. It wasn't.
It was in response to people saying do a backflip. That was in response to people saying do a backflip to that post.
But also, too, are we talking about these are serious political commentators that are memeing and joking on that? Or are we talking about just the Twitterverse?
Okay, the Twitterverse informs these things, right? The biggest lie we tell on both sides is, oh, that's just some rando on Twitter. These are a groundswell of people, right? It's not just one, it's not just two, it's not just 10. It's hundreds and thousands of them, right, that are doing this. And yes, it is big mainstream Republican or right-leaning, at least, influencers, pundits, etc., who make these types of excuses for this terrible behavior, where they will say, obviously I condemn this, it's not okay they do it, right? But we do have to have a talk about how trans ideology is hurting our children.
Or if we want an even better one-to-one,
that still isn't the same thing as them specifically saying this person deserved.
It is enough in
it's
kind
terrible that they killed
to
themselves.
That you're making distinctions without differences here.
I think that there is a difference because you're not saying that the actions someone took to harm another person are directly are a expected response to the rhetoric that that person says.
And because too, with the suicide example, it's a completely contained example of a self-inflicted outcome. Basically, what we're talking about here with Charlie Kirk is this is not something he did to himself, but people are trying to say basically that he did do it to himself because of his rhetoric, because of being a fascist, being a Zionist, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I
So,
want to
so,
get
so
the
it's not
I wanna-
entirely analogous. How about something like Jan 6, where the excuses are, oh, well, yeah, it's bad, but what did they expect? They stole the election. Is that
Nobody's
that's more
defending
analogous, isn't
Yeah,
it?
you're not going to find anyone here saying that.
Okay, but that's still the Republican. Generally, that's the Republican ideas about around Jan 6.
Even then, I don't know.
Who was
You don't
murdered
know?
premeditation January 6th?
Tally came up if
This
you
is
have
the
it.
problem here. Well, I mean,
Oh yeah, I
he
forgot you're a
was.
Republican.
Yeah, okay, I'm literally not a Republican, but I think Charlie Kirk was clearly a good man, and this is a horrible, horrible tragedy. A despicable act of violence that no one should be celebrating. And yes, we can also acknowledge that it is disgusting when people rush to politicize other tragedies. There is something different between someone taking their life and talking about mental illness or talking about gun control and someone planning a premeditated murder against someone on the basis of their political beliefs. There's no reason to rationalize this. This is
Police officers died
so
because of their injuries from Jan
horrible.
6, right?
Okay, were they specifically targeted and murdered in cold blood
Yeah,
because
they
of their
said in
political
January
ideology?
6th.
They were
No, and
yeah, they were
the
attacked
January
because
6th
they were trying
rioters
to
was
stop
like,
people
hey,
from going
kill
in.
the cops, attack the cops. We have video of them literally saying, attack and kill the cops.
And then they died.
Does this make you feel better? Like, I'm just wondering what bringing up that was tragic too. That's horrible.
You just
It's
got here.
terrible
We were
that
having a
police
whole
officers
full
Don't move
feel
past
conversation
that,
that
hon.
about
Don't
an
move past that.
analogy.
Like you
they
specifically
weren't
said it didn't happen.
they were not specifically
They
targeted
specifically talked about
and
targeting the
murdered
cops that were
in
right
cold
there.
blood on
Attack
the
the
basis
cops.
of their political beliefs.
Because they were
Oh no, okay. Oh, now
stopping
we
them
have to put
from
on the
stopping.
basis of the political belief. So add another, move the goalpost
Of
again,
course,
right?
yes, of
Add
course
another
that fucking
requirement.
matters when we're talking
Can I
about
ask
political
why?
violence. Yes.
No, hold on.
why?
First, you asked for premeditated murder. I told you, hey, the
I
people in
want
the crowd
cameras.
Premeditated
specifically called
murder,
for
Prime.
the death of the
I'm
cops,
not sure if you know what
right?
premeditated
That
I
the
want
death of the one. When you say let's kill the cops and then the cops end up dead, would that be premeditated or not, right? But I say, hey, we decided to kill the cops and the cops end up dead. Is that the definition? Maybe I'm missing it. Try me.
Okay,
You don't need a lot of
cameras.
time for it to be premeditated.
We
but-
want
Yeah, that's not how it
cameras,
works.
gang. You from Prime. Prime, you should know this. Cameras help the algorithm. Tally, camera.
My nipples.
Put a shirt on, motherfucker. Okay?
I'm up right now.
And
You
if I
put a
may
shirt
just
on too,
quickly,
Tally. Right? Yeah.
while we're figuring out our cameras here, I just did a quick, consulted the good old ChatGPT, asked how many Republicans support January 6th. Economist YouGov poll March 2023 said 27% strongly or somewhat approved of Capitol rioters' action. So you're talking about 3/4
When you
who
voted for Donald Trump.
Well,
Wait, Gen Z attorney, did you vote for Trump?
I did, yeah.
Do you support Gen 6?
No, of course not.
Okay, why did you vote for Trump?
So we can have this debate. I think it would.
Yeah, it's like so fucking irrelevant.
Yeah, I
Well,
mean,
you would think so.
no, my
I mean, it
only
literally
point
is
is
irrelevant.
I'm happy to go down the path. It's just going to
Well,
take
because it seemed to
quite
me
a.
that Gen Z attorney disavowed a lot of political violence. However, he voted for the guy who supported Gen 6 and pardoned everybody involved and said he was going to do so. So, it seems like you don't really condemn all that much political violence.
Like I said,
Yeah,
I mean, happy to
Do you
go
think the
down.
election was stolen in 2020 or no?
No,
Okay, base.
You
I
vote
need
for the
that's
guy
why.
who
That's
still
why I
thinks that
condemn
and
January
still
6th.
says that.
What?
I need to
Why did you vote for the guy
reiterate
who says
one.
that and still thinks it and pardoned everybody because of it?
All I'm going to
you
say is we can go down and have this debate if y'all want. I think it's going to take us quite far away from where this whole panel
No, I
was
think it's pretty
organized for.
on topic
The man's
because it's about
head
condemning
was
political
almost
violence
blown off
and
in front of an audience of young people and his wife.
yeah,
This is I actually
really
can't
bad.
understand anyone's
You know what else
impulse
is
to
bad?
say anything.
Killing
this is
cops
actually-
and breaking into a government building in front of the entire world. I
This
think
is
it's
also
pretty
so
bad.
perfectly encapsulating what I led off my entire entry into this conversation with, which, by the way, thank you, Wick, for having me, was the frustration that's had that anytime something like this happens like today, and we want to have a serious discussion about how we got to this point and what we can do moving forward, it seems it's immediately, we get the lip service of, yes, today was bad, but do you condemn January 6th? Like,
Well, to be fair, I feel like
it matters if there's a lot of political tension.
To be honest,
it matters if there's a lot of political tensions that are being created by a particular side, and then there's more political
Both
tension and
sides,
more political
both
violence.
sides are feeding horrible political
Wait,
tension.
which
Also,
side do you
it's
think
okay
feeds
to
it
be
more?
horrified
Which side do
by
you think
both
feeds it
of these
more?
What side
things.
feeds
I
it more?
cried on I would say the left.
Tally, which side
I
feeds it
cried
more?
on
The
January
left?
6th, and I cried today watching the murder of Charlie Kirk. These are all horrible things that should shock all of our consciences.
It
and
does.
we
And we're
should all
talking about what do we
condemn
do
in the
about it?
loudest
What do we do
possible
about it?
terms.
What do we
fucking
do about
condemn it? We
Yeah,
condemn
but
it.
we've been
And we
doing
really
It's
that.
condemned.
we cut down on the
It's been condemned,
stochastic
and now we
terrorism
talk
of
about
the
what do we
influencers
do?
on both
What do
sides
we
of the
do
island
moving
here.
forward? And we
Sorry.
look at both sides.
I mean, it's
and
not
how
even being
both
condemned on
sides.
this panel.
We look at it has been condemned on this panel. Where the fuck have you been
By-
for the
by
past 2
everyone.
hours?
By everyone, as far as I know.
I don't
by
accept
everyone.
the
Single person
when
is
you
saying that it's good.
if you
Yeah.
in one breath say this is bad, and in your very next breath do everything you can to justify it, that's not a condemnation.
Who the
Yeah,
hell
so-
has been justifying it?
Simple-
We're not
simple
justifying
test.
it.
That's 100%.
Simple-
Okay, one at a
Simple
time.
test.
One at a time. Kings and queens. Okay, give it to
Simple
baby.
test
Let's
here.
let's give it to Peach first. She hasn't been talking in a while.
Okay,
Peach,
yeah, yeah.
finish your thought, and then we'll give it to the rest. Peach.
Well, no,
Go ahead.
I guess my whole thing is it's frustrating because it's not because like yes, I mean everybody here is saying that it was bad with Charlie Kirk. I'm not even gonna say oh but there is no but, okay? Because it's bad. We're at the point now where we're talking about what is it that we do moving forward, and I think that it's important to look at both sides because both sides have had their own, I guess, ways of dealing with violence and condemning violence in the past. And when you look at the way that the right has condemned violence versus the left, I feel like in recent history, there is a pattern with the right when you look at Trump, the leader, the president of the United States, and the way that he has handled violence coming from the right. I think it's very important to recognize and to point out. And as long as we're all on the same page with just, yes, all violence is bad, and we can look at both sides, and so can we move forward in that way, a lot of the time, the right isn't willing to condemn the violence as much as on the left. I don't know about you personally, Tally, I don't know. But that's just where the conversation has been for the past 2 hours. And to say that none of us have been condemning what happened today is just
I didn't
crazy.
say none of you. You're adding words. I was responding
I'm
to
sorry,
the
are
gentleman
you-
that I was speaking to.
I have a question.
Okay, is that all you have to say? Great.
Do we
Yes.
consider this panel to be somewhat representative of the political compass?
I think it's a pretty good spread, yeah.
We got people on the left. We got people on the right.
I don't know. Is anyone even how far right is anyone on this panel? We probably don't have a very good. I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. You don't seem far.
I mean,
right.
we had you want me to bring on a far right schizo? I can.
I was gonna say, so on the right, we haven't had any representation when it comes to talking about, do you condemn January 6th? Do you condemn any of these other right-wing violence events? We've equivocally said no, we don't. Or sorry, we do condemn, right? We condemn it. There's no but. There's no if. There's no well. They were saying da 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 da.
Right?
We do have an exact example of what I know people on the right feel whenever something happens that targets the right, which is they hear people like Prime come in and say, we condemn violence, but he was a fascist. That language is what causes right people to feel radicalized. Part of the reason
and
why
when it
that
happens on the
super chat, they
left,
was
you have
talking about their mom.
and the
It's
president.
making group chats about we're going to, we're going to activate essentially, is because they view that there is a sizable portion of Democrats and the left who say it's justified when their political figures are murdered in cold blood by saying they were fascists. And they think, whether you think he is or not, they think Charlie Kirk is a moderate. So if they are justifying killing him, they are justifying killing you. That's how they feel. You can say they're wrong, but that's how they feel.
Yeah, and then when it happens on the left and people on the left are killed, like the senators a few months ago, you have people like U.S. Senator Mike Lee going on Twitter and blaming it on Tim Walz, and Trump refusing to make even a phone call to Tim Walz, calling him like a weak guy or something.
That's the
yeah, it's not the same. It's not the same thing.
That's
Yeah,
the
when it happens on the right, they get mad because people on Twitter think, oh, they called us fascists. When it happens on the left, you have lawmakers, people in government.
It's not the same as prime. It's not the same as prime. It's President
Prime
Trump
Kai
and
is
other
not President
lawmakers.
Trump and U.S. Senator Mike Lee, right? It's not the same thing. It's
Do you know
not a little
that you
group
don't
chat
have to
when
do
it's
it
U.S.
back?
senators.
Did you know, like, you can just, like, we can just condemn this and we can just mourn this horrible attack? Like, it's actually not required
No,
to
you
jump
can't.
in
No,
and
no, no.
say,
You
okay,
can't
but the
actually
other
just condemn
side
it.
of the
You cannot
political
just
aisle.
condemn it. It's not possible to just condemn it. You have to actually do something to make it change. So you can't just
Okay,
say I
doing
condemn
something
it
to
and
make
move
a
on.
change is not saying the other side of the political aisle is so bad.
It's also not
They
saying
don't
It
condemn
does.
when
It is
similar
when they
things
are
happen.
that bad. When
No,
they
that's,
are
how
that
is that
bad, that is
productive?
actually a good thing to do. It is a good thing to point it out when the other side is actually that bad. And you haven't been able to contest the actual point that I'm making, which is that when it happens on the left, it's U.S. lawmakers. On the right, it's President Trump and U.S. senators
Okay,
and
they
other
made
people.
jokes. Did they ever say this person is a communist?
Jokes?
So what do you
Well,
expect is going to happen?
also, I've got the quote. I've got the quote. As far as what in
Nightmare on
response
Wall
to the
Street?
as far as Trump's direct response to the Minnesota lawmakers getting killed was, quote, such horrific violence will not be tolerated in the United States of America. It is true, he did not reach out to Tim Walz, and he used words like slick, whacked out, and a mess, but I think those things can coexist,
bad,
where he
right?
can simultaneously have sympathy and condemn violence against the individuals, and
And then do
also
nothing. Yeah, and then
also
do nothing. Yeah, he can do the same thing that you do and condemn the violence and then not do anything about it. Yeah, it is possible for Trump to do that.
Okay, so what's Trump
Meanwhile,
supposed to
people
do
in his own party,
about
lawmakers, are
Minnesota?
calling it Nightmare on Wall Street, blaming it on Tim Walz. Yeah.
Did they say they're a communist? What do you expect?
Exactly.
You want a one-to-one?
Hold on, just Deej
You
and
don't think that's
Tali.
bad?
Hold on, just real quick. Deej and Tali, you understand how them blaming a specific person is worse, right? That Mike Lee blaming Tim Walz and holding him responsible for the death of those senators when Tim Walz had nothing to do with it is worse than someone saying, well, what do you expect? He's a communist. That's worse.
No, in the minds of the people we're concerned about being radicalized, it is not worse.
Yeah.
Because what is happening, right, is you have
also
someone
bad.
who's killed for their political beliefs, and you consider those political beliefs to represent you. And when you go onto a panel like this, you hear Prime say, well, it's obviously we condemn violence, but he was a fascist. In
Look,
my
I already
mind,
called Prime out. I think what he did was
I
also
understand,
not
but
okay.
The thing is that the thing is that the other folks on here are doing whataboutisms of, well, Tim Walz made a joke and blamed so and so, but where on the right are
What
they
you're trying to say
saying
is that
the
people on the right are
that were
crybabies.
murdered,
Is that what you're
they
trying
were
to say?
communists, so they had it coming.
Are you trying to say that people on the
Where
right
is
are just
that insinuation?
crybabies
Wait, don't you
and they think
see
that
how
they're
it's a little bit
targets?
different? Don't you see how it's a little bit different if there's a tragedy like this and someone tries to blame their political enemy and blame the rhetoric of their political enemy or blame the policies of their political enemy? How that's different from demonizing the victim of the attack because they were actually a really bad person and might have had it
hold
coming.
on. In one
I'm gonna
case,
say-
you're making it more dangerous for, like, both are bad. I want to be clear about that. Both are horrible, horrible things to do. You should not do either one of these things. But one is targeting and putting a bullseye on people who are still alive.
I'm gonna actually
that's bad.
disagree. If Gavin Newsom came out and said that Charlie Kirk's death is on Governor Cox, I actually would have no problem with that. I don't think
have an
that is
issue with
as
that?
no, I don't think that is as
Hold
escalatory
on.
as saying, well, Charlie Kirk was
This
a
is
fascist.
dishonesty at work.
No, that's not dishonesty. That's the mind of the conservatives in this country. I honestly don't know. If you can't see that saying, well, the governor of the state where this happened is responsible for this tragic event happening, in the minds of conservatives isn't less, or is, if you think that's more escalatory than saying, well, Charlie Kirk was a fascist, you're living in a completely different world. Okay, conservatives view the latter way worse.
Yeah,
Because it's
yeah,
about
they
them.
view it that way because they're crybabies.
When the two Israeli embassy workers were killed, it was very bad that there were people saying, the blood of these people is on people like Hassan Piker and the people who rile up extremism against them. It is worse to say, well, these people were Zionists. They supported supremacy over other people, so we kind of have it coming. These are different things. They are both bad, and I agree with you, Wick. It's not good to put a bullseye on somebody else. It's highly irresponsible. That is bad behavior. That is also not helping. But it is different to demonize the specific victim of the attack.
Again, demonizing the specific victim of the attack to justify it, or in your words, to that you say justifies it, is also bad. But what are you going to do? Kill them more, right? Are they dead more? No. When we're looking at escalation, right? When we're talking about de-escalation
Justifying
versus
further
just real
violence.
quick, both escalate. You're right. Justifying further violence against specific people. That's worse. It's just like if I said, I don't like women, okay? Not something to say. But if I said, I don't like Tolly, that hits different, right? There's difference there. You can understand the difference.
I hear what you're saying, and I'm not saying that is good. And I just forgive me for my sympathy laying with the victim more than
Hold on.
Other
My sympathy is also with Charlie Kirk and his family. I have nothing but sympathy for his family and for what he went and it's a tragedy. It's condemnable. I have started this stream and I will end this stream condemning this. So don't suggest that my sympathy does not lie with him. I am simply, when we're talking about which kind of rhetoric escalates the situation, which is the topic that we're discussing here, and how can we de-escalate the situation? All I am saying is that both of these people, both of these individuals, both of these groups who are trying to either blame the victim or blame other people for this, it's less fault, now we have to have war. These are both condemnable, and we should condemn both. We don't have to play measure
people who are talking
to see
about
which is
war,
worse or better.
They are also taking advantage of this tragedy. But if we want to actually de-escalate it, the problem that we have with political violence is the radical polarization in this country, where everyone believes that the person across from them on the political spectrum is their mortal enemy. So I don't see how if your goal, Wick, is to de-escalate and to try to prevent this from happening in the future, and Wick, I'm not attacking you here. Let me make this so very clear. But if that's your goal, I don't see how people coming on to say which side of the political spectrum is less condemnatory of violence or is more stochastic in the rhetoric. I don't know how that helps.
If you know which side is doing it more, you know which side you need to be more focused on when you're trying to stop this from happening
again. They are feeding each other.
Yes.
I know both sides.
Who's feeding it
more? Tolly, you should have seen the stream. I made this point to Gibbs. I said exactly what you said because you're exactly right.
It's being ignored by panel members here, saying no, actually,
because I can't. Hold on, I have people on my panel who say bullshit I disagree with all the time. Tolly, there are people on my panel who say bullshit I disagree with all the time.
I'm not condemning you, Wick. I'm not condemning you literally at all. I'm just engaging in the conversation.
Okay, $10. Just real quick, let me make a little money, and then we'll pass it off to I'll let you finish, and we'll pass it off to Ash.
I actually have to.
Deej, thank you for coming. I love you, buddy. I'll see you later. $10 from Time Watch to say Prime can speak for himself, but I read his comment, but he was fascist, as his rhetoric raised the possibility that this could happen. It's not a comment that it should happen, you idiots. Thank you for the $10. $5 from Cameraman 502 to say Mike Lee was shamed into deleting his tweet. Will Prime have the same amount of shame to admitting fault and withdraw? Good question.
Prime condemned it and didn't say that it was justified. If people read into that, then they read into that. But not to speak for Prime, but Mike Lee was literally saying it was Tim Walz's fault.
The super chatter is right. He did delete that tweet though.
That doesn't make it.
No. I agree. It doesn't make it better, but he did back off of it.
Well, I think it does make that better. Then are we saying there's never any?
Definitely make something better.
Yeah. Maybe it doesn't remedy the situation, but at least makes it better.
Yeah, but no, a direct
to be clear, if you don't think that apologies make something better, you're an evil person.
Well, did he apologize though, or did he just delete the tweet?
Yeah.
Did he apologize?
Yeah, walking things back is apologies.
Hold on, that's not a walk back. That's just deleting
No.
something. It's not a
If he
walk
just
back.
deleted it, he didn't actually
If-
address the issue.
If Prime Kai's just deleting it is the issue, the presence of it, having it in public is the issue. So walking that back is an apology.
I don't know how we're treating
Kai
Prime. Why are we
walked
treating him
back-
like an elected official? I don't
Also,
understand.
after he deleted it,
Brian for president. Okay, and
well, he put out an official statement after he deleted the posts.
Oh.
Yeah, it said,
Okay.
these hateful attacks have no place in Utah, Minnesota, or anywhere in America. Please
Oh, no,
join
this
me
is-
in condemning the senseless violence and praying for the victims and their families, which...
That's so brave of him to say.
You know
Okay,
what? But
so
I accept it.
okay, yeah, I accept it now. But this is just like today, right? Not.
I'll look and see when he
he's
tweeted
talking about
this.
Utah, right?
Let me see. Oh,
Unless he's
sorry,
referring to
not a
something else
Washington
happening,
Post subscriber. Can't see the article.
Okay, well, don't worry
June
about it.
17. There it is, June 17.
Okay.
So,
So what
however,
happened in Utah? Okay, I'm confused. That's okay. But we can move past that.
So wait. So all he said was murder is bad. He didn't actually say I'm sorry for blaming Tim Walz for the murder of 2 Democrats. And
well, this is the standard that we're setting out, right? This saying it's bad. Charlie Kirk got shot.
So
no,
okay.
we're saying don't celebrate it or blame people who aren't responsible, but making them targets. So that wouldn't be the same standard, actually.
Yeah.
Right.
Right, it's
they don't
it's
actually think
Well,
it's
hold on.
bad.
Prime's been trying to say
That's
something.
what they're telling you.
Prime,
Prime's
go
been
ahead,
saying
say
a lot of
something. Then
things.
I want to hear.
Yeah, I know because I'm brilliant and I make good content. So of course I've been saying lots of things. That's why Wick brought me on here. But anyway, Wick, thank you. So Tali, first of all, nice to see you again. I've missed you. You're so much fun to talk to. But I feel like a lot of your comments were directed at me. Was that the case or not?
Sure. I mean, yes, sure. In the context of the small piece of the conversation that I've been a part of, what
Okay.
I've heard of your comments earlier, sure. But my comments really go out more broadly.
Can I say one
That's
more
fair.
thing? Just
Okay.
scrolling through Twitter, and I just fact checked a little bit. So tell me if I'm wrong. But did Donald Trump Jr. tweet about got my Paul Pelosi Halloween costume ready with whitey
Yeah, he
tighties and a
absolutely did.
hammer? That's crazy.
He absolutely did. And also, Charlie Kirk, in the aftermath of that, said if some amazing patriot out there in San Francisco or the Bay Area wants to really be a midterm hero, someone should go and bail out this guy out, the guy who attacked Paul Pelosi. Bail him out and then go
Also
ask him
that he
some
was
questions.
his gay lover spreading that misinformation as well.
Oh, did he say? Was he part of the gay lover thing? He might have
he was
been.
also saying that. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So that it wasn't actually a real attack, or it wasn't like a real right winger who did it. I don't know if the guy was right wing, but he was like schizophrenic or whatever the fuck. Right?
That's why I'm so confused why this keeps being brought up as an example of politically targeted violence. Can anyone explain that?
Kirk defended that guy.
They claim it
He
wasn't,
specifically
and then
targeted.
they're
No, he came
defending-
for Nancy Pelosi. He specifically came there to attack Nancy Pelosi. That was his plan, and then Paul Pelosi happened to be the one there.
Right,
But
but
anyway,
This is documented that this guy.
Yeah, he
because
went there
you
to-
just
to-
made the
to-
case that he was schizophrenic and just went crazy. So that's why I'm just trying to figure out. Maybe y'all have information I
But
don't
look
have.
at the way that the right is engaging with it, though. Because if the right is, if Donald Trump Jr. and lawmakers and Charlie Kirk are going to be making comments about Paul Pelosi, they're making it political, regardless of the intentions of the guy that came there to shoot. No.
But we're still putting the cart before the horse, because my point earlier was, yes, we can talk about and debate about the proper response, and I agree. Look, y'all are not going to find disagreement with me in saying these are crass, bad taste jokes. My focus is not the aftermath. My focus is what is the conduct that's feeding into that causes it to happen in the first place. Because when we're talking about why Charlie Kirk gets shot, why Trump gets shot at, we're not focused as much on the response as isn't our whole conversation here like how do we avoid this happening again, which is going towards what's causing this, not what the reaction is.
de-escalation. Just real quick, $5.
Wait, Doobie is in chat in the
I'll
stage.
give him in a second. $5 from Deej Nuts to say, for your info, Wick, I want to make it clear I did not mean you in my statement about justifying the murder, just Prime. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So, Genty attorney. First of all, I want to come at you with positive energy. I think you've been trying to engage in this in a really healthy way.
I appreciate it.
So
Thank you.
Shout out to you. I've never met you before, but I like you so far. But let's talk about again, what I'm trying to say is we should be able to discuss a person's political actions and their commentary and all that stuff even just after a tragedy. But a lot of pushback has been like, well, okay, the rhetoric you're using, right, talking about these things, will increase violence. Okay, so let's talk about before they die, right? Now, I understand, since you voted for him, I'm sure you won't agree with me, but I also think Trump is a fascist. I think he's a real fascist. I think one of the reasons I think Charlie Kirk is a fascist is his deep support for Trump, and excusing all the horrible things he does, demagoguing from. But anyway, whatever. But again, I know you don't agree with that. However, if people on the left talk about Trump as being a horrible authoritarian, right? They don't even use the word fascist. Horrible authoritarian, as cracking down on our civil liberties, right? As a threat to democracy. Is that not allowed? Because someone somewhere could say, oh, a threat to our democracy, which the liberal media has been saying for years, right? A threat to our democracy, hey, we should take care of him. Should we also not be able to talk about that before the tragedy?
No, actually, I'll agree with you as far as no. I think a lot of this should be open to criticism and open for debate. I think the issue is when we're seeing use of these terms like fascist, racist, like they just become so devalued and being applied to so many situations where they just don't apply, that's what's creating the spinning up that when there is actual genuine criticism, it's getting lumped into, or you might actually have a legitimate critique to say that might be a fascistic thing, like for him to do something unilaterally by EO. Where he's got no.
This is why I push the word fascistic aside, because I know you're going to disagree with that. Let's move that away. Let's say we just call him authoritarian, right? Which he is. Let's say that he's lawless, which he is. Let's say that he's a threat to democracy, which the liberal media has been saying for years. They've been saying that, right? I think there could be people who say like, well, if he's a threat to democracy, threat to the country, well, I should do something about that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So those words, criticism, never be out there. I mean, we can't let authoritarian take over the country, can we?
Well, that's why I think everyone, if we want to talk about what we do moving forward, is being a lot more careful, a lot more particular in making these pointed critiques. I'm sure y'all can agree with me. I hope that terms like racist, sexist, fascist get thrown around a little loosely.
I don't. Hold on. I think conservatives say that a lot.
I don't
Well, they
agree.
do on their
The
side. Where are they
reason
going to
why-
be at?
Okay,
I'm
we're
gonna
having
jump in
20
here. The
different people
reason
talking.
why-
Hold on, just real quick. We're gonna go Peaches and Ash. Peaches and Ash. Go ahead.
I think that the word fascist and other words like it do get thrown around a lot to the point that it gets tired, and I absolutely agree with you. But I think that would also speak to the idea of like calling somebody a fascist isn't as much of a cry to violence that we've been making it on the panel today. No, especially when we're going to be comparing it to jokes that
it doesn't mean
lawmakers
anything
make
anymore,
about
right?
violence.
Yeah.
Against
Right,
people.
so it
doesn't mean
anymore, so
anything,
it's
and it
fine.
causes violence at the same time. That's kind
Yeah.
of
Hey,
Well,
Ash. Sorry.
So jumping in here, they're using it for friend-enemy distinction. So yes, it doesn't really mean anything insofar as are you applying the specific definition historically that matches up with the fascist. All right, Charlie Kirk goes on and cries about transports 24/7. Okay, does that make him a fascist? No, but does calling him a fascist call for violence? Yes. Because you've been calling for violence against people you identify as fascists for the past 10 years at the very least. The punch a Nazi thing, how long was that going on for? Nobody was at home thinking, well, I'm not a Nazi, I'm safe. They're thinking, if I get called a Nazi, then that's just putting a target on my back. So the problem here is that you're looking for any excuse you can use to just update your friend-enemy distinctions and advocate for. When Prime Kais went back and said, well, it sucks that he got shot, but remember this guy was a fascist, what he's saying is it was good.
I would love it if Republicans ever thought about their rhetoric at any time an attack on a left-wing politician happened. I would love it if that happened.
Okay, that might be
We
good.
don't live in that world, though,
but just to be clear, that might be good, but just to be clear, what happened on this panel was calling for more violence.
I
No, it
mean,
wasn't.
the
Nobody
problem
called
is
for more
like I
violence.
don't.
Yes, it was.
That didn't
Calling
happen.
him a fascist.
Did not
It's
happen.
okay to be a fascist.
Prime Kais
He
did
was
not
a
say that.
fascist. People like him are fascists.
Yeah, people who believe in authoritarian takeover of the government and like people who believe in using the judiciary
Was that
against
Charlie
people the way
Kirk?
he does. Yes, And I mean, people who do
Okay,
like
so you
they
approve of
are
shooting him.
fascistic, but
So you
See how
approve
you
of
really
so
does
sorry
it.
if we
Did you say that?
identify a problem and identify like a belief that somebody has and what that belief is necessarily, just because we go A to B to C to D means that we can't say it because we're obviously saying that this person should be killed. Like, because here's the thing. I mean, when we talk about what Republicans are doing every day on Fox News, it's like Democrats are destroying the country. They're going to come for your children. They're going to hurt your kids. They're going to hurt that. Do you think that the people don't believe that motherfuckers who are going to like come take your kids or like come like mutilate their whatevers should be hurt or killed? I mean, like, what, we can't say anything then? Because like clearly we
kill
can't be the only
babies.
ones to step back.
Democrats kill babies.
Before
man.
you respond to that, $10 from Mr. Everything to say, for a Gen Z lawyer, would you say the same thing about the word communism, socialism, or any other word thrown at the left?
Well, I'll just correct it by saying it's Gen Z attorney, not Gen Z lawyer. So get it together.
Get it right.
Unbelievable. Also, I know it's a mouthful. I said it earlier. You get Scotty, whatever y'all want. That's fine too. To answer the question though, I guess I would have to look at the outcomes are really what matter the most to me here, because where are we seeing the, I guess, widespread, or I guess any actionable takes that people are saying on the name of communism, I'm going after this person because they're a
When
communist.
people call
and-
Democrats baby killers, and then people go and attack abortion clinics.
Yeah, no, okay, yeah. I'll concede that. Look, I'm willing to concede any specific acts of violence. It'd be ridiculous not to. But my point would be, where is we seeing this as a broad trend?
Most of the act of terrorism here
A as a broad trend.
in America
B as,
has been by right wingers.
A as a broad trend. B as a broad defense of the broad trend. That's what I'm looking for, and that's what I'm not seeing.
Do we
usually by
hold
white
on,
supremacists?
On the right
just
for
real
being called
quick?
fascists?
Do we think, and this was just brought to my attention, do we think that it's okay that Trump is having the flags fly at half-mast for Charlie Kirk, but he refused to do that when a Minnesota legislator died? The tradition would demand.
I think
Yeah,
it's pretty fucking
disagree with
ridiculous.
that.
And I mean, how he said that he doesn't even need to call walls because it's a waste of time. Yet we're supposed to go all the way on our side to be like, oh my God, it was such a tragedy when he couldn't even make a phone call, my dude.
But see,
You're right.
I'm gonna
You're
push.
right.
I'm pushing back.
If there's terrible behavior in this country, we should just match it because that is
So
exactly the way to
let
get
me
past
and
it.
let me push
No,
back
I-
on that
Who
specifically.
said
Hold
that?
on, let me
You're
talk
not just
about
matching it. You're also just
Nobody
shooting
said
people.
that.
Let me
The
talk about
escalation
the
is
Tim
shooting
Walls.
people and calling for more people to be
Okay,
shot.
so if Trump were to make a phone call to
That
Tim
was one
Walls
person.
and say, "I'm sorry for your loss," would everyone here be like, "That's an awesome thing to do"? No one here would be saying, "Oh, he's just doing that for the
I would
cameras."
give
That's all
him credit
performative."
for that.
No, I would give him
do.
credit for that.
Yeah.
Of course.
You're all saying it'd be a good thing to, so no one here would think it's just simply performative and
Some
and he's just
performances
doing it?
matter, right?
think
Some of
it's-
these
I think it's okay
performances,
if it's
especially, hold on,
performative.
just real quick, this is important, and then I got a super chat, and I'll let you guys go. But some performatives, even if they don't really actually mean it in their heart of hearts, still matter, especially when you're a public figure, especially when you're the president of the United States. There is a reason we have certain performances, as you want to call them, and certain norms that we follow,
Like
even if
visiting
we
the
don't
site of
really
disaster.
want to. $5 from Combat Seawolf to say the word fascist gets thrown around too much to the point of everything. Every time they say that word, it's pretty much projection on their end. Thank you for the $5. But yeah, performances matter. And it might be just performative, but I think that it still is something that we should
To back you up, Wick, right? To back you up on that, it was East Palestine, the site of that crash, of the train crash that happened a few years ago, with the chemical spill. Right, Trump came to the site, right, to that site. He came, and there was that scene where he was like, I believe he was in a McDonald's, if I'm not mistaken, and he was like handing out food, right? I don't think that Trump, because he's a horrible person, I don't think he's a fuck about those people. I don't think he gives a fuck about the East Palestinians or any Palestinians, for that matter. However, right, that performance was politically valuable, right? It was politically valuable to him, and it was politically valuable to the country to show that someone cared. Biden didn't show up, right? Biden showed up like months later, if I remember correctly, months later, and people didn't think it was genuine at that time. I criticized Biden there because it seemed like he didn't give a fuck, right? But for Trump, right, and especially with his affect, because he's really good at this, right? For his affect, he made people think that he really care about those people who are affected by a massive failure of government, a failure of our corporate regulations, right? He was there to say that was wrong, right? But he was lying about that. But yeah, performances matter.
Right.
I don't think. No, my point was not. What I never made the point. Performances don't matter. I'm just saying if Trump were to do something that it was, y'all are saying it's bad. He didn't do it. I'm just was testing to see if everyone here is saying that y'all would actually take that as genuine and take that as credible and not just spin
Well,
it
I'm
off
saying,
as.
well, the point that I'm saying is that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's genuine or not, right? That the performance itself can matter.
Well,
I don't think I think a lot of presidents don't give a crap about like all the like the disaster zones they have to visit or whatever, or all like the condolences they have to send out, right? It's just like I got to do this, but it's important that you do this.
Yeah, no, I agree. I just Deej said something. Sorry, I'll let you speak real quick. Deej said something earlier that I think you zip. You asked him a question and he gave you an answer you weren't expecting, and so you just said, "Well, okay, well, you're lying." Then that's kind of what I was getting at. That's all.
Wait, what was the question again?
I forget what exactly it was, but he gave you an answer that was more of a concession.
Something was dishonest. I know. I remember. I don't remember.
I want to give the mic to Ash, and then I want to give the mic to Doobie, and then Katya. So that's all.
You Doobie first.
Hey,
You
Doobie
Doobie
first.
first. I gotta wrap something.
If you're talking, we can't hear you.
President Doobie.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Doobie.
Doobie, are you muted, buddy?
Uh-oh. Got a frog in his throat.
No.
Right. Oh, no.
Well,
let's give it to Katya. Let's give it to Katya. Let's give it to Katya.
You have to leave and go.
Yeah.
I cut off Katya. I'd like to hear from her.
Yeah, let's give it to Katya while Doobie fixes his shit. Go ahead, Katya.
Yeah, all I was going to say, I mean, even if people would say it's performative, I feel like there's a difference between, even performing the performative action than going out of your way to say that even doing it is a waste of your time. I feel like that's kind of a different thing to just refuse to make a single phone call in a time like that and then demand sympathy at this point. It just seems a bit crazy. And I mean, like most Democrats are giving that sympathy absolutely in a way that they just don't. It's like, we talk about both stooping to a level, but where do we go from here, right?
Every single Democrat lawmaker is out on their socials or whatever they're saying that this was horrible, Charlie Kirk shouldn't have been killed, political violence is bad. That was not the case for different violence that happened towards the left, like the lawmakers a few months ago.
And the cops.
That's the thing. I tried looking up to see any examples. We got Mike Lee who walked it back. I'm trying to see who else. I found like 2 Republican congressmen who were joking about it a little bit,
people
but
just didn't say anything. So
I guess I'm looking for this widespread Republican adoption for violence against Minnesota state lawmakers.
And the fact that there's even one lawmaker who said something as incredibly stupid and horrible.
Is that the standard? If one lawmaker says something about that reflects the entire party?
I want to take a moment. I know I'm interrupting here, but I think this is important. When I talk about escalatory rhetoric from the right, this is what I mean. I'm going to share my screen real quick, and you can watch it with me, gang. But this is what I mean. Okay, you guys ready?
That guy.
This guy looks like...
This video's in
He's a January 6er, by the way.
And this video's for the fucking liberals. It's war, motherfuckers. We're coming for you. We're coming for you. And spare me your fucking self-righteous bullshit lectures. I don't give a fuck. We're coming for you.
I sure do wonder who's responsible for this kind of rhetoric.
Yeah, and Ash, when you're looking for a call for violence, that's what that looks like. Not saying, "Hey, I disagree with this guy politically. I think he might be a fascist or communist or whatever." Right? When you actually call for violence,
you say
when
that
you
fascist
actually
should
call
be
for
shot,
violence.
and you call somebody a fascist, you're saying that he should be shot.
Well, you know what he's saying there in that video, right?
Very quick A to B to C.
But this guy's
they do that with Democrats too. So where are
Oh my
we?
gosh. I don't it's
Well-
really I don't get why it's so hard to just like point out terrible things. That guy, that is horrible. Yes, that is
Right. Who's
absolutely
responsible for that?
escalatory. He is taking advantage of a tragedy and he is escalating the situation probably for social media clout. That is
responsible for
terrible.
that guy
it's
being able to say it?
Also,
It's
you can
cosplay.
I feel like the
also
gunshot
you can
was the
you can also
escalation.
participate in stochastic terrorism without doing that, right?
Who's responsible for that guy
Yes.
being able to say that? Whose fault is it?
Sorry,
Was
being
that a
able to
was
say
that a
that?
TikTok?
Him?
Uh,
The
Maybe he's
president
raising his
pardoned
hand.
him?
Two hands.
Doobie.
Okay, Doobie, can
Come
we hear you
on.
now?
Yeah, I hope so.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Wonderful. Go
Yes.
ahead.
Okay. So I am like, I'm not gonna say I'm like torn. I think obviously wrong to shoot people. That's bad. But I can see where Prime and some of the others are coming from. Where like, so yes. So imagine it were Trump, right? Or imagine it's Hitler, right? Imagine Hitler was shot, or fucking Goebbels was shot, or something, right? Or some other person that's promoting bad policies that'll hurt people if they're implemented, and which Charlie Kirk was, to be clear, right? So at what point, like so for example, like Charlie Kirk, like he was opposed to gay marriage, for example. He was a dominionist, right? He wanted the Christians to control every sector of society and to push Christian morality onto the country, right? Which would have made the lives of LGBT people in the country very, very bad, I think, right? He's also opposed to the Civil Rights Act. Like, so at what point do people that are actually affected by these policies, like at what point is it okay, not okay, but what point is it like somewhat reasonable to use force if the democracy is not working, right? If they just have if they actually have like a lock on the media and they're brainwashing the youth, right? And they have all these young men who are voting for them, like Charlie Kirk. Like the reason he's so important on the right is because he's been able to capture the young men, right? He's basically like the yin to Nick Fuentes' yang, right? He's like the moderate, quote unquote, option, whereas Nick is like more far right. But even he, as the moderate, is still a Christian nationalist who wants to impose Christian morality on all of us, right? So, at what point is it okay to say this is the reason, right? So it obviously it's not okay to kill the guy, but his beliefs, the things that he was pushing, are the reason that people are so angry and so like close to lashing out. So Trump, the way that he's been damaging our fucking country, that's the reason people are so close to lashing out. Like, so at what point do like we get to say, okay, I get it, we have laws, we have rules, but also you don't get to fucking denaturalize American citizens and kick them out of the country. Right? You don't get to kill people in the country like Trump has been doing, right? You don't get to do all these terrible things to take away our rights. Like at some point, I think there is a line at which you cross and you go from democratic solutions to violent solutions.
I just
Does this work for
I just
people
hold
like
on,
you?
just
No,
real
no,
quick.
let me. No, I'm jumping in. I'm jumping in. I have to ask this question. Does this
Doobie,
work for
that's
people like you,
horrific.
where you lead up to with? I'm going to give you 50 reasons why this person should be killed, and why and heavily imply that I think it's okay to kill them, and then I say, but obviously nobody should be shot. That's a call to violence. To
We
normal
get to
people.
with that where you can't
Ash.
say anything.
Yeah, exactly. So like Ash, that's where I am torn, right? So I'm not okay with killing people, but I understand that some of these ideas they actually like impact people.
Okay,
So
I understand what you're saying,
You
Doobie. But
don't-
here, just hold it real quick, because this is important to say. I think that that kind of discussion and rhetoric and talk escalates the situation because it provides justification in people's minds. And I think that regardless of how
It's
we
what
can
radical
hold on, just real quick,
providing it.
stop, shut up. Regardless of how much we can condemn rhetoric that people are saying, we have to acknowledge that when we transfer from words to actions, we are dealing with a different beast, and we have to take different measures at that case. And I condemn strongly anyone trying to make any sort of justification for any of what's happened today. Charlie Kirk, we may not like him, but he's a martyr now. He got killed for having a debate, and he got shot in the fucking face and died. And that is horrific. Go ahead.
So I want to agree with you. I really do, right? Because I'm a very pro free speech person, but I think that you're misrepresenting the impetus, right? So it wasn't just because he was having a debate. It's because probably I don't know who killed him, but probably the idea was that he is extremely damaging to the country because what he's putting into young men's heads, and these young men are going to vote in a way that takes the rights of God knows how many people. That leads to who knows how many people dying. That leads to Trump or somebody like Trump in the future, right? When these people are voting, imposing a policy that kills millions of people, like the defunding of the U.S. aid. So
Okay, so
At
are
some
you
point,
comfortable with this exact rhetoric being used by a completely earnest and believing Christian conservative person who says that abortion is murder and we are the left is killing tens of millions of babies a year? That's obviously a really terrible thing if you believe that someone's political actions and political advocacy is going to lead to the death of tens of millions of people. Is that just kind of getting to a level
Oh,
where you
abortion's not
sort of
going to be
have
the
to act at
next
some point?
rhetorical. Just to
They're
be
gonna
clear,
do it either
abortion's
way.
not going to be the next rhetorical angle for these people. Because this is what
They're gonna
Reddit
do it no
caused me
matter
Of course
today.
it's not. Of
Because
course it's
now
not, but I'm
I'm
trying to make the
drawing up a
comparison.
list.
This
Now I'm
idea that
drawing up a
someone's
list about
rhetoric
every single grievance that I get to write down as a young white man who has been stripped of a lot of opportunities in life. I get to say, all right, well, how bad were the COVID lockdowns? How bad was it that we imported like 100 million people to just do jobs so that I could not be hired? How bad is it that housing costs have gone up? How weird is it that like so much of my paycheck just goes to the opposite side of the world and I don't get to see any of it? I've been working since I was 14. I have nothing to show for it. Why do I have
if they
so
believe the
many
bullshit,
mandatory bills, so many mandatory insurances that all spike in cost every single year? Man, I should really do something about that.
Instead of asking
That's
why, maybe they
what
should
you
fucking
guys are
look it
going to
up.
deal with next. He was a moderate who just believed that
He wasn't a moderate. That's a lie.
talking to other people, a moderate on the right, to be clear. Doobie was correct about that. A moderate on the right who believed that simply speaking to each other, like, hey, facts, not feelings, let's just discuss words, we're just talking to each other, we're still in a society that can actually process changes with each other. Some of them are going to be uncomfortable, some of them are going to be damaging, happens to everybody, but we're still in a state where that's tolerable enough for everyone that we don't have to resort to violence instead. That's out
Saying
the
that
window.
he's a moderate on the right is like saying that Hassan is a moderate on the left. That's crazy talk.
No,
okay.
he's a moderate on the right.
No.
Well, then the right is fucking lost,
100%.
dude.
Relative
well, then
to
we need to
people
talk
on the
about
right.
that.
Yes,
Tiger is
relative
not
to
moderate.
meaning he's about.
Charlie Kirk is a boogeyman in a lot of people's heads. Like he is
That's
not
not true.
the Nazi that the left wants him to be. He's just
He's a
not.
Christian
He is
nationalist, or he was a Christian nationalist.
Yeah,
Like
that's
he's not joking about that stuff. He was a Christian
that
nationalist.
okay, but
which means,
those words literally don't mean the same thing when different people use them. And
Okay,
by the
I
way,
will say though that
these
Christian
are
nationalism. Hold on, just real quick.
ideas.
Hold on,
What
just
else?
Tally,
Sides of the political
please,
aisle?
Tally, please. Just as I would say that socialism, communism had the same stigma that Nazism does, I would lump Christian nationalism with that too. I think they are just as damaging as socialism, communism, Nazism, all that. Christian nationalism is just it's on that level of bad. We understand that, right?
Yeah,
I just don't understand the like.
He was calling him a moderate. So
Wick,
what are we
Wick,
supposed to?
Zionism is just as dangerous to Doobie as Christian nationalism, Wick. And
Yeah, I
so
agree with
you
that,
might be
100%.
in danger right now, Wick. So
Charlie
look
Kirk-
out.
I'm always
See,
in
this is the
danger.
problem with
I'm on the
this
internet.
rhetoric. And we're lumping all these people together. Charlie Kirk is not a Christian nationalist like Joel Webbin is Christian nationalist or Nick Fuentes is Christian nationalist. There are serious fissures and divisions on the right. Not everybody is a fucking Nazi, and there are actual Nazis. So pointing the gun at Charlie Kirk, I think personally is misdirected. But this is the both sides.
no
of the
one should be
aisle
pointing the gun at anyone. Is a point.
Charlie Kirk wants to get rid of the Civil Rights
Hold on,
Act.
but, like-
okay, he wants
but yeah,
public state
like-
executions.
There
Like,
are
he's
people.
not
Wait,
a
hold on,
moderate.
but like this idea that like
even people who
Nazism
say
is
he
the only
wants to
bad
get rid of this-
ideology is ridiculous. Like
I
Christian,
never
like,
said
to be
Nazism is
clear,
the only
okay,
bad
then stop comparing it to
ideology.
Nazism. Christian nationalism is bad on
You
its own. It
compared
doesn't
it.
need to be
You
compared to
called Charlie Kirk
Nazism.
Goebbels, you fucking moron. You
Okay,
literally brought up
hold on,
Goebbels.
no. What I
I'm
told you
not
is
the
to
one who
imagine
brought up
another
Goebbels.
damaging
You guys
person,
started
right?
your entire
I could
fucking
have
speech
used
with
I could have
Okay,
used fucking
okay, one at a time, one at a time, one at a time, one at a
Irrelevant.
time. Let Doobie finish, then let Tully respond, and then we'll get Katya in here. Go ahead.
Okay, to be clear about the like what Christian nationalism in Charlie's version of Christian nationalism, right? Like he was opposed to gay marriage. He said that Leviticus, right, the portion of Leviticus where they say that that people who have or who are gay.
Cares if someone is against gay marriage?
Okay, stop for a second.
That
The
is
portion
not
of
a reason
Leviticus,
to make someone a
the portion
fucking
of Leviticus where it
target of
advocates
political
where it
violence.
advocates for the killing of people who have gay sex. He said that was God's perfect law, and this is the kind of law that he wanted to implement on the country.
Charlie Kirk does not
He also
want
supported
does not
public
want to criminalize
executions.
gay sex in America.
not.
Do you know how many
absolutely
gay
did.
people?
That's literally a fundamental.
To tone it
You don't know anything
down.
about Charlie Kirk. Like, what are you talking about?
No, he doesn't.
Do you even
No,
know what the
he
seven?
literally fucking doesn't.
Do you know? Do you even know what the Seven Mountain Mandate is? Like
Do you
that. That
know
was
how
his
many
belief
religious
system.
people are in this
His
country?
idea was that Christianity, Christians
Homosexuality is a
should
sin,
control all
and that gay people
other
shouldn't,
sectors
that
in
gay
the
people are
country.
not. It is not a
So-
marriage. That's an acceptable position to hold. A
No,
completely
no.
I have a
someone
concept.
he wanted to ban homosexuality and gay sex, and he said that these things should be punishable by death because God said so. That
He
was
does
his
not
position.
want gay sex to be punishable by death in the United
That
States
was
of
literally his
America.
position.
To
What do
tamp
you think
down
he
his
meant by God's
belief.
perfect
No, it
law?
wasn't.
What
No,
do you think
it
he meant by God's
wasn't.
perfect law? Why would he
So-
want to implement God's perfect law?
I have a couple points I want to throw in here.
Please.
First, I've seen him get asked one time. Actually, sorry, Wick, I know you got a super chat. You want to do that real quick?
$5 from Joe the Mig to say, I condemn violence, but his rhetoric makes him a target, quote unquote. Is Doobie secretly Matthew Dowd?
I'll take my half of that super chat after the stream. Thank you. But 2 points I wanted to make. First, I've seen him get expressly asked at one of the Change My Minds. I think it was by that Parker debate kid. Basically asking about the Old Testament verses on slavery. And the broad strokes answer I remember him giving was basically just saying the Old Testament, he does not see that as applicable law. It's the New Testament and the principles of the New Testament. That's what guides him into forming policy. In that. So as far as him saying Leviticus, I don't know what quote you're saying, if he's saying that quote or that Bible verse is the perfect law or what, or if he's just saying the Bible is the word of God.
I can tell you, maybe you can watch the debate later. So he did a debate, I think it was I feel like it was at Oxford. It was at some university about the Bible, right? With some other guy. And it was like a long form debate. And he was asked about Leviticus and Deuteronomy. And he said like verbatim that, yeah, Leviticus is God's perfect law. And it
Okay,
should,
does that mean that
you should take into account when you vote.
advocate? Okay, so did he advocate for making homosexual sex punishable by death in the United States of America? Because that's the claim
Not
that you
currently.
put forward.
Hold on,
You're
so-
trying
so
we could do
hold on,
A to B to
trying
C to
draw
D
those
with the
lines.
violent rhetoric.
No, but
Now
those
we
are not
can't.
the same thing. There are many religious people who believe things truly, sincerely in their heart, and they still would not advocate for certain
Okay, he
civil
wanted
and
to repeal
criminal
the Civil
policies
Rights
in the
Act.
United States of America.
So-
But
that
okay,
and
let's
again,
repeal
that's
Civil
when
Rights
wanted
Act.
Christians to
Talk about
control
it
every
today, 'cause I
sector of
sound
power in the
so
United
extreme.
States.
This was the
ChatGPT says
this was
from 2022 to onward, they describe him as a Christian nationalist lean.
Can I
Okay.
say
Oh,
one thing about
ChatGPT
this?
said
First,
it?
we go like
Yep.
from A to B to C to D. If you call somebody a fascist and you think fascists should die, blah blah blah, then you obviously think it in 1, 2, 3, 4. But if he says that Leviticus is God's perfect law and he advocates for Christians controlling the U.S., and all of a sudden you go, oh well, he doesn't mean that. Oh well, he's not. No, he's just saying, oh, he believes in his heart, but he would. It's like, why does this not apply equally? What are you talking about?
well. Here's the
Okay,
problem:
so
is
do
the
you think that
it's
every
the
Christian person in this country believes that homosexuality should be a crime punishable by death in the United
and
States
the
of America?
the problem too.
No,
real
but
quick,
not every Christian is a Christian
Condemning
nationalist,
millions
and they
of
don't
people,
say.
millions
Oh
of
my
people.
Also, that we have to keep in mind the Constitution weighs in on a lot of this stuff. It weighs in on some and doesn't weigh in on others. So unless you guys have a quote of him expressly advocating for repealing the First Amendment or the Establishment Clause to impose a national religion, that's what I would define as the
guy who
Christians
supports
should
Donald
run the
Trump
country.
You can't want
Is a fan of the
something
Constitution.
without.
The guy who
What?
supports
can't
Trump
want
is a fan of the
something-
Constitution. He doesn't. He wouldn't mind repealing.
Okay,
the First Amendment?
you're pivoting away
It's
now.
all
We're
just
focused.
angles.
You're
It's
focused
like
on
you're
my
talking
question
to
now.
a different person every time they fucking open their mouths. Wick
Yeah,
changed the title
focus
of
on
the
my
stream
question.
to why
You're saying
All
you're
this-
changed
all
the
saying
this
title
great
of the
mates on
stream
this panel.
to
Thank you so
why
much for
we
fighting for me.
deserve it. Change
Thank
the
you.
title of the
I'm so
stream to
glad that
why we
Charlie Kirk
deserve
was
it.
murdered. That really protects my civil liberties as a gay
Gilberto
woman.
I don't wanna-
Ferreria
My
for
life was not put
$5.
in danger because Charlie Kirk
Okay.
was speaking out at Turning Point
Is-
USA events.
Again, Gilberto Ferreria for $5 says there shouldn't be violence, but there are threats to democracy, dangerous far-right fascist Nazis. We know what you're all saying. To respond to that just real quick, can't we just flip this on and say there shouldn't be violence, but there are threats to democracy, dangerous, far-left, socialist, communists? Don't we know what you're saying? Right? Like, I
You
understand.
do, and now it's going to happen.
No,
That's
it should
the
not.
thing.
This
It's
is the
'cause
thing
it's
about
going-
de-escalation.
Now it's already happening because you shot somebody over it.
Now?
Oh, we did.
Bro, they've been shooting each other for
Listen, we can go back. And
last
forth
month.
and say,
They shot
well, I have
Democratic
lists of grievances,
politicians.
and this guy.
Now,
yeah, that was bad.
now we
That was
shot him,
bad.
right? You see how he does
We
this? Now
did it.
we shot him, right? You see
We
that?
all had a
now,
hand on the.
calling
Yeah,
someone
because
a
you,
fascist
yeah, 'cause you
means
supported
you're
it.
calling
Because
for
you said
violence
it was
even though you
okay.
didn't do
Because you
that,
said
right?
it was good.
And because
you
I
said
didn't
it
say it
should
was
be
okay.
shot.
See, yeah, I know you got it. You have to like transition. Like you go from A to B, and then you make up C, right? And you say, "Well, look, you said C. I didn't say C,
Hey,
right?"
we should kill
and then
fascists and they're a threat to democracy, and we should kill them,
sure,
and we
hold
should
on.
get rid of
Sure.
them. And
Okay, hold
Charlie
on.
Cook was a
Within
fascist.
within the
that's a
entire
clear
campaign,
A to B
like
to C.
within for decades at this point, right? With Obama,
You lose
with
the
Biden,
plausible deniability once you
Kamala
shoot the
Harris,
guy.
with
That's
Kamala
the
Harris. Hold
problem.
on, they've been
Prime
calling
hasn't
him
found a
on the
gun?
right, the mainstream right. We're talking about the actual the party now, right? They've been calling Biden, Harris, and Obama socialists. Communists, right? And communists are anti-American. They said specifically, but they are anti-American. So
Yeah,
does
they've been
that
doing that
mean they
since
were
the
calling for
50s.
violence?
They stole the election from us.
communists
They
in the
stole
State
the
Department.
election. They stole election. Hey, shouldn't something be done about that? That would mean that Trump
Yeah, that
called for
rhetoric was
violence against
really,
them, right?
really
Oh yeah,
bad.
no, absolutely.
Okay, great.
Absolutely.
And when he,
Russians
and
through
all the
20
mainstream
the
Republicans,
2016 election. We
sure.
can go
And when
back.
the
We
mainstream
can go back
Republicans
and
called,
forth every which way, all the way
and when
back.
okay,
If you're
sure,
not
when
saying,
Republicans
if you're
called them
not saying,
socialists,
hey,
that means
nobody
or
should shoot
communists.
anybody.
That
and
means
that's it.
hold on.
Nobody should
But
engage in violence, and
but
that's
the
it.
entire
If you do
Republican.
not
Okay,
put
okay,
that
enough,
disclaimer
enough, both
at
of
the
you,
very end,
stop,
then
shut
you're
up, Ash,
advocating
shut
for
up,
the
Ash, shut up.
violence.
Prime, shut up when I said to shut up. You shut up when I said to shut up. All of you shut up when I
respect
said to
your
shut up.
rules.
Really quick, this, first of all, $2 from Das Vildania to say, does anyone even know who shot Charlie Kirk? No one knows yet. We don't know. The killer is
Was
still
every
on the loose
liberal with
as
their
of
collective
last
hand
No,
I
I
checked.
think he's caught.
No,
That's
we got that was false reporting.
Oh, okay.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
No, it's
They arrested
fine.
the guy who was talking to him.
Yeah.
I think at the
But it wasn't him. It wasn't the guy. The shooter is still, at least from 30 seconds ago, right? Still on the loose.
okay.
So we don't know who did it. And frankly, we don't know why yet. We can speculate, but that's all we're doing. I want to make it very clear, though, that this is the problem I'm seeing. This panel is the problem. It's part of the problem. I'm going to be real with you because we're all playing the blame game. We're all doing this game. It's a game where we try to use the latest tragedy as a weapon and a cudgel against our political opponents to say, oh, look how bad you are. Look what we need. Look what we need to do for against you and things like that. And
It's not a blame game.
all sides,
One
yeah,
side
it's a blame
actually has the
game.
blame. If one side actually has the blame, then it's not a blame game. If one side actually has more of the blame than another side, it's not just a blame game.
Does the left
If
have
you don't understand the
zero?
problem, you can't solve it.
The left has zero culpability in your analysis of the
Did I say that?
equation.
Did I say that?
You said one side has all the blame.
One side has the
Did I say
blame.
it has all the blame,
Yeah,
or did I say it has
that's
more
saying
of the
that.
blame? Far more of the
said
blame. Is
Does that help though? Hold on. Does any of this help?
It
Because
does help.
the problem, the
Mhm.
blame,
helps.
if you will, the problem is we have a culture that more and more and more is seeing violence as a acceptable solution to political problems. They're seeing more and more and more that, okay, the system is broken. I don't think the system works for me. So I think violence is the only answer. That's the problem. That is the root of everything.
Rick, I agree with you. I agree with you
think
completely.
the
We don't want
reason-
25%
we don't want
and
violence.
25%
We, like,
Republicans.
this is why I
How
came
did we
in
get
and
here,
said,
though?
I'll
You
say
could
very
say that, but
quickly.
it bleeds. It leads.
I'll
People
say-
don't get off their ass for anything,
I'll
but
say
like the
very
latest
quickly
violent
that, like,
situation.
when I came in here, that's what I'm saying. Hey, this assassination makes our world more dangerous, right? Like I lead it off for America. America becomes a more dangerous place when we think that assassinating our political enemies is a viable tactic. That's why we shouldn't be celebrating this, right? And again, the right has the ability to use more violence against us, and they will. But like, so we should be pushing back against this. We should make it clear that this is not the answer, right? That's separate from just discussing the actions of the individuals who've suffered from a tragedy. Go ahead.
Can I go? No, it's my turn. Okay.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
The reason why it matters and that it's not the blame game is I'm gonna still hold, because I don't think I've really done a whole lot of the blame game. Maybe I have. You can tell me that I have, whatever. But we were talking about what do we do now moving forward. And once we condemn all the violence bad, I think that it's important to look at both sides. And the reason why it's important to look at right and left is because there is an obvious divide. The right is going to listen to the right and the left is going to listen to the left. So if you look at the actions of both and see how they have interact with violence occurring to individuals on their side before, that it can look to predict the future. And so that's why we started talking about the right and the way that they have interacted with violence previously. And then we started to come here. So I still think that it is important to point out both sides. We can do the both sides thing. We can talk about the left and how they've interacted with violence. I just don't think, we haven't gotten there yet, I guess, but.
And both sides have to police their own. That's really the solution.
You do have to police your own.
Republicans don't police their own.
If they
don't.
Republicans don't police their own.
They will never do it.
I mean,
Trump is the president. He can't.
I can respond to that, but it's going to take us down another whataboutism blame game path.
Where else are we supposed to go from there? Because my curiosity is like, what if they won't? Then what are we supposed to do it endlessly? Then where do we get with that? Because they know that they're getting one over
forever.
What if you guys stopped using friend-enemy distinction language, or everybody?
Yeah, well, no, because some people just are your enemies, right? So if there are people who are trying to dismantle the American project, like Trump, for example, I think he's an enemy, right? He's an enemy to me. Should be an enemy to everybody in the United States.
Okay.
So I think that's just, and people who support that, I think, are enemies.
No, that's fine. Somebody's going to look at the activist. Somebody's going to look at the activist judge who let some fucking animal out of prison 14 times, who then went on to just murder a Ukrainian refugee last night, and they're going to say, yeah, that is violence against me. I should do it back. Because some people are enemies. Some people are enemies.
Anti-constitutionality, that's a bit different.
I think that as far as where Doobie had said that the president is the enemy and that we should all view him that way, he's the enemy of the people, I would agree with you. But if I'm going to be talking to people who voted for him, I don't see them as my enemy necessarily. I don't think that they have the same opinions that he does. So I think that calling him the enemy of the people and saying you are the problem, you right people, is also part of the problem. Do you know what I mean?
$5, just real quick, $5, and I'll give it to Ash.
Justify violence against a judge.
$5, and I'll give it to Ash. Mr. Everything for $5 says, if only we had leaders who de-escalated all of this rhetorically. Only we had leaders who, he just says the same thing twice. So yeah, if only we had leaders who de-escalated all of this rhetorically.
Ash, why would you justify violence?
I think that was an excellent point.
Why would you justify that?
I'm going to answer
everything.
I'm going to give you an answer in a moment. I want to follow up with something that was just said by Peach, which I think was really good. Some people can be your enemy, but that doesn't mean that you have to use friend-enemy distinction language around them, because it means, hey, maybe you don't accidentally hit any innocent targets. Find out that this person isn't your enemy. They're just like slightly deviated from you. Like, all right, this person's liberal, but they don't believe in gay marriage for some stupid reason. Or this person is broadly conservative, but they actually really like high taxes, or what you can imagine a billion different permutations of this. The point of not using friend-enemy distinction is to not define one side of the political aisle as valid targets for violence, because that's the purpose of friend-enemy distinction language. That goes away from productive discussions where people are in like a political establishment where you can make changes by just talking to each other.
Why did you justify violence against a judge?
I've got a prescription. Maybe hopefully we can agree on this. Can we all agree maybe that one of the things we can do moving forward is try to adopt more of a right-left commonality on things that should be uniting, things like the American flag, like America as a symbol of the shining light on the hill. Basically, just like uniting around some things that used to unite the entire country. And granted, we had a global superpower to fight against in the Cold War that kind of kept us united, and that ended, and then the divisions really started to ramp up. So, but maybe as a prescription moving forward, can we all agree that maybe something that we can all start agreeing on?
What would that accomplish?
America,
Joe Biden tried to do that, but nobody fucking bought it.
No, I'll tell you what's wrong with it. I'll tell you exactly what's wrong with that, because we don't agree on America's values, right? We don't agree on that. America is shining light on the hill. America stokes and carries out violence across the world against brown individuals. Right now, it's sponsoring a genocide, right? So when you say like, hey, like America is a beacon of hope, Is it a beacon of hope for the Gazas being bombed using American being pounded to dirt by American bombs?
So let's
Are
focus.
they
Can I
shining
go to
light?
the
Right?
bridge here?
Is
Can
the
I go to the
violence that
bridge here
happened
just
in
briefly?
Afghanistan and Iraq, is that a shining light? We
Let's
can't
focus
agree
it
on
on-
these
I totally
values.
agree with you.
Let's
Prime, I'm on the
focus it
opposite
on-
side of the aisle. I totally agree with you. And I think that what Gen Z Attorney is suggesting is that if you enter into political discussions from that angle of America as a shining light on a hill, then you can, if you agree that that's a good thing, if you both start from the position that's a good thing, then you can talk to each other and you're more likely to modify each other's opinions and their supports
It will make a difference.
based on that premise. Rather
So
than
what's the
whether or
alternative?
not
That we
America
just
is evil.
continue to spiral out of control into civil war? Is that the
No,
alternative?
well, hold on. It's not your
why
alternative.
would we
Your
have to do
option
that?
and then apocalypse, right? Those aren't the only two options. No, we can have these discussions. I have discussions with people I disagree with all the time, right? Like Wick will let you know, right? All the time. I mean, I talk to Wick all the time, and I deeply disagree with Wick. I talk to people on the
He's
right.
no stranger to being wrong, but go ahead.
Fair enough. Okay. To libertarians, I talked to Tali, right? She's a Zionist, and I dislike her opinions. However, I can have a decent conversation with them. We can do these. We can have these conversations. We can do that, but like we don't have to make up common ground that isn't there, right? We can
He's
find
not
it
saying
within our
make up common
discussion.
ground that's not there. That's not
It's
at
not,
all what
it's
he
common
said.
ground that should be there.
But I don't
think we should all
agree with this common ground.
It
An
would be
example is
shining
AIDS.
light
I
on
don't
the
agree with
hill
that.
thing. Hold
I
on.
know,
It's not real
because you
common
treat
ground.
people with a
like-
friend enemy distinction and suggest they should be shot. That's
Oh,
the
that's
difference
great. Now,
between you and I.
one thing I tried to do this. I mean, I've tried very hard to be like, hey, listen, America's a great country. Hey, listen, we have this, this, and this. We're doing good. I tried that, in debates and the like. I mean, and talking to people I know all throughout the last election cycle, the end of last year, beginning of this year, blah, blah, blah. And I'd say America's great. And they'd be like, no, America fucking sucks. It sucks here. It's over. Fucking Biden destroyed it. We have nothing. China's winning, and then they fucking get into power and immediately give up the game. So I don't know what to say, because you try to do that and nobody takes it.
Well,
So
It doesn't matter what commonality. We all agree that violence is bad, and yet that didn't help anything in this conversation. So no, it doesn't
What
matter.
is your
Well, we don't all agree that.
What is
One,
your
we don't all
suggestion?
agree
How
that
do we
violence
talk to
is
each
bad.
other moving forward? Do we not? Do we just
Yeah.
literally go to war with each other? Is that what you're suggesting? Civil war in the United States? Like, what is it?
Rhetorically.
Literally, that's not what we were suggesting. We just said, hey, we can have those conversations.
Take the olive
Have to make
branch.
up,
Just take the olive branch.
BS common
Hey,
ground, though.
Just take it.
I swear I heard
Single
Doobie
person.
trying to extend an olive branch. He's got his hand up. I'd like to
He's
hear
got
what
his
that's
hand.
all
Hold on. Everyone's saying I should call on someone because they got a hand up. Let me moderate my goddamn panel, okay? Let me do it. I am going to let him go, but just it annoys me when people do that. So don't, okay? I will
sorry.
get to
I
it. I
apologize.
promise. It's fine.
I'm sorry.
I'm
a very
look,
patient person.
I am look, it's been a long day. I am on edge. I am very frustrated with the world. I apologize if I'm being harsh. Go ahead, Doobie.
Okay, so Mr. Gen Z Attorney, right?
Yes,
so
sir.
I want to agree with. I want America to be the shining city on the hill, right? I grew up thinking of America that way. I think that the challenge that I have is when I had my political, philosophical, ideological awakening, right? It was actually the gay marriage debate in California that did this, right? Where I realized that the Republican Party was opposed to gay marriage, but if all the things that were taught about what republicanism was and conservatism were true, then they should actually be supporting it, right? So why the fuck were they opposed to it? And it caused like this internal contradiction that just totally fucked my brain, okay? And I had to deconstruct everything I believed for years. So I did a lot of digging, right? And in that digging, I found that America has actually been a force for evil in a lot of cases all over the world since our inception, right? We've done a lot of terrible things as a country. So I want America to be that shining city on the hill. I feel like we definitely have the potential, but I think that to do that, we need to one, acknowledge and then address and then repair, in some way repair and undo the damage that we've done, and then stop doing terrible things like that in the future, right? So I think that there's this impression that when people criticize the U.S., that it's just America bad and they just hate America, but no, that's not what it is. I love America. I just feel like America is not living up to its potential, right? So we're going to unite on that at least, because I get the impression that you probably think that we're not living up to our potential in some ways too.
Oh
Right?
yeah,
So
yeah,
at least
absolutely.
on that we can unite.
Oh, yeah.
And I think
that,
honestly, Sorry. I think honestly, the phrase "city on the hill" took us into more of a foreign policy realm. I was mainly trying to focus more on the domestic of like, how do we get to a point where we can actually look at our neighbors again and I'm a Republican, they're a Democrat, vice versa, and still be able to find commonality on things that are not politics. It just feels like politics has just consumed everything. And that's part of one of my criticisms. One of the things that drives me to the right is when I see it seems like largely left-wing takeovers of things that typically have historically been apolitical, and whether it's sports, movie, and this was actually look at that, Wick. It was the topic of the panel.
Are we bringing it all the way back to the original topic that we were going to have right before this horrific event?
But that's a problem because nothing is apolitical, right? Sorry, Doobie, you were going to go.
Well, I was going to say that.
Sports isn't apolitical. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think that what you just said, that none of these spaces were political before, right? I think that is, and I used to think this too, right? I used to think that certain spaces were just like not political, and you shouldn't introduce politics. But I think the reality is that every space, right, in some way pushes a status quo, pushes a way of being, right, and it normalizes a way of being, right. And for people who are on the outside of that is political. That can be damaging.
I don't think
right?
it.
So
I don't think it has to matter though, and I think we've made it matter in a way that it shouldn't.
Everything is political.
I know that there's been some overreach.
Because Doobie is using. I'm going to jump in here because you're using language again in a way to just like denigrate a definition of something that previously exists, so that you could use as a friend-enemy distinction again. Yes, everything is political insofar as that it pushes the status quo. However, like everything is art in the same way, in a really loose definition of the word. However, advertising, which is the lowest form of politics and the lowest form of art, is separate because it's really identifiable. It's just you vomiting your personal beliefs onto somebody else rather than kind of shaping a consensus around other people.
Thank you,
So when
Timu
Gen Z
Vosh.
attorney is talking about it, when Gen Z is, this is liquid Vosh, thank you.
Okay.
Stronger. That's basically it. It's like, listen, this.
Well, Ash, I think
just
I wanted to
sucks.
respond to you next. So when I was saying friend-enemy distinction and that Trump is my enemy, right, and that people who support him are my enemy, I don't mean the average Trump supporter. I think that most people who we all live in different spheres, different bubbles, right? And the algorithms push certain news and certain frames of events at us. So everybody's is going through life with like different sets of information, right? That aren't really. So you can have intelligent people just walking around with entirely different understandings of what an event was, right, and what reality is, even on like very simple, basic shit, right? It's why Trump supporters, who are intelligent people, well put together people, many of them still believe that the election was stolen. It isn't because they're like cultists or stupid or evil. It's because the media that they're consuming and the things that they're consuming have framed it in this way to them, right? And framed them to believe that, and taught them to believe that that everybody who's telling them otherwise is a liar and shouldn't be trusted and yada yada, right? So I don't see them as enemies, to be clear. I see them as like people who are being victimized.
Okay, based.
I think
agree.
it's okay if you
I agree
do.
with you now.
Yeah, I think it's okay if you do see them as enemies, by the way. When my argument is just to clarify, is like, hey, the language that you use around other people, it's like if you're treating your domestic enemies and you're calling them your domestic enemies, you're identifying them as domestic enemies.
Well,
that's
to be clear,
what kind of goes towards violence. If you're if you're calling them your enemy, like if you personally hold them to be like, and I think that's totally fine. I understand that's saying have no enemies would be a bridge too far for a lot of people. I think even for me. So I'm not criticizing you on that. Just clarification.
Is the activist judge that you were talking about earlier, is that an enemy to you? Or why did you justify violence against them?
If I took your worldview, he would be an appropriate enemy.
Okay, but you gave all the reasons.
If I adopted your worldview, she would be inappropriate.
You gave all the reasons.
Turn you
But
up.
you said having enemies was
though, right?
fine.
Why are you waiting until the end of somebody else's sentence, or not just before the end of somebody else's sentence, to begin the question? That doesn't help you. Repeat it, please.
Who, me or
To who? Katya or the other one?
Zip.
Okay.
Zip, okay.
You gave all the reasons for why killing the activist judge would be justified. You said for Prime that him giving all the reasons is enough to say, oh, you're saying it's justified. Why was that not the same for you talking about the activist judge? You gave all the reasons.
It was the exact
made a
same
case.
because I was drawing a
So it is
comparison
the same.
to,
So you think
hey,
it's okay
if I
to kill
was going
activist
to
judges
do
then?
this, it would be just as bad because I was trying to draw a bridge between my opinions and my worldview and how they could be twisted to engage in violence if I had the same
Gave all the
standards
reasons,
for
though.
political
Donald
violence
Trump.
as you. I'm going to continue answering here. If I had the same standards for political violence as you do, this is what I would turn it towards because I was trying desperately. Stupid me. I thought if I could just
You think that Prime Kai is lying when he
describe
still condemns
something
violence.
from your exact position in somebody else that
Okay.
you could see out
Just
of
real
their
quick.
eyes briefly for
Okay,
a
enough.
moment.
My
Enough.
eyes,
Shut up,
you and
everyone.
Prime Kai
Everyone,
do
we're
the
gonna
same
watch
thing.
something. We're gonna watch something from President Trump. He made an announcement. It's a little bit long, but we're gonna watch it in the interest of information here. Okay.
My
So-
fellow Americans.
Yes. Thank you for the link, Peaches. Peaches being the MVP here. We're gonna sit and we're gonna watch it and we're gonna talk about it. Okay? Are we ready? I haven't
Cool.
seen this. No pre-watching, so we'll see.
Americans, I am filled with grief and anger at the heinous assassination of Charlie Kirk on a college campus in Utah. Charlie inspired millions, and tonight, all who knew him and loved him are united in shock and horror. Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy, justice, and the American people. He's a martyr for truth and freedom, and there's never been anyone who was so respected by youth. Charlie was also a man of deep, deep faith, and we take comfort in the knowledge that he is now at peace with God in heaven. Our prayers are with his wife, Erica, the two young, beloved children, and his entire family, who he loved more than anything in the world. We ask God to watch over them in this terrible hour of heartache and pain. This is a dark moment for America. Charlie Kirk traveled the nation, joyfully engaging with everyone interested in good faith debate. His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever, to share his love of country and to spread the simple words of common sense. On campuses nationwide, he championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace. It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country. From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others, radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives. Tonight, I ask all Americans to commit themselves to the American values for which Charlie Kirk lived and died, the values of free speech, citizenship, the rule of law, and the patriotic devotion and love of God. Charlie was the best of America, and the monster who attacked him was attacking our whole country. An assassin tried to silence him with a bullet, but he failed, because together we will ensure that his voice, his message, and his legacy will live on for countless generations to come. Today, because of this heinous act, Charlie's voice has become bigger and grander than ever before, and it's not even close. May God bless his memory. May God watch over his family. And may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
This is why we play the blame game.
Okay,
The
hold
radical
on.
left is
I'm gonna.
responsible for terrorism. Great.
I'm gonna take the right of first response here, as it is my.
He looks AI enhanced. Does anybody else see
That was.
but, like,
I
I'm
was
not
worried
thinking
at
that
first
way.
that like, did someone bait me with AI because it did
Yeah,
look
same
weird.
here.
But right of first response. I think the first half of that was fine. There's nothing wrong with it. But then when he goes into like, we're going to hold people responsible for this, the organizations that there's one person responsible for this, the shooter. Okay?
Sounds like a
whoever the
fascist.
fuck was shooting, that's the person responsible for this. What this sounds like is he's going to trample on and further erode constitutional rights and use this as an excuse to do so.
Yep.
Did we learn nothing from the Patriot Act?
Sounds like a
Did we
fascist
learn nothing
on-
from 9/11?
on
Did we
Republicans as
learn
well.
nothing from all of these things? So, no, I think that he is absolutely going to use this to escalate. It's going to be
Yeah,
worse.
it's a good reason not to support, shooting people. I mean, but we can criticize them. Obviously, we do have First Amendment, but that's why we condemn those who take it to that step. That's one of the reasons. Obviously, like there's the moral one, and then there's this backlash that's freaking crazy. Like, I mean, I don't want to be experiencing that, but guess what? We all will, because we're at this point, and they will escalate. So, I mean,
Do we even know the shooter yet, or anything
No,
like
we
that?
don't.
No.
So how do we even know that it's the radical
my-
left? You know?
Oh yeah, because we
my-
called them fascists for doing fascist shit, which means A to B to C to D. Those
That's why-
ones.
That's why we put the
My-
blame on
So,
Republicans
but
as well.
but back to Ash, right? What Ash was
Just
saying
real
before,
quick.
because-
Then I'm gonna give you the mic, Prime. But I do mean to
Sure.
make a little money today. And
For sure.
cam up, please. If you don't have a camera on, I would love to see a camera. $20 from Lawson Harrison to say there's like a dozen things that Trump has done that he should be exiled for. Half the country believes it's either fake or justified. A quarter thinks both sides are the same, and most of the rest thinks it's not that bad. And then $2 from Testicle Johnson to say bless Trump for his unifying message. Okay, Prime, go ahead.
Okay. So Ash, back to what you were saying before. Trump is just speaking bullshit. But what you were saying before. So our friend Zip here was saying, hey, you spoke these words, right? Talking about the judge, dealing with was it abortion? Or
No.
abortion claims?
No,
What was it? Was the
drawing a comparison
Ukrainian
between these two
individual.
people. I said, hey, there's an activist judge who let an
activist
animal
judge?
go
Yes.
14
Yeah.
times, killed a Ukrainian.
Let
And I can
let
actually
the
give more context on
Ukrainian.
that in a little bit.
Yeah, and it's not as simple as people think. So any case, but I hear what you're saying. So you made this comparison. What Zip was saying is that, okay, well, you said these words, and why isn't that people can't draw or shouldn't be able to draw conclusions from your words, right? That you support these things, right? Because what you're saying is that looking into my head, despite my urgent and earnest protestation against it, right? That I don't support political violence. You're saying just me saying those words means that I do, because there's an implication. So you said those words, even if drawing a metaphor. Why shouldn't I also believe that? You're saying it only counts. You said before. It sounded like you said before. It only counts if I had your same political intentions, but we don't know your political intentions. I can just say what your political intentions are, right? You say not. You say
No,
you
I
don't
was
support
drawing a
these things,
comparison
but
between
you
the
do.
two.
I know
No,
you are. I
and
know.
think
I
you're
know.
proving
It
my
would be
point.
dishonest.
Hold on,
of me
just
to
real
say
quick.
that,
my point here.
and it would be dishonest
Just real
of me to
quick.
say
Just real
that
quick.
you are.
Let Prime finish. Let Prime finish,
What?
and we'll go to Ash. Then I want to get she's
Okay.
right in here and let her give her take. Yeah.
Very, very quickly. It would be
That's fine.
dishonest for it would be dishonest for me to say that when you were clearly drawing a metaphor. I understand that's what you were doing. I get you were making that connection, right? But it would be dishonest of me to take those words, package them, and say, well, he supports political violence, right? I feel that's what you've done to me. I feel that I said the words that I said, and I attached those words was a specific and continued condemnation of political violence. Again, and I'll do it later on if you need me to, right? But still, you say, well, despite all that, I know you support political violence. It would be wrong of me to do that of you. I think it was wrong of you to do that of me. There you go.
I sympathize. No, I definitely sympathize. I think that you can't. And Black Dwight was on earlier. I only caught the tail end of it, talking about how he doesn't actually think that you mean this the way it comes across to other people.
Yes, that's true.
I don't really know where to go from here, because again, I have to urge you in the strongest possible terms. If you don't believe that these people should be shot, then you must not speak about them in a way that describes them as people who should be shot.
Same to
right?
you
So,
for the judge.
yes, that was the whole point of me bringing up the comparison.
Yeah, so
I'm
you
sorry
both
that
did the
you
exact
can't
same thing.
think about
You should
this.
be treated the same way. You know
We
your
aren't-
mind. Prime knows
That's
his mind.
right. That's
You both are
right.
saying
Even
you
if I
condemn
say, hey,
violence.
this is a
Ash
comparison.
is giving was
That's right.
okay.
No,
Ash
I
was
agree
giving
with you.
a
I
what not
agree
to
with
do
you.
example. Okay.
No, no, let
Well,
me.
then you did it.
Yes.
So
Okay. I want to hold on.
Ash, hold on. Before that, let me
That's right.
get a
If I
bridge.
say-
Let me try to make a bridge of Ash. Let me try to make a
Yes.
bridge. Okay. So
Well, he can't think of
I
that right now because
agree.
he's been beaten by the olive branch too many times to take it. He's
So
flinching.
I
is the
agree.
problem.
Knocked him unconscious.
So I agree that
That was
there
the
can
trick, is you
be
never extended it.
dehumanizing. I agree that dehumanizing rhetoric exists, right? Like if we go to Rwanda and they were like calling people rats, right? And you got to do something about those rats, right? Like I agree that you can do that, and that exists, right? And there's plenty of examples of that. I think where we disagree is where the line is. I think fascism is a real ideology. I think we can attach that ideology to individuals. Now, you may disagree of who I attach it to, and that's fair, right? But it's a real ideology that exists in the world, right?
Okay.
So is Nazism, so is socialism, so is communism. These are real, and it's okay to attach them to people. And I don't
Okay.
think that in itself says they are deserving of violence. That's my disagreement.
Okay. Before anyone
Okay.
else goes, I do want to give it to She's Right. Let her introduce herself and get her take on this specific issue. Her thoughts, like when did you find out? What were your thoughts? What are your current thoughts now? Go ahead.
I think Charlie Kirk is many things, but he is not a grifter, for he actually lived and died by his stated principles, which is crime like this is a necessary part that we can't really do anything about for his Second Amendment rights. And I think that's weird. I don't think anyone should be hurt, but that's what Charlie Kirk stood for. And I think he should simply be held accountable to his own stated wishes and principles.
He said some people will die for the Second Amendment.
So
rights,
hold
you
up.
know?
So if you believe in the Second Amendment as a constitutional amendment, because it is a constitutional amendment, you now are justified in getting gunned down. Just make sure I got that straight.
He literally said some people will die because of it. And
Yeah, that's what Charlie Kirk said.
But it's
Okay, I'm
if
just
some-
I'm just clarifying that that's what y'all believe. So
That's
cool.
a.
I agree.
so-
I think it's weird too. That's not what I agree.
Hold
That's
on.
what he believed.
It
I
doesn't
don't
mean
think.
it's okay.
Hold on. Just because someone has a bad take does not justify in any way, shape,
No
or
one
form.
said
I
that.
feel like a broken record now
No one
because I
said it
keep saying this.
justified
It does not justify
It's ironic, though,
what
but-
happened to him. It doesn't make it okay. It doesn't make it that he lived and died by his beliefs. I think that he was assassinated in cold blood. And we don't know who did it, right? But we can't know why until we find out the shooter, right? Not for sure. But he was having a debate. And there are, again, I could have been there. Like, I could have been at that event debating him, right? I could have been at that event or any other live event on a campus, change my mind event, any kind of thing like that. So what this shooter did is basically make that just worse for everyone. It's just worse for everything. Everything is
No one
worse
said
now.
it was okay.
The shooter
Just
has
that
made
he was
everything
living by his
worse.
beliefs.
Okay. Sorry, I just
No one
need to
said
say
it was
that
okay,
again.
just that he was living by his beliefs, and he believed that some people will have to die for the Second Amendment right, and that there will be, a collateral damage, and so that's all it was. It's just ironic. We're not saying
You can't even say it with your
Yeah.
chest because you know you're being dishonest about it. He's just describing, if we live in a country with the Second Amendment, then some number of the
Yeah,
deaths in
that's
this
what we just
country will
said.
be with.
That's what I just
Right.
Will be with the
So-
Second
It's
Amendment.
ironic.
Not
That's what
that
Charlie
he
Kirk-
should be killed. Not that we should
Nobody's saying-
No one said
proactively
that.
kill a few
See,
people.
but
for
this
the
is
sake
such
of
a
it.
Mind reading
this is
people?
such a-
Ironic.
No. Hold up.
Right.
This is such a stupid point.
Well, you could
because
accuse me
But
of
it's
mind
not just
reading
that
people,
he's
but the
Wait,
people.
no.
Here's the
it's
thing:
not that
the
he's pro
president
Second
is
Amendment.
also
It's
mind
not
reading
that he's
you.
pro Second Amendment. It's not everybody who's pro Second Amendment deserves to die or that some will die. It's that is what he had stated, was that being pro Second Amendment, people are going to have to die and we're going to have to just be okay with that. Those are his words. That's what I don't necessarily agree with what they're saying,
No
but
one
to
agrees with that.
repaint that as saying
No,
like
him
that everybody
specifically. Him specifically.
it's
That's
because
my bad
he
if I
said that
if I
some people are
misspoke,
going to
I'm
have to
sorry.
die. No, you're fine.
Some
It's just
Right.
that
But anyone else
Okay,
like the
so-
quote? I
Taking
have
it
not.
out of a hat.
I don't think
I
anybody
think
should have to die for a second.
Okay, one at a time. Let Shears Right respond, then let's go to Katya, and then we'll continue the discussion.
Would it help if I read verbatim his quote from that speech he gave 2 years ago? Okay, here it is.
It would help.
This
my
is not
point,
my stance.
absolutely.
This is
Go
Charlie
ahead.
Kirk's own stance.
Yes,
All right,
go ahead.
quote. I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment right to protect our other God-given rights.
So should people
This
have
is
the
a
right to
prudent
drive
deal.
cars
It's
on a
rational.
road? Should
What?
people have the right to drive a car on a road?
It's not a
I
right.
think
Not
it's.
saying it
I think it's
justifies
worth
it,
it
though.
to have cars for a few people to get run over by cars. I hope
it's not a
that
right to drive a
nobody
car,
here would say. I hope that nobody
it's
here
not a right to
would
drive a car,
ghoulishly.
though. You know
I
that, right?
hope that nobody here would ghoulishly take that tweet or that clip and celebrate me getting run over by a car.
no
Even if
Sure,
it was
agreed. But
public.
again,
Nobody
I
said
think
that.
that
You're
should
just
literally not a
speaking
right.
in
But hold on.
punch and
most
go.
Let me
of
talk
you.
to the attorney here.
Maybe
It's
one or two
literally
exceptions.
not a
There's
right
even
to
a
drive a
couple
car.
others.
Hold on, one at a time.
It's
One at a
privilege
time.
thing.
One at a time. Go ahead,
Comedy is
Katya.
illegal.
Go ahead,
Oh
Katya
my
first.
God.
Katya.
Yeah,
Then we'll go to Prime. Go ahead.
I think the problem here is like we're interpreting this as like a legitimate political opinion, but like what we're saying here is that it's ironic. It's like, saying that it's ironic that Charlie Kirk also said that he would be in support of there being
I also
public
just real quick,
televised executions.
I
like, it's
have to go do a
ironic.
thing. Give me like 2 minutes. Don't say any slurs while I'm gone. But
Don't worry, I got you, buddy. Don't worry.
Prime's in charge.
Anyways, let's all say no, but
Yeah,
I mean,
let's all go one
it's
at a time.
ironic. It's not necessarily that it's, like a political belief that we hold are
So
legitimate.
just flip it then. Just
Yeah,
flip
it is ironic. I just
if you
don't think
have
we have to do
any left wing person with a left wing policy prescription, let's apply it to crime then. Someone who says, hey, we should do cashless bail, or we should do more community programs and lessen the prison population. And the next thing you know, they're getting stabbed to death by someone who was the recipient of this lessened prison population. And now, am I allowed to say, oh, isn't that ironic that they advocated for this person to get out and now they died because of it?
Yes,
Y'all accept
you're allowed
that?
to say it's ironic.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you can
sure.
say that. It's ironic, sure.
Okay,
See how
I'm
easy
saying.
it
I'm
is
not
to
saying.
bite bullets? Like,
It's
nobody
not am I
cares, James, the
legally.
attorney.
It's not am I legally allowed to say it. It's are y'all accepting that
Yeah,
as
I would accept that.
No one
that's,
don't
that's
care.
a perfectly
say it.
fine thing to believe.
Yes.
Notice
It's
how
just that
every time
it's
you do
ironic.
this, Gen Z
That
attorney,
it's
you've done this a couple
ironic,
times.
yes.
Everybody bites the bullet because we always understand the
Okay,
logical
I bit the
conclusions of
bullet
what we
every
say.
time, and I bit the bullet every time too. But it's and
But
now
you're
you
acting
didn't
like
you did it
it's
to
so
Deej,
crazy
not
that
me.
we would.
Okay,
I
same.
think Charlie
same
Kirk is
thing.
really bad values. I don't
it's
agree with them.
foolish. I
but
think
he's
that you
still in
shouldn't
them.
do it. I think it detracts from the wider conversation about violence and de-escalation and stuff.
I
like
want
that.
to know,
think it's a
what do
way
y'all
to
think
sidestep it.
about Trump's handling and Trump's address to the people?
Oh, we never got over the
I
video
think that
itself.
if anything's gonna, talk about, if we're talking about inciting violence, then I mean we're talking about, oh well, these people are inciting violence, these are enemies, this is the radical left is all to blame for this before we even know who the shooter is. Now fucking Charlie Kirk, this beloved figure, is gone because the radical left hates you and hates this country. Okay, if we're gonna talk about where's the the violent rhetoric and like ratcheting shit down, where the flip is he? Like what's he saying? Like nothing. We're just gonna keep.
He said
That's
terrorism,
why-
by the way, too. The radical left
I
is
mean-
responsible for terrorism, is what I wrote down. So.
And wait,
Let's let
shouldn't
in.
terrorists
that's
be
an
killed?
exact quote.
Don't we believe
okay.
that? Don't people believe that terrorists should be killed?
Are we just calling people
Yeah, they do.
enemies?
No,
What are we doing?
that was it. This is going to be Operation Choke Point. What are we on? 3.0 now? If this goes through.
No, we're talking about what the president just said, like 7 or
No,
what,
that's what
10
I'm
minutes ago
describing.
now?
Like, okay, so Operation Choke Point was a reference to there was a practice of shutting down gun manufacturers, sex workers, and alternative payment platforms and alternative social media sites during the Obama years, using payment processors kind of as a point of leverage.
What does that have to do with
And I
calling people
think-
terrorists?
And I think, well, it came out of the Patriot Act, so the justification was stopping
Wow.
terrorism. So it had a pretty
hate the
big
Patriot Act.
fucking. The whole deal was pretty fucking focused on terrorism, but it ended up getting applied to other people, political dissidents, basically inside the country. And I think that's going to happen to the left now, and I think that sucks. I think that's bad.
Wow.
Right, which is
brave.
why, which is one of the reasons why, I'm not like supporting this. And like, when I found out this happened, I was like, oh shit. Right? Like, I'm not saying that this should have happened to him. And I don't think anybody else is here either saying that it was a good thing to happen to him in the long run, or it's effectuating some goal that's helpful. Like, we're not saying that, honestly. Just because people are saying it's ironic or it's okay for people to have, like, to see people as enemies, and that doesn't mean that you want them to be killed. I feel like that's super different than, like, kind of what we end up applying. Because then if we say, oh, if you say somebody's a fascist, if you say somebody's a Nazi, that means you want them to be killed. And Democrats have been saying that. But, like, they're saying terrorists. The president is saying it right on live TV, like, in AI definition in front of freaking everybody. So, I mean, what? Is that not advocating that the radical left should be killed just like Charlie Kirk was? Like, I'm confused.
He killed a couple of terrorists.
I'm not confused. I think that's probably where it's going.
Day, so.
I think a lot of people are going to get swept up into black vans.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Reason,
the President of the United States is doing that.
Process or anything like that.
Kind of fascistic?
Last I remembered was that when Supreme Court decided on the issue of presidential criminal immunity, I was promised that Trump was going to start SEAL Team 6ing his opponent. So I'm still waiting on that to happen, I guess.
He's literally started a secret police.
What are you arguing?
What do you mean?
He could do that
grabbing people off the streets.
Are you saying that you don't?
Literally a secret police doing
Wait,
that.
actually,
right now.
Actually, I would be actually really, really curious then, because now I'm trying to understand. So, how do you feel, Gen Z attorney, about? I hate to like zero in on you like that, but what do you think of what Trump said? That made me feel like you didn't think that it was necessarily genuine, or like, what do you think?
No, I mean, my broad take is just that obviously a lot of it's premature. That's, I think, one of the very first things I said when I got on here tonight was there's so much information we don't have currently, and stuff is breaking fast, and so you have to take every breaking fact with a grain of salt. Like, we thought we had the shooter, and then an hour later, nope, turns out it's not. So, yeah, certainly there's a lot that's still happening. So that's why I agree. I think it's premature to point to any one singular cause of action. I guess that's my broad take. And so, but I think note too, he didn't specify anyone in particular. Yeah, he was using the elusive they, or like these organizations that fund violence.
The radical left. You have to name them first, middle, last.
Who is the radical left then? It's
anyone he decides it to be. Like, yeah.
Okay. Okay. I do have some super chats. $2 from Joe the Mig to say Kirk being pro 2A doesn't minimize any gun death. $5 from Natural Phenomenon to say pointing out Kirk's perceived hypocrisy is not a justification for his death. No one here wanted him to die, but he's still a hypocrite. $10 from Audacity to say, I think we are beyond the point of Grr Trump should turn down the rhetoric when a right-wing pundit was just deleted with more action angles in a Bollywood film. This is wholly your problem. And finally, $200 from JMac. Thank you for the money.
Nice.
I love you, Wick, but I'm out. Keep being a moderate voice. Anyone on this panel who is being a disingenuous ghoul, I hope no one takes you seriously. I hope you become ignored to the point of obscurity, so you're left to scream into the void as you continue to lose any semblance of notoriety. Thank you for the 200. Okay.
So
we're gonna just like read out like the hate rant from "I Have No Mouth and I'm a Scream" next. Are we gonna do that? Like, we can do that, but
Scotty. So like you said, you were promised that he was gonna Trump was gonna be black bagging people when he got presidential immunity. ICE right now is acting like a secret police, showing up to people, not showing their faces, right? Like masking themselves, snatching people off the streets, and we've been allowed by a Supreme Court to be able to do it for any particular reason, right? Even if it's just looking by their ethnicity or having an accent, right? That's being allowed right now. People disappearing off to secret prisons, like exfiltrating them out of the country into other places like CCOT, right, where they literally are tortured physically and sexually. That's happening right now in America, and Donald Trump is the one who's doing it.
The idea that
and also he just like murdered 11 people in a speedboat, called them narco terrorists, right, in international waters, and says, "Oh, I guess that's fine." So, lawyer, counselor, right? Does that not sound like a danger to democracy?
He also apparently did send SEAL Team 6 to North Korea to kill a couple of fishermen.
Oh,
and
yeah,
didn't tell
that
anybody
too.
about it. So
Yeah,
it's funny that it also happened to come out in the last couple days, but
yeah.
So
$5 from Audacity to say they're not showing their face, says guy with cam off.
Indeed.
I am
to be clear, hold on, just to real quick.
He just doesn't want to be seen.
Prime
smiling.
Kai We know what he looks like because he's on camera all the time.
Put a shirt on.
I don't. Yeah, I don't
like,
know
rub
why
off,
he
just put a
refuses to make Cam this time, but it's not like he's hiding his face. Okay, like we know
Also,
what he
he's
looks
not
like.
part of the government. Also,
We can't be sure.
Whatever.
But
But
yeah, put a damn shirt on, Prime, and cam up so we can see
Or-
your lovely face. Go ahead.
Or $50.
Us fellas would not impose this upon the ladies, but us fellas, we just take our shirts off and join them in solidarity.
We take our shirts off for $50. Okay, there's a price.
Oh, we just got $200, so $200. That's 4
They're not
shirts right
No,
there.
they got to pay for it specifically. It's not just any super chat. Sorry.
Yeah. If
That's the new
someone
Twitch
donates
meta?
another $50 specifically for me to take off my to put on my camera, then I will do so for my friend Wick. I will absolutely do so. Okay. But yeah. So Scott, right? Would that not be signs of authoritarianism, if not fascism?
So the point I was getting at, bringing up specifically the criminal immunity case, because that one just really jumped out at me. Because I don't do. So I was a prosecutor, and now I'm private practice. So I don't really do much constitutional law by trade. But I was very interested in law school, and I keep up with it as much as I can. But the criminal immunity one really jumped out to me because everyone was quoting the dissent, right? The famous ending from Sotomayor, which is "With fear for our democracy, I dissent." And it's just, that's the kind of doomer language that I'd kind of let off this entire panel with, of like, it's frustrating that that's the kind of rhetoric we're used to talk about the doctrine of presidential criminal immunity, which I don't know if anyone actually read the opinion. It's actually, I fully 100% 10 toes down agree with the majority for rationales that no one even, I had yet to see a single person talk about in the media, on YouTube. Basically, this idea of cannibalization where they're trying to get ahead of just this nonstop back and forth of political prosecutions and self-cannibalization. But that phrase, cannibalization, that was referenced explicitly in the opinion as like the main rationale, and all the commentary, all the pundits didn't even bring it up at all. So that's one of my frustrations, though. It's like there's real, legit, good rationale for explaining this, yet the takeaway that half the country gets is from a Supreme Court justice who, is supposed to be credible on these issues. It's "with fear for our democracy, I dissent."
You agree that the majority
Because-
opinion didn't address the SEAL Team 6 hypothetical, right? Even though it was brought up in oral argument? They just didn't address it?
So, sorry.
You can just say yes,
From what I recall, it was. I mean,
They
yeah,
didn't
you
bring
can
it up.
say, you can certainly say it wasn't addressed in oral arguments. There's plenty of
Probably
stuff
should have been, right? No,
It
it
was
was addressed in
brought
oral
up to
argument.
them.
It wasn't in the majority opinion. Probably should have been, right?
So they addressed the dissent directly on main points, and it addressed it in the sense that it dismissed it because the framework that they laid out, and I have to go back through my outline just to brush up on the exact details, but the framework that was laid out by the majority got into this idea of official act. Well, it's three buckets. I don't want to get too deep into it, but 3 buckets of how we're going to categorize these acts, and that's why it actually wasn't even an overruling. It was a remand back to the district court to do this categorization question. But when you're talking about official acts, that's basically
Yeah, they didn't get to whether or not a SEAL Team 6 assassination would be an official act.
because
It
using
doesn't
SEAL
matter
Team
if they addressed it in a broad sense or they didn't say SEAL Team 6, so you can just stop there because unless you point to a quote where they say SEAL Team 6, he's going to have an autistic spur guy for the next fucking hour.
Okay, $5 from Audacity
This guy, man.
to say, I know it's just fun to poke Prime. Geez, so sensitive. $5 from Joe the MIG to say ICE agents begin masking specifically in response to progressive activities, doxing agents and targeting their families. Prime, quit being dishonest. Okay.
Sorry, what?
Crazy how
really happy
regular
that
cops
Ash
can
and
have
James
their
it's still not
face
great if
out.
police
Sorry,
can
what
not
was
show
that? Was that being
identification
dishonest
before-
about? I
Crazy
didn't
how
catch
like
that.
CBP and ICE before this admin could just have their face out and they didn't have this problem. That's crazy.
That's wild.
Could you repeat that super chat? I
They
don't know
weren't
what I was
doing
being
any work.
dishonest about.
Okay, I'll repeat it one more time. ICE agents began masking specifically in response to progressive activities, doxing agents, and targeting their families. Prime, quit being dishonest.
Yeah, fuck that. One, our police officers have the same threats against them, I guess, right? When they do horrible things, when they're protected by their departments, they can get doxxed. People demand their identities, right, from their departments, and then maybe people protest in front of their houses or whatever, right? That's part of the job in terms of law enforcement. Now we have masked up people, dragging people off the street, not even identifying themselves, like pulling them into vans, unmarked vans, and driving them off, right? And because ICE is no longer identifying themselves. We've had instances where women have been dragged off by people who are like flashing badges saying, I'm ICE, right? Gotten them in a van and then raped them. That's the thing that's happening in America right now. So fuck that and fuck your secret police.
Okay, we just have, this is also semi-breaking news. The Unfuck America Tour has released a statement, and I'm going to read that. Okay? The Unfuck America Tour creators, organizers, and staff are disturbed by the assassination of Charlie Kirk. The entire mission of National Ground Game and the Unfuck America Tour is to have good faith debates with our political opponents. We were really excited to meet with Charlie Kirk for a scheduled debate a week from Sunday and are devastated by this outcome. Charlie was a husband, a son, and a father who loved his country. Even though we disagreed with his political philosophy, we respected the hard work it took to build Turning Point USA, as our founder stated on CNN. Unfortunately, one of the Unfuck America debaters was debating Charlie when this happened and had to witness this horrifying traumatic event. Because of this, we are asking that people respect both our creators and our staff's privacy while we grieve. At this time, we have canceled all events until further notice. We are keeping Charlie's family, friends, and staff in our prayers and will be there for them if and when they are ready to reach out. We wholeheartedly condemn any and all political violence. Okay, I think.
So how do they feel about Destiny? Destiny was saying he was celebrating. My understanding that he said he was celebrating this.
I don't know why we're talking about any of this when the president of the United States said that the radical left is responsible for this type of terrorism, and we have been talking for fucking hours about how calling somebody a fascist is horrible because that's what drives political violence and gets right people like murdered in the streets because we're calling them fascists. And you have the president of the United States saying that this is radical left terrorism, and he's going to start going after them and organizations. And we have the dude that's been crying about being called a fascist for years saying that, oh, well, I mean, it's just, we don't know that a lot yet. It's jumping the gun. Can you not say that you condemn that and that is directly targeting the radical left as a terrorist organization?
But Destiny,
in the United States.
I raise you, but Destiny.
1 month ago, when two different Democratic representatives were directly assassinated by a far-right extremist for explicitly political reasons, where was the White House condemning that and
Trump
condemning
didn't
the
even
right?
name him.
What is this
Did you
double
notice
standard?
that? Trump didn't
Where
name
were conservatives apologizing for this?
No,
but don't you know that calling walls was a waste of time, as he said?
There was
Trump
no
didn't
White
even
House
acknowledge
It's a waste
them.
of time.
Yeah,
When
there's
he
no
was
White House address
listing
them.
people that have been killed for political reasons, political violence, Trump didn't even fucking mention their names just
Peach,
now.
who did
Like,
you
this
want
isn't
to
bad
answer
faith.
your question? You had like a
no,
challenge. Who were you? Was that Ash or
Gen
was
Z
it Scott?
attorney.
Okay.
Sorry,
Scott,
could you summarize the
Sorry.
question for me?
Sorry, you're right. Okay, so I would just say, I just don't understand how, like, do you think that what Trump's message to the people was, do you think that that is escalating any type of violence against the left? Or I guess, where are you on that scale? If we were talking about what do we do moving forward after Charlie Kirk's unfortunate death today, how do we stop this division and violence in the United States? Do you think that Trump's message to the American people helps?
So, like I said, I think a lot of what the first half I agree, I think was perfectly fine. When he started getting into some of the more specific language, I thought that was premature just because we simply don't have the information to get specific yet. So I think that was premature because certainly we could find out. It's probably unlikely, just considering the situation, but we could find out something about the shooter that maybe he was some sort of crazed stalker super fan. We truly, it doesn't seem like it, very unlikely, but we just truly don't know at this point. And if that's the case, then look, Evans, we're going to have a field day looking back at this statement that Trump just gave, where he was like, no, the radical left is responsible for this. And then turns out it was a conservative. So I think,
We've forgotten about every time this happens where they just pretend that they're not a conservative.
But
you could be a conservative, but if they donated $10 to Act Blue 45 quadrillion years ago, people are going to be like, oh, they were a secret Democrat.
But
if they
did
had
his
one
message-
left-wing, what
about his message about the radical left? What did that do? Did that escalate or not?
And honestly,
Yeah,
I
attorney,
think
you said it was premature. Is it bad? Is it horrible?
Yeah.
Is it like a really
Condemnation.
horrible fucking thing to say if you want to?
Because your implication is
quell
that it would be
political
justified
violence in
because
this
it is a
country?
liberal.
Yeah, if it's one liberal crazy person all of a sudden going after everybody and saying the radical left did this, that's okay, that's cool.
Because he said they were going to target
He's just being
organizations too, so
premature.
he's not going after just one person.
Premature is not a morally loaded statement because it could come out it could come out that he's completely right in what he's saying. It could come out that he's completely wrong.
So if
So
he's
Did the
right, it makes
entire
it good?
radical
No.
left cause this? So it's quote unquote radical left, aka
Yeah, but
everybody chooses
They
to
have to
sign
start
that?
going
I don't
after
think
organizations
organizations as a
anyone
result.
is anyone genuinely interpreting this to mean that
Oh, he
you
doesn't
guys,
mean what he
were
This
says.
guy,
you were
man, this is
joking you were
why.
joking earlier like
Conservatives are.
we all
This is
had
the
our hand on the
dishonesty.
gun. So no one's interpreting it that way. And I just think
Conservatives
like
are. They're using this
the
as
clip,
justification to prosecute all Democrats.
Like the guy he pardoned who just said this means war against Democrats. That we just watched that video a couple hours ago.
He said that
So
he was going to
yeah,
start going after organizations for
I
this
was gonna bring that
terrorism.
up. I was gonna bring that up. That video we watched of the guy who was saying like this means war. And honestly, my intuitive feeling with lots of people like that is they're just LARPing cosplayers, and
That guy was
it
a
doesn't
J6er.
It doesn't translate. So, and I've already conceded.
They're always not serious. Whenever it's the
January-
right, it's
criminal.
not serious.
What if the left?
January
It's A,
6th
then
is
B,
the
then C,
one
then D.
exception. I've already bit the bullet on January 6th. That's the one. And the way y'all are feeling
You
right
can't say
now
that guy's a
about
LARPer. He's a J6er.
the way you guys are feeling right now about how it's like, wow, this really sucks because now I feel like the right is just gonna use this as their calling card for the however foreseeable future. That's how I felt watching January 6th. Of like, this is horrible, this is awful,
Didn't happen,
and this is gonna be held up as the calling card for here we are, almost 6 years later now. And half this conversation has been about January 6th, which I already bit the bullet
But
on
you
the
have
first
to
time you asked
hear
me.
about it. You have to hear about
You don't
it.
care about Jan
compared
6.
to-
Okay, cool.
This is
Yeah,
the
it's a
problem,
really
right? We're comparing
sociopathic parody
hearing
of
about
the
it
January
and
6th,
having
yeah.
maybe people try to go after Trump judicially or whatever, like that, the indictments and stuff, compared to this conversation of how we need to go after these left-wing organizations as a whole. We need to go after individuals. People are saying this is war, compared to what people who were there getting arrested for January 6th, and then you having to hear about it.
Remember,
I think that these aren't the
crime
things.
calling,
And so-
crime calling Charlie Kirk a fascist is the problem with violence in the United States, but Trump literally demonizing the radical left as terrorism didn't do anything.
And pardoning people who say that we're going to war with Democrats, also very cool. Yeah, that's not.
No.
$5 from Audacity to say maybe
Just
the
a
left
LARPer.
should stop deleting people. $5 from Natural Phenomenon to say the relationship between Trump and the left is that of an SA victim being told not to call it SA. We were not his first target. And then $5 more from Deej Nuts to say if I lived in a red state, I'd register Democrat. In a blue state, I'd register Republican. Party affiliation does not mean anything. Thank you for the $5.
You get to vote in the primary.
Oh, gang.
Brave centrist.
Regardless of what we want to happen, okay, what do we think will happen next? What's the next? What does tomorrow look like? What does next week look like? What does a month from now look like in America? I want to start with she's right, and then I want to go around. Go ahead.
Realistically or idealistically?
Realistically, what do you realistically? Not what you want. I understand, and I want to make it clear to the audience: these people aren't wish casting here, or they shouldn't be. But what do they actually think will happen? Go ahead.
Realistically, I think everyone deep down believes and knows that liberals are better on these things and are criticizing and expecting liberals to apologize and denounce for a bunch of things that is not expected or reciprocated. And a lot of bad faith manipulation and negging of oh, I'm going to vote for a Republican unless you denounce that when they're just going to vote for a Republican anyway. And then a bunch of liberals and leftists especially are going to keep taking the bait, and we're just going to keep doing this. And then completely letting alt-right violence, which is surging and far disproportionate, completely unchecked, and that's going to get off scot-free.
Yep.
Next.
I'll go next.
Go ahead.
I think tomorrow in the near future, what's just going to keep happening is what has been happening. Trump is going to continue breaking more laws, becoming more lawless by the day. He's going to keep black bagging people. He's going to keep expanding the amount of allowed stuff that he can do judicially, like profiling people and being able to detain them for it. It's just going to keep happening. It's going to keep going. There's going to be another excuse to go after more people that he already wanted to go after at the start. And that's it.
Okay. Anyone else?
Until hopefully we vote people in that will fucking stop this.
Yeah, I'll say realistically, expecting what to happen. I think it's going to be less than what people expect. I think my feeling is there's going to be a wave of people coming out, basically trying to replicate what Charlie Kirk was doing, and try and build it out and really prove that this is not going to stop. This is not going to stop the free speech debating ideas coalition, because I mean the alternative is to concede defeat, to say actually we don't care that much if we're not willing to put our lives on the line for it. So I think realistically, I think we're going to see more of that. As far as like people organizing and trying to attack people, burn stuff down, I don't really see that happening. I can potentially see maybe some get-togethers, some marches, but it's like I think it's going to be a far less of a public outcry as far as what we might expect. Well, I guess we'll relate stuff back to the Summer of Love 2020, where it was nationwide, widespread type action. So I feel like that's what people are expecting to happen here. That like the right's going to arm up and just take over. I don't see that happening.
How about Trump? What do you think he's going to do?
Sorry, you're really quiet.
What do you think Trump is going to do? Is he going to keep breaking more laws like he has been doing this whole time? He's going to ramp it up?
Are you talking about as far as specifically remedying and finding who did this and prosecuting them, or just doing something like on immigration, which is unrelated?
I think that's a good enough answer. You don't think anything's going to happen? Okay.
Gen Z attorney, do you think he's going to keep beating his wife?
That's funny. But I guess I think I sort of agree with Scott in that, like, well, one, I think Charlie Kirk is going to be a martyr. He's going to be martyrized, right? You're gonna have shirts with his name on, with his face on it, right? With a halo on top, right? And he's like, he's sitting in heaven. He fought for us. What are you gonna do, or some shit like that, right? So that's happening. I think that in terms of what Scott said about them being more Charlie Kirks, I'm not sure if this will necessarily instigate that, but someone else will rise to take his place in TPUSA. I think that this might change the character of commentary, right? Because this is new, as far as I know, at least in my lifetime. Maybe back when radio was a big thing, there was an assassination like this, but I'm unaware. But in this type of era of internet personalities, I don't think we've ever seen anything quite like this before. And so I expect there to be some level of change there in how people act, maybe in the security that they demand for the events, right? That might be a thing. Beyond that, though, in terms of our government, I think this timeline barely diverges at all, except for, like what Zip was saying. Kirk will be using an excuse for Trump to go after enemies. He was going to do any which way, right? Now it's just another excuse to go after the left. At universities, right? Like Charlie Kirk went on universities, and they protested among universities. They were raising Marxist leftists who are threats now, and we got to do something about it, right? Even when, like, J.D. Vance, you can go back years ago, like I think it was in 2021, he was literally giving the blueprint for what's happening now, right? On college campuses, on how they're going to shut it down. They're like, yeah, we just got to figure out an excuse, and then we can attack these campuses. We attack them on ideological grounds. And we can start going after their funding. He talked about literally the exact game plan that Trump is doing now, right? It just happened to be a case that in between then and now, October 7th happened, right? And then the protests happened. And now, these protesters were anti-Semitic, and that's the attack they used. So now, so he's going to apply Kirk to that, right? To the college campus protests, or to, if Kirk was against immigration, right? Illegal immigration, he'll attack them. Like, these people are threats to the country. That you can just do that ad infinitum.
Okay. Next, I guess.
Right. So, I mean, my concern, right, isn't as much about what's going to happen outright, or what they're going to announce necessarily, or what's going to be this crazy public super backlash. But I mean, it's going to be the justification of the public that more people are going to accept for things escalating. A lot of things that are already happening to a degree, those going further, like, people getting arrested unjustly, people not being able to protest, orgs getting shut down, people getting surveilled, etc. I mean, then they're going to be like, oh, well, we had to against this person, we had to against that person. And people are going to be like, okay, yeah, you're right. I mean, Charlie Kirk got, murked. So, that makes sense. And we're going to keep going with these reasons, like, kind of on the back of this, which is what my concern is. I mean, I'm concerned about, orgs like Unfuck America, who like people like Z could easily find themselves like, in the, kind of direct like, line of attention from people like Donald Trump right now and from people on the right who are obviously like upset about what happened to Charlie Kirk, even though, the org had like nothing to do with it. I mean, I'm concerned about, people who are speaking out. And I mean, I don't see everybody who was at a TPUSA event or who, might support Trump or support Charlie Kirk as an enemy. I mean, I actually was at one of the Unfuck America events and I talked to people who came to that who were from Charlie Kirk's thing, and we had civil debate. Like, it's not like I'm just I won't talk to you, fuck you guys. And I think that we should be willing to talk, but also willing to understand that this is going to be used for an excuse. That doesn't mean that people are all enemies or anything, but yeah.
Okay. 2 left. Which one?
I can go.
Go ahead.
So I was gonna type something out, but I'll try my best. But so when we started this conversation, we all said that what happened to Charlie Kirk was horrible, and we were mourning and grieving when we were talking about what the heck does this look like for our country moving forward. That's when we started talking about the left and the right, given the fact that it is so divided, we have to police our own. We can only police our own. No one's going to listen to anybody on the other side of the equation. So when we look at the left's messaging and the right's messaging when it comes to violence from our own sides, I brought up Whitmer, and that got tossed out and minimized as like nothing, basically, because the FBI was involved, whatever. The Minnesota lawmakers, and then we talked about January 6th, and so we're talking about all of these, and then it gets thrown out as whataboutism, and we talk about how we can't call people on the right fascist because that's going to make them feel otherized, and it's going to make them want to attack and not feel heard, and blah, blah, blah. Yet when we get Trump, his message to the American people about what happens next, and he calls out the radical left for being responsible for terrorism. He calls them terrorists, says he's going to go after these organizations who are to blame for Charlie Kirk's death. When you see that and you see the right, you look to the right and say, okay, well, we can't do whataboutism. What are we doing moving forward now? And you can't even condemn it and say that it's a horrible thing to say and that it's going to obviously cause more violence and more tension. It's not going to do anything to de-escalate the situation. So when you actually have somebody in real time just completely minimize, again, Trump's words like it's nothing, what's going to happen, I wish more than anything that we all could have sat around and said that Trump's messaging was horrible and it's going to create all this violence, because then we could have all stood together and get ready to actually police the United States population together, and we can stand united and have this be a uniting factor and say, fuck you, Trump, that's disgusting, don't do that. And we can't do that. So since we're left to police our own, and the right doesn't give a fuck about whatever comes out of Trump's mouth for some fucking reason that I'll never understand, it's just gonna be the same thing that we have to deal with all the time until the right wakes up or something happens, Trump gets out of Trump leaves office. I don't know. It's just very disappointing to see. That's all.
He's definitely gonna leave office, I'm sure.
Well, I think starting tomorrow, I think it's going to be more of the same, with the exception. I think it's going to be a flip, basically, of the 2008 to 2016 era of suppressing dissident voices, but it's going to hit a lot harder because there are a lot more. The people who Trump identifies as the radical left are much larger, much better funded than the dissidents of the right, libertarians and such, that were being suppressed. So I think we're going to see a lot more activity from the government. I think those same activists, judges, and prosecutors who are letting animals loose on the street probably going to get hit pretty hard by whatever kind of executive action comes out of this. And I think it is going to sweep up normal lefty activism that isn't attached to BLM riots or burning down college campuses or anything like that. I think it is going to be used to excessively punish people who are just kind of like not even dissidents, just kind of normal, like people who aren't fans of Israel. I think are going to get swept into this pretty hard, because that's what happened to a lot of the people. That's what happened to the anti-war guys back after 2001. So
it's a lot, gang.
I'm not excited I think that some problems are going to be solved, but I don't think that the overall escalation issue is going to be solved by it. I think it's going to be made worse.
I'll do the last one,
think
and
this is
just to be clear, what we're
deserved,
doing right now, gang, I've been streaming for like 7 hours at this point, maybe 7 hours.
Get some sleep, bud.
I do have to go, but we're going to raid in. You guys can keep talking. We're going to raid into, I think She's Right's streaming, so we might raid into her. I'll say this, and then I'll move them all out, and then I have one more thing, and then we'll raid out. What do I think will happen is I think that Katya was exactly right. This is going to be used as an excuse. And it's going to be used as an excuse to erode a lot of our civil liberties. I think that it's going to erode, perhaps more insidiously, it's going to erode the trust between our fellow Americans. Right is not going to trust left. Left is not going to trust right. Not that they did before, but it's going to become worse. Whoever, to the monster who did this, they have made America a worse place to live. They have made everything worse for everybody. Any cause that they wanted to support, right, by doing this, they have hurt that cause. If indeed, if we find out that they were a leftist or on the left, right, which we don't know. I also worry, especially because he got away, that there is going to be a rise of conspiracy theories. The CIA did it. The deep state got to him. Israel. Yes. All
already seeing it.
sorts of unfounded, unprovable conspiracy theories are going to set the internet ablaze and further complicate everything. Everything. And it's just going to be a lot worse for everyone. Did anyone else want to say anything before I move you all out and talk to the chat, and then we'll raid out.
I'll briefly just say that well, this is my first time meeting everybody, so it was a pleasure. Appreciate y'all for having me on, and I know we're definitely going to disagree on a lot, but I hope I came across as a good faith interlocutor, at least at some points. So I'm hoping that I think that the future is being able to continue to have these discussions. So shout out Wick for I know it feels lonely sometimes, but
I do apologize again for those of you who don't know. Peaches and our friend here, Gen Z attorney, were scheduled to be on a different topic entirely, and well, we changed the topics. So I do
The
appreciate
shooter
that for
should
being
apologize, not you, Wick.
flexible.
Yeah, get the shooter in here.
Yeah, well, yeah.
True.
If you were a shooter, come on my panel right now, and I will grill you, and therefore justice will be. No, that's okay. Fair enough.
No balls.
But anyone else want to say some words before?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you.
Oh, sorry. You can go. Oh, okay. So I
Ladies
had a lot
first,
of
go
fun. Thank you. I had a lot of fun. Like Wick said, Gen Z attorney and I and others, I believe, I don't know if they're still here. We're going to talk about go woke, go broke, basically. And that would have been a fun conversation. I'm still open to have that conversation. And I like politics. I was MAGA. I'm not MAGA. If you want to come talk to me about that or anything else, I stream on Kick and Twitch at peach_stream. So come on by. I had a lot of fun, and I would still debate you, Gen Z attorney. And I was gonna say that I felt bad because I feel like I got a little animated and angry earlier, but I take it all back now, and I was right.
Please.
But I still would
That's
like
right.
to. But
I'll concede.
I did have a lot of fun talking to you. So
everything we disagreed on, I'll concede it now. So you are the winner.
no,
What
kidding. I'll
great
take it. Thanks.
bridge building. We're all trying to. This is saccharine. Okay, very sickly
Yeah.
sweet. Okay,
I wanted to
anyone
jump
else?
in about that specifically. I ragged on Prime Kais for like an hour, and everybody else, but specifically Prime for a while. But he came back and he did do that bridge building thing where he's like, "Listen, I actually don't think it should be taken this way. I'm really not just using this as. I'm really not couching all these reasons why this guy should be killed in this word. I really do think like there are two separate distinctions there. I know that there are people who are saying that legitimately, but I don't want to be lumped in with those people, and that And so I appreciate all the work you did to explain that, and I think it was a good olive branch because it led us to a place right in the middle there where we figured out, like, hey, if we wanted to de-escalate, we probably could do that, and here's maybe the route we would take. So it was fun. It was a pleasure meeting all of you.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
that
you
was fun.
all, and I'm going to move you out. I'm going to say hi to my chat and say bye, and then we'll go into she's right chat. So if you guys want to stay in my
Bye,
backstage and
chat.
chat, yeah. Oh, anyway, bye.
Bye, friends. Bye,
Bye,
chat.
y'all. Thanks for being on.
You're welcome.
Still alive. I'm still here.
We're still here. We're still here.
Okay. Okay. That was a lot. It's an exhausting day. I think it's important to cover these events when they happen. I think it's important to get people's initial reactions when they happen, whether I agree with them or not. I do think it's important to have the discussion and to talk about it and to, as I said, we got to figure out where the country is, where we think everyone is in relation to these kinds of topics. But I will leave you with this. I'm scared for our future. This does not bode well. I worry that more and more people are willing to justify violence against those people they feel are hurting them or attacking them or are a threat that needs to be dealt with. We need to figure out a way to live with each other again. To have our disagreements, but not to consider each other an enemy that needs to be dealt with. And I wish I had a better answer on how to get from here to there. And I wish I could tell you that I think we're going to go from here to there. I don't know. I don't know what's in store. I don't know what we got coming up. But I know that I will promise you this. I will always be a voice for moderation in these spaces. I will always try to be a voice for reason, to not let our passions overwhelm us, to not let everything just get worse. Give me 1 second. Something's not working, and I'm trying to... Oh, what do we got coming up? Tomorrow we're still going to do the trans gun debate because I think it matters. Still. And gun debates are going to be a thing, right? Especially after all this. So I think that we don't have to change the topic. It's fine. We're going to have Aiden Paladin. We're going to have single player Carl. And we're going to have leftist Blondie and another individual whose name is escaping me. I'm sorry. It's been 7 hours, gang. I'm super tired. We're going to have them on, and we're going to be discussing the Trump alleged, supposed trans gun ban, okay? $5 from Audacity to say, if we can live together again, if you promise not to steal my Oreos like you did last time, it wasn't stealing. I was liberating. You mean our Oreos, comrade. You mean our Oreos, okay? Yeah, you're mad that I did that with your girlfriend? Our girlfriend, brother. Our girlfriend, okay. Let's see if it's working now. If it's not, oh well. Okay, I guess we're not rating out. She didn't put her settings right. And, okay, she says it's fixed. We'll see. It's still not fixed. And I don't know if I have to restart or she has to restart. Whatever. Go check her out, gang, I guess, if you want. And I'll talk to you guys tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern. Peace out, Girl Scouts. Let me see. One more try. One more try, and then I'm done. Yeah, it's not working. Sorry. Oh well. Rip. Bye.